Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm back on camera for the first time in almost a year and a half. I'm Captain D-Trag. Welcome to your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. Tonight, we got a very special game. We're running PlayStation 2 tonight for our next of our scoping session programs. It's been a while since we've done one of these. And the reason for that is because we did the last one at the beginning of March, but it's the end of April now. Spring is here, although outside you couldn't tell it. It's a rainy night as far as how it is. But I had to be on camera for one of my favorite games of all time, and I think from the shirt I'm wearing that was provided by St. Aspartame and the pictures I have on my left and my right, you knew I had to be on camera for this one. It's a game I've talked so much. This is one of my favorite games of all time. It was my favorite game of 2006. It is from Capcom and Clover Studio. You're seeing on the screen what it is. Of course, we're looking at Okami for the PlayStation 2. It came out this week, 20 years ago, on April 20th, as we're hearing the story. We're going to start getting into this one in particular. But it came out on April 20th of 2006 in Japan, and I have a nice new notebook for the purpose of showing tonight's show. Yeah, we had to be ready for Okami, indeed. Yeah, it came out for us in the United States on September 19th of 2006, and New York got it on February 9th of 2007, in Australia on Valentine's Day of 2007. For PlayStation 2, it then got ported elsewhere, particularly to the Wii. It got ported in 2008 on April 15th in the US, and then June 12th of 2008 in Australia, and then June 13th in Europe, and way later in Japan. It was October 15th, 2009 when they got that. That was a total rebuild. As is, we have Gemini 96. So good to see you tonight for Okami for the PlayStation 2. So good to see you tonight. We're seeing the intro on the story, basically telling the history of Okami Amaterasu. This game, by the way, as we're pointing out, is heavily inspired by Japanese myth. It's not exactly one-to-one, but you're looking at this visual of itself. My god, this game is beautiful. I don't know. Well, no, I do know you haven't played this. You mentioned this week when I was saying during our work break, saying, have you played this game? It's celebrating 20 years this week. And if you haven't played it, you have to. Also, I apologize for any shots I'm going to take at your beloved The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, because I've got a couple I'm going to unfortunately have to take. Not that I hate the game. I don't. It's a good game. But this game came first, and let me tell you, this was a real winner, and it's something that really touched me in a very primal way as far as the idea of this game. Me loving it, and it really kind of, in a way, opening my eyes to, I guess, the idea of games that were heavily inspired by Zelda, which this definitely was. And Hideki Kami, who is the director of the game, openly came out and said that. But also the idea of its mythological element, and this is another one of those games as art cases. As you're seeing this beautiful, beautiful woodcut and watercolor art style, which we'll talk to a little bit as far as it. We are playing on the PlayStation 2. It's also on the Wii. It also came out later on the PlayStation 3. Got an HD version that's on disc in Japan. I think it's region-free. Actually, no, every game on the PS3 is region-free with the exception of, I think, 2. It also is an HD version now on PC, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and Switch. And it also was released on the Amazon Luna, I should say. The Wii game was interesting because they actually had to reprogram that based on incomplete assets that they got from Clover Studios, or Clover Studio, singular, and Capcom after, well, I'd say almost a year and a half, really, after the game originally came out. And that's where I'm going to start as far as this one. This game, as mentioned, was developed by Clover Studio. It was the second to last game they ever made. This is the team that made Viewtiful Joe, all the Viewtiful Joe games, Viewtiful Joe 1, 2, Red Hot Rumble, Double Trouble. They made God Hand on PlayStation 2, which is their last game that came out a little after this. Right after this game came out, this game was not a huge seller on PlayStation 2. It was a case where they dissolved. A lot of the people who worked there, they went over to Platinum Games, making stuff like Bayonetta and Anarchy Reigns, and the game based on The Legend of Korra in particular. And it was Hideki Kami who did the direction of this game. He did system planning on Resident Evil for the PlayStation and Saturn, and he directed Resident Evil 2. And he also directed Viewtiful Joe, Bayonetta, and The Wonderful 101 for Wii U. And as mentioned, the game was Clover Studio, which was an abbreviation of Creativity Lover. So it's basically C and then Lover as far as it. And they definitely had a love going on with this one, as we're seeing the perspective of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, who came up and was taking care of the evil warrior, or the evil demon Orochi, who was bringing darkness to the land. The ethereal wolf's valiant act ushered in a new era of tranquility within Nippon, specifically Japan. And the villagers' hearts swelled with respect and adoration for the wolf. And this is the case of it, as it is. You can see from my shirt here, it's like, yeah, I can thank St. Aspartame for that one. He knew I loved this game. Going back in the day, I was in college with him, and it was a case where I was knowing him right when this game came out, I was saying, please, you have to play this game. I was literally begging anybody who would listen to me, saying, did you play this game? The answer is, generally speaking, no, they didn't. But something that looked like, my God, this game looks great. And something that really disturbed me when somebody said this to me, they said, hey, I wanted to play this game. I went to Walmart. They said, we don't have it. I said, why? You're getting more stock? I said, no. We sent our stock back to Capcom because this game was not a huge seller. And on the PS2, it sold 270,000 copies. But that was against Twilight Princess, which sold, on the GameCube alone, it sold 1.43 million units. The Wii version was 7.5 million, and then 1.6 million on Wii U. So yeah, the Wii U version sold better than this. Though this did get its success later on, particularly when it came out on the Wii, where it sold 280,000 copies, and then its HD version, specifically on PlayStation 4, was the best-selling version at 360,000 units, 140,000 on the PS3, Xbox One 60,000, and the Switch is the worst-selling one, at least as far as easily trackable sales, I guess, because it's not physical in the US on Switch. That and PlayStation 3 are the only consoles this is not have a physical version of in this country. But on Switch it only sold 40,000, but again, I think those are physical sales. I do have that digitally on the Switch because it was on sale about a couple of months ago, and they put it on sale every so often. We were running the original on the PlayStation 2, and you're looking as far as what this game's doing with its visual art style, specifically the Ukiyo-e style, which is woodblock, and also Sumi-e, which is indicating ink wash look, and also watercolor specifically. It's interesting because this one, I was doing the notes on this and looking into it because I want to find out more myself as far as this wonderful game, which we're going to have a preview of for the first couple hours in particular, as far as giving a look at what this game is and why I love it with all my heart and soul. And I have tons of stories to tell about this one. If you were to go into any stories you have about this game, if you played its sequel, Okami Den, which is on DS. Actually, I haven't played it. Actually, that was by Masanori Endo, who, the guy who made the Tower Draga, weirdly enough. The company he started in, I think, the 2000s. He made Okami Den on the DS, and they're doing a sequel to this game that Hideki Kamiya openly said, hey, we're working on. He gave a little bit of a perspective that's sort of this week, but nothing new as far as the idea of when it's coming. There's a thought it might be retconning Okami Den, which is directly sequelizing this, in the sense that a lot of the characters in this have kind of younger versions of themselves, as is the case. And we'll get into this in a little bit, because it is going to be a case where, like a lot of games of 2006, Twilight Princess included, but also Kingdom Hearts 2, The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, which we're also doing a scoping session of later this year, and this one, there's a lot of setting up on this game, so in that case, we're going to have to go the whole way, as it is. But as I mentioned, the visual style, it was inspired by the works of Katsushika Hokusai, who is the creator of 36 Views of Mount Fuji, particularly the Great Wave of Kanagawa. I'll have pictures of those out of a distance from the game, and also from myself on camera for this. And it was interesting because the thought of saying what they wanted to do with the visuals of this, as far as making this game look distinct, go for its total Japanese authenticity as far as its mythological element, its visual elements, and its cultural element. But also part of that was because Hideki Kamiya, his perspective was he wanted to run a game with a lighter style as far as it for this. And one of his ideas, he said, I want to run a game on the PlayStation 2 on the engine of the remake of Resident Evil from the GameCube. Now, that's a horror game, and of course he did system engineering on the original. But the thing is that we sometimes talk about the idea of difference of consoles and it doesn't necessarily matter, but honestly, in the case of that, it really did, because they took that engine for Resident Evil Remake from GameCube, they put it to PlayStation 2, they realized, yeah, there are a lot of technical problems with this. So they said, okay, we're gonna look at this art style, but they said that ended up being their way around as far as getting this game running. So if you're one of those people back in the day who said, oh yeah, you had a GameCube and you were saying to people, yeah, the PS2 couldn't run the Resident Evil Remake, you were right. But also, what they said with this engine in particular, they said, we can come up with something else like this and say it works as artistic style, but also says, hey, it fixes those performance problems. And it is a pretty consistent 30 frames per second on this one, which is consistent across every other version. Hello, Dolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. I'm on camera for tonight, and you can see why, I think, on screen and also with me, given my case of Okami Amaterasu and also the pictures I have on the sides here. For Okami, for PlayStation 2, we're doing a scoping session on this. I love this game to death. I don't know what your experience on Okami is. If you've played it, feel free to go in your memories on it. We are playing on the PlayStation 2, but it has been ported to basically everything. It's on PlayStation 3, it's on Wii, it's on Xbox One, Series S, Series X by extension. It's on PS4, extension PS5, and Switch 2. And Amazon Luna if you have that. I think I mentioned the PC as well. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too. And I'm so glad to be on for tonight's show. And it's one of those cases, I had to get dressed up. I had to get myself looking nice. I had to get some interior decorating going on to get these pictures up. As it is, I've never played it. Well, let me tell you, you were in for a treat. You're in for such a treat if you've never played this game. This wonderful, wonderful game. As I mentioned, the idea of this game is it was something that they want to run the Resident Evil engine from GameCube as far as the remake of that, but then saying, what can we do to make it run decently on this console? They said the visual style, but also we want to have this visual style before we're telling like the story. And then also the idea of what you're seeing here as far as seeing like the paintbrush on the screen. It's telling the history of Okami Amaterasu and her battles with Orochi, the evil demon. Basically the idea of the producer of this game, that being Atsushi Inaba, who's saying, hey, with this look, why don't we also have a game where it is artistic as far as how it looks, as far as the visual, but what if you have a perspective being able to play around and control it? And that's where the idea of the Celestial Brush came into play, which is what we're going to be using for bringing life back to the land, or seeing one of the great dogs of video gaming right here, running across the landscape, and my God, is beautiful. And to think, this came out 20 years ago on the PlayStation 2, and it's still as beautiful today as it was back then. But yeah, as I mentioned, Atsushi Inaba came up with the idea of that concept we're pointing out as far as his other credits. He did producing Steel Battalion for Xbox. That's another game that if I ever get a handle on that one, I'd also need to be on camera for that, because it used this massive, massive, massive controller that would take this entire table up if I was going to play it. But that game is insanely expensive. I mean, it was expensive when it came out, $200, because it came with that controller. But it's gone up massively. But that he was producer on that, as well as Resident Evil Code Veronica. And later on with stuff with Platinum Games, where a lot of people made this at Clover Studio went on to. Stuff like Vanquish and Mad World and Anarchy Reigns and Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. But also Bayonetta 2. And he also was a producer on all the games in the Viewtiful Joe franchise. As well as executive producer on Sol Cresta, Astral Chain, Nier Automata, which we talked Nier Automata a couple times in the show before, Transformers Devastation, and Babylon's Fall. And that's kind of the idea just to start as far as how it was. And they did openly say, hey, this is heavily influenced by The Legend of Zelda. And as I mentioned, this game came to market 2 months before The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, or 3 months ahead of the GameCube version, which is what I have. And we'll get to this thing. Gemini96 and Ultra9014 in our chat are going to be playing this one. They love this game, and most people played this one. To me, this is the first time where, I'll tell you, just to tell a brief story on this, as good a game as this is, I know a big reaction to this game was saying, hey, we're going back to the realistic visual style, sort of, after this came out. The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker, which was also on the GameCube, also had a very stylistic art design to itself. People had questions about that. It was also a case where, I don't know if Zelda fans were maybe ready for the idea of people like me coming around and saying, hey, there's a game that's like Zelda that's better this year. I'm sorry. I mean, I know there's people who love Twilight Princess, and the more I played of it, the more I've definitely seen that in particular. But as I said, it's also kind of similar to this one in the sense of that game had a Wolf 2. This game was unveiled first as far as the Wolf gameplay at the Tokyo Game Show of 2004. So it looked almost like Zelda was copying it, and I'm sorry, I'm one of those people who says, it has to compete. I know Zelda is a great franchise and all that, and without Zelda, we wouldn't have this game. That is absolutely true. Deki Kamiya, who admittedly is kind of an asshole, and that's an understatement, because he's openly said, hey, the people who are working on this game, even though they had issues when it came to perspectives about themselves, saying we're enthusiastic making this as something like Viewtiful Joe, which they said they weren't because there were kind of questions on how this was going to go. He kind of was putting them down, but he has since kind of come out to, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, because they made an amazing game. I think that this is Clover Studio's best game, that's my perspective. It might even be better than anything they've made as Platinum. As good as those other games are in particular. But yeah, there's a lot of people kind of questioning, saying, hey, is Okami real that much better? In fact, I'm also going to do something very dangerous right now, especially in the wake of their infamous review of Mouse PI for Hire. I'm going to defend IGN. Not on that. I can't defend them on that yet because I haven't played it, but for that one, they actually had to write an article saying, hey, we gave Okami Game of the Year 2006, which I would have as well, if it worked for me, and they said, this is why we did it. I'll link to that article down below. Also down below in the link list, I'll have in the description all of the past and later future Scooby session shows we did. But the case they came in and said, this game was kind of something that they really came up with some interesting things. It was kind of a surprise and really think about what it was really doing. And something where they kind of had to, I guess, quell the horde, if you really want to put it that way, as far as Zelda fans saying, hey, what? They weren't liking that idea as far as thought of people saying this is better. But then again, Zelda's a legendary franchise. You are seeing the influences. You'll see influences of other games, in particular Viewtiful Joe and Street Fighter 2 in terms of some of the animations they've come out and said that was the idea. But it's always, I think, about anything else, saying, what did this game do differently? This is not just Zelda. And in particular, we're going to see this. This has much more of a platform bent to itself. That definitely makes it kind of stand out a bit, although there are similarities. We do have a similar helper going along with us, not similar to in Twilight Princess. And also the idea that we're playing as a wolf. But it is also something that, for me, I got in this one so much, and maybe it's one of those cases where I was kind of rooting for, the underdog on this one, in the sense of saying, this is a game that people were not playing, and if you love Zelda, you gotta play this game. If you love gaming at all, I think you gotta play this. Even if you don't play games at all, this is one of those must-play games. Also, it looks weird for my case. I hope this isn't gonna show weird on the video. It seems like maybe there's a flickering coming off of the camera. I hope not. If there is and that reflects on the video, I'm sorry. And if that's the case, I'll also have to figure what I'm going to do as far as on-screen appearances in the future. And the reason I'm doing this one, as I mentioned, is because I love this game. You're seeing it right here. I had to give my perspective of just how much I love it. I have the shirt, I have pictures, I have another picture that's held up somewhere else in my house. This game really struck a chord with me in a way that I was not prepared for. Maybe that's the idea. I thought this game looked really interesting when it was coming out. I played Viewtiful Joe. I liked Viewtiful Joe. Viewtiful Joe is a case where, as I mentioned, we did demo that when we did our Gamecube Preview Disc show. I did say then, it's a good game, but maybe it was one of those cases where it had some great concepts that as the game goes along, it maybe kind of runs out of steam as far as coming up with really clever things to do with it. This game has a similar system in the sense that you have a bunch of powers. This game never, ever becomes a case of seeming like it's spinning its wheels. So maybe that's the reason I liked it more, and I also liked it better than God Hand in particular. Yeah, speaking of the infamous IGN reviews, they give it a 3. I don't think it's a 3, but I think it's not that great, which is why when we get to that game, Edwax can control it because he loves it. That is the last game of Clover Studios in particular. It has its values. It is also a case that if you're on PlayStation 3, that is your only re-release of it. You're never going to get re-released again. I will guarantee you that. We'll go on to that when we get to that game. But having said that, this was something that really took me by surprise, and I think maybe 2006, when we really think about it, it was a kind of transformative year for myself, just in general, but also maybe as a gamer. I was realizing as the generation, that generation of consoles, GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox was coming to an end, and Xbox 360 started the next one, and Wii and PlayStation 3 were coming out a couple months after this game did. That was the next step, and that was also the case of saying, all right, what do we have as far as the tech that those consoles can bring and the artistry that comes with them, but also what can the PlayStation 2 still do and really show this idea of a game that totally blindsided me, especially against other huge games of that year. As I mentioned, some of the biggest games of the year like Final Fantasy XII, Zelda Twilight Princess, Kingdom Hearts 2, and The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion in particular. We're not going to watch the intro again, we've seen it enough, because I do want to go on the option we got to get the game started, because we've got a pretty lengthy opening, which is also something all those games have in common. Lengthy openings. But as opposed to some of those where I get the sense they're holding out on the player, not so with this one. But as I said, maybe that was the idea. Against all those huge games, here comes this kind of humble game, maybe out of nowhere. And maybe that's a thought I'll also put this out to all you, which is, what are some of your favorite games ever that you didn't expect you would love when they came around? Sometimes it's a case I'll say, when certain games come around, I say, oh wow, I love them because they're part of franchises I've known, like Super Mario Brothers or Legend of Zelda or Sonic the Hedgehog or something like that. And maybe something like this, it just really just blew me away, just what this game was doing, and especially other cases. Something like, okay, Dolphin, you have an answer to that. Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. That was a game that surprised me too, I think, with how good that was when we played that on PlayStation 2. Speaking of great dogs in gaming and great dogs on the PlayStation 2, we'll have our play of that link below as well, but also Shadow Hearts Covenant, because we had Blanca, the dog, in that one, or the wolf, as is. Not some of this, really. So I guess while Chasm 22 and Crusader 64 were playing that game, I was playing this one, as was the case. I never thought it would be so much fun. There you go, that's a good example, and sometimes the cases mentioned, the thing with the licenses you mentioned, especially something like this, maybe it's one of those things that, like a lot of people, they say, let's talk about an original property, as is. But also thinking of what can a license really do, you know? What was the one that played in Austria? Oh, let me think about this. Was it popular in Austria? Well, I mean, there's a couple cases. I know that, I know when I was on my vacation there, thinking about that, like what my playlist was. I played Mario Party 3 when I was on the plane. I played Bust a Move 2. Actually, Dolph I'll mention to you, if that's the one, Bust a Move 2, Crusader 64 got back into that one. That was it. That was the one. Okay, gotcha. Alright, there you go. Because we had a great time playing that game, too, as well. Maybe something that you're kind of surprised to learn as far as how it is. Actually, a lot of the title stuff, honestly. Yeah, Bust a Move 2, that's the one. Indeed. Yeah, and Crusader 64, he's getting back into it. He's loving it in particular, and he basically came out and said, I was mentioning him, I was like, hey, do you remember all the names of all these people as far as the creatures? Like, yeah, I have my notebook from a few months ago, and he was like falling into it. I loved it and was addicted. Yeah, and we had a great time playing that, and we can definitely come back to that again, and also to that franchise. I think we're going to have to at some point, as is the case. But tonight, as I mentioned, it's Okami's time to shine, and as far as other stuff I got on my notes in particular, the only other thing I'll go into before we talk about the BAFTA-winning musical score for this game, and yes, that is true. This game did win a BAFTA for its audio, for its music, anyway. The idea of the Wii version, because on the Wii, it's worth pointing out, that was the first re-release of the game that came from this version. They took the assets of this game that Capcom had after Clover Studios closed down, but they didn't have them all. They were incomplete, and I was talking to people about this, saying, hey, you know, what's the idea of them losing source code, especially that quickly? It wasn't even a year and a half between the Wii and the PS2 versions of this. But they then said, well, we basically had to reverse engineer that, not just because of that, but also because of the differences between the Wii and the PS2's architecture. And that was Ready at Dawn, by the way, who did that version. Their backgrounds, we're pointing out, they made Daxter for the PSP, as well as God of War Chains of Olympus and Ghost of Sparta, also on PSP. They also made the Order 1886 for the PlayStation 4, and Lone Echo for the Oculus. And it was also co-developed by Tosei Company, who made Tetris 2 for NES and Game Boy, and they co-developed Kid Icarus for NES, Frankenstein the Monster Returns for NES, Yoshi's Cookie as well, and some other stuff. Also, Shenmue is another great game. That's another one. And see, I'll tell you, maybe the suggestion that I don't love Shenmue as much as this game because I wasn't on camera for playing Shenmue. Made for Shenmue 2. But having said that, that was another one that, for me, just took me by surprise. And we sometimes talk about that. Games that we love that maybe we would not have expected to say, wow, this is amazing. And maybe one of those things you want to tell everybody you know about those games in particular. And that was me with Okami. That was me in college talking to people saying, you gotta play this game, you gotta play this game. And cases where people found it and they said, yeah, you were kind of right, we really liked it. I remember actually saying Aspartame himself said, I bought him this game. I said, I want you to play this so much, I bought you a copy. He said, I had a great time playing it. I don't think it's better than The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which I said, I never said it was better than Ocarina of Time. I said it was better than Twilight Princess, which is there's a Freudian slip right there, because one of my things on Twilight Princess is saying it's going to the Ocarina of Time script so much that maybe it felt diluted. And compared to this, it definitely felt diluted to me. That being said, we were going to do Twilight Princess as is. Eventually, we're going to do Ocarina of Time again. We'll get to that eventually. And come back to Zelda actually sooner than you might think. I will tell you about that later. But all right, we're in the options menu. We're talking about options here to get ourselves set. It's gonna be a while before we're gonna start playing. Just to go into that, you do have camera control. You can run it as normal, or you can convert the Y-axis or the X-axis, or both. You have Rumble on, so you have that DualShock 2 controller. Beautiful DualShock 2 controller. You can set that. You have the Rumble. You can have that on. Your background music, you do want that up. I'll talk about the credits on the music as well. Sound effect volume. Sound output of stereo. There is Dolby Pro Logic 2 support for this one if you have the setup for it. I do not. And Monero, so you can have mono. And also video output. This does not have widescreen support on this console. The later versions, particularly on PS3 and forward, do. I don't think the Wii version does. And it doesn't have progressive scan support on this console. By the way, if you hit X and triangle, I gotta make sure, like, yeah, there it is, where the camera is. When you boot up something on PlayStation 2 and you have the component cables like I do, you can get progressive scan going, but I tried it on this game, nothing happened. But this does have a video output mode, so you can run it on LCD TV or standard. I'm gonna run LCD, because nowadays that's what's going to look the best, but it is worth pointing out, as I said, it's something where it'll look great if you're running it on a CRT in particular. But for our show, running an LCD, we're going to have that option set. You can save it to your memory card. We're pointing out on the memory card, you have saving going on of 170 kilobytes to the memory card for a file. Those pressure-sensitive buttons, rumble going on, analog controller, and it's rated teen for fantasy violence, blood and gore, crude humor, suggestive content, and usage of alcohol and tobacco, which goes into perspectives of its cultural aspect. I think with that, actually, no, before we do that, I want to talk the music, because there's a lot of cases in this, and we're going to be sitting here looking at the story for quite a while. So, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. But let's talk about the music. It's worth pointing out this game did win 2 BAFTAs as far as itself. It won it for its musical score. It won that against The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and for me, it's no contest. This is so much better, and also unlike Twilight Princess, real instruments. I like the music in Twilight Princess, but full orchestra. I would have loved to have full orchestra. Thankfully, Skyward Sword would address that, but also against the scores of Final Fantasy XII for PlayStation 2, God of War 2 also for the PlayStation 2, Vivi Pinata for Xbox 360, and Lair for PlayStation 3. And also won one other BAFTA, that being for Artistic Achievement, and won that against some pretty big hitters, in particular Bioshock, which I think we can show that. I just have to be careful because there is some licensed music in places, and I have to get a sense if I have to mute that. As well as Skate, Vivi Pinata again, Heavenly Sword, and Ratchet & Clank Future Tools Destruction, the latter being on the PlayStation 3. So the idea of the visual perspective, but I'll say this. One thing I will jump into on this game is that if you're looking at this game and saying, wow, this game is gorgeous, but is it just style with no substance? The answer is absolutely not. This is an artistic achievement in every capacity of itself, in terms of how it looks, in terms of how it sounds, and also in terms of how it plays. And I said, it's one of those perfect games you present to somebody when it comes to the idea of, do they believe video gaming is an art form? I've mentioned this before a couple times. I mentioned this on an off-screen show. I said, with Final Fantasy VI, you look at the intro of Final Fantasy VI, which Gemini 96 is going to be involved when we get to. If you look at that and you don't think gaming is a work of art as far as it can be doing that, I don't want to know you. And same with this game and a bunch of other ones as is. But I think that's the idea. We do see that value, but also saying, where's the artistry come for in multiple different factors? And sometimes it can be one thing, it can be multiple things. But for me, this game is the whole package, and I'm about to show you exactly why I love it. So we're going to start a new game, as we're pointing out. This can second as our first part of it, just like all the scoping sessions do. And our next scoping session, by the way, will be in about a month with Gemini 96 in our chat, as we're pointing out. So let's get started with
Okami.
There you go. Okay, so with that, as I'm a cider as well, let's start talking about the plot. I'll talk the music later. I just forgot. All right, so here we go. Yes, Hideki Kamiya came up with the story, but he also directed the game. It's worth pointing out. And we got a while to go. This is going to be about a half an hour. But compared to Kingdom Hearts 2 being 5 hours, yeah, count your blessings. That's the first part of that game, which is why Nikki's going to be involved when we get to that one. But a long, long time ago, as you're hearing this lovely music, you know what? I'm going to let you soak this in to start, and then we'll go to the story. Let me talk to you about the music. There are about, I think, 5 people who are involved in this. In particular, the lead composer was Masami Ueda, who did music for Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. He also did music for Trickin' Snowboarder for the PlayStation, a game I'd never heard of before. I was taking the notes, but it was from Capcom, and we did get it here. He also did the music for Devil May Cry, both of the Viewtiful Joe games, Bayonetta 1 and 2, and Nier Automata. And also joining him was Hiroshi Yamaguchi, did music for Anarchy Reigns, Bayonetta. He did the main theme of The Wonderful 101 for Wii U. When we get to that game, it's been ported to other things. We're playing that on Wii U. Act called dibs on that game. And he said, we have to play that with the gamepad. They tried to put it to other things as far as the other versions. It feels awful. It's like, we gotta play this with the gamepad. We do the show. I said, yeah, no problem. We're gonna definitely do that eventually. He also did music for Star Fox Zero for Wii U, as well as Star Fox Guard, which, remember, Platinum Games was involved with both of those. As well as Babylon's Fall, the unfortunately gone game. I think that was something where it was like a, I don't know if it was a massively multiplayer online thing. I think it maybe sort of is, but it's gone. It's not playable anymore. And he also did music for Bayonetta 3, so we're pointing out this was Hiroshi Yamaguchi's first music score. And also joining was Hiroyuki Hamada, who did music for Tempo for 32X. That is a very colorful and strange platforming game I'd never played. And there's a sequel Japan has. He also did music for called Super Tempo. I'll have a picture of Tempo over here. I gotta remember to point over that way, as is. I don't know if it's any good. I know it costs some money. We did the music on that, as well as Tactics Ogre for the Sega Saturn. Virtua Striker 2 from Sega, the football game of theirs, the soccer game, I should say. Well, it is, same case. As well as Virtual Athlete 2000 for Dreamcast, and Gungraf and Blaze for the PlayStation 2. And actually, he did work on Shenmue, in the sense he did music conversion for it. And those are the sound effects on all 3 of the Golden Sun games, those being Golden Sun for Game Boy Advance, Golden Sun The Lost Age for the Game Boy Advance, and Golden Sun Dark Dawn for DS. And also did music for Sonic Rush, and did voice direction on something I have with me right here. Babysitting Mama for the Wii. I've shown this on the show as far as actually having this. I showed this the first time we were on camera with Crusader 64. This game, which is a spin-off of the Cooking Mama franchise of Majesco's, has a little baby doll peripheral. He did do the voice direction of this, so when you hear the idea of her saying, no, 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 don't shake the baby, when you move the Wiimote only little as far as it, because, yeah, the motion control is very weird on that game. Yeah, he was involved. So there you go. I had to show the baby, and we're gonna have to be on camera when we do Babysitting Mama, no question. And that was a case where I bought that because Nikki said, I love the Cooking Mama games. Like, we gotta buy this one in particular. But also, another person making a debut here is Ray Kondo, who did music also for Devil May Cry 4, Bayonetta, again, a lot of the Bayonetta cases going on here. So Spectre of Origins, I know Spectre was a big one for you, for Gemini 96 from when we were talking, as well as this game's sequel, Okami, which is on DS, as well as music for Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch, which is on PlayStation 3, and it's since gotten modern ports. That is a game with visual design and artwork by Studio Ghibli, of actually, you know, this was planned too, Kiki's Delivery Service fame, as far as it... No, that's right, because I do have the Gigi mug from that movie, so Kiki, look, it's me, there you go. But, yeah, that was the case as far as that, and also music by Joe Hisaishi did the music for that movie, and Spirited Away as well. But also he did music for The Wonderful 101, as well as Mario Party 10 for Wii U, and Mario Party Island Tour for 3DS, I should say, as well as Star Fox Zero, Another Code Recollection. He was the lead composer on Everybody Want to Switch, which is on Switch, the sequel to the much maligned launch title, as far as, you know, people doing weird stuff, as far as that's also an on-camera game. But if you have the right group of friends together playing that game, particularly the first one, which we played, I know Edwick has, it's a case where you can actually have a pretty good time. And that's one of those we got to be on camera if we're going to do that game eventually, or its sequel, which Everybody Wants to Switch is the sequel. And also, the last name in particular on this is Akari Kaida. She did music for Night Warriors Darkstalkers Revenge, so part of the Darkstalkers franchise of Capcom's, as well as Rockman Forte for Super Famicom, and Breath of Fire 3 for the PlayStation, and also Omonimusha 3 Demon Siege for PlayStation 2, Mega Man Battle Network 1, 4.5, and 5, as well as music for both the Mega Man Star Force 3 games that just got re-released, as well as Mega Man ZX Advent, Mega Man 10, Dino Crisis, Women's Dark 1 and 2, and Tekken 8. And there's also a case of sound design, as the lead sound designer. I'll talk about that a little bit. But I think in that case, we gotta get going with the story, because a long time ago, here we go. There was a tiny hamlet called Kamiki Village. It was nestled in a proud and beautiful cherry blossom perspective. Look at that, and look at the cherry blossoms coming off the screen. My God, it's beautiful. You're getting this amazing music. It's so good. In fact, I'm gonna bump the music up a little more. And this does go too high, let me know, and I'll change it. But alright. So every tree around the quiet burg was honored as a god. So yeah, go. The idea of, you know, nature. The idea of kami, that is Japanese for god, as far as the idea. Yeah, but it wasn't without its dark secrets. And by the way, get snacks here. We're going to be here for a bit of time. Just to let you know. Love the way they tell the story. Talk about it as almost like a picture book. A little bit are also a case of, just as I mentioned, the art style they're going. Because satiate the appetite of Orochi, who is the fearsome cave-dwelling beast, the demon in particular. The young maiden was offered as the virgin sacrifice at the annual festival. So yeah, there you go. It's not necessarily going to be shying away from some of the darker elements of this. But I'll say this, even as a game with a teen rating, I would probably be more comfortable giving a 10-year-old this game to play than something like Shadow the Hedgehog that is an E10 rating in particular. Because I think the themes of this game and kind of the positive aspect, even against some of the dark elements that are here, and like Shadow the Hedgehog, this is in context. There's a reason for this to be here, and it doesn't seem like it's being gratuitous. But yeah, he had a mountain with a body like a mountain and 8 heads, mountain and necks the size of tree trunks. Blood-red eyes alone that were said to curse anyone who would stare at him. Nowhere disobeyed the horrific beast. So the idea of setting up the idea of the mystery of what's going on in the village, the darker element, and also the horror of Orochi. But when the night of the sacrifice drew near, well, the white wolf appeared outside the village. Yeah, the coat as brilliant as snow, dubbed Shiranui. Kept a watchful eye on the citizens and anyone who ventured outside of the village, basically being their protector. Patrolled the streets at night, especially, I guess, the good case of thinking, you know, the idea of the wolves is the idea of, like, the protectors of man and woman and anybody, really. People assume the wolf would be a familiar of Orochi, basically like a flip side, but, okay, well, it is a flip side, in a way, but the case of saying it's one of its commandants, but no, that's not the case. But one villager took upon itself to face the fearsome Shiranui. Yeah, that was the warrior Nagi. We'll see him later. And you're definitely getting this Banjo-Kazooie's speak going on as far as it, and I love it. Tried to challenge the wolf multiple times, but each time they were thwarted by the swift movement of the wolf. God, I love this music so much. Oh my God. I think I love this game so much. That's my final thoughts. I know we're only doing one show for this, and like all the second or the scoping session shows, we'll come back to this, I promise, and then we'll do a full play, but I'm just giving my final thoughts now. I love this game with all my heart and soul, and if you haven't played it, please go buy it. Don't wait. I mean, if you have to turn the show off to go buy it, go on your digital store or something like that, do it. I won't mind. But yeah, the night arrived, and the white plumed arrow heralded the coming sacrifice. Boom. And then also the fact that they're having the arrow going into that, and also they do rumble as far as it. Great camera. So good to see you, 2022, for Okami, for the PlayStation 2. I know this game was coming. I told you this game was coming. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to memories flow on, I guess, what I showed you of Okami, anything you know of Okami, other games of Clover Studios or Platinum Games, because of the presser of them. And also, I guess, anything with Zelda or anything about, I'll say this, games that you came to that you maybe didn't expect to fall head over heels for. Maybe you didn't have expectations. That was my case when Okami came out 20 years ago. In a way, I guess it was a game that changed me as a gamer, and I loved it so much. Cisco, good to see you, and thank you so much for jumping in as we take a look at what's going on. As I mentioned, the arrow came through. It does rumble on the DualShock for that. Yeah, remember, Nagi's the warrior. He's harboring the secret love for Nami, and enraged by the sign here. And he wants to stop Orochi, the evil demon. I love the art style. It still holds up well. Yes, it does. As we're pointing out, we are playing this on the PlayStation 2 in particular. I did show you the Switch version a couple days ago, and it is on all the modern systems, so you can get this. But it's also something where, even on the PS2, my God, this game still looks incredible. And as I mentioned before you jumped on, it was actually an interesting case because Hideki Kamiya directed this. I found him was doing the notes today. It was something where he said, I want to run a game with the Resident Evil engine from the remake from GameCube, and actually it was not running well on the PS2, so he said, this visual style, which we want to do anyway, actually ended up helping them, so actually they were able to run the game correctly as far as it, and basically make it so it wouldn't lag in particular or chug with frame rate. Yeah, the Moon Cave is where Orochi was set, and so in that case, Nagi the warrior stood bravely before the entrance and wanted to take down the demon. And the eyes going crimson upon the 8 thrashing necks. Yeah, but Orochi stood up for him, anxious for another sacrifice, saying, alright, we have the one virgin sacrifice going on. We have the, well, the one he doesn't want to be, or maybe he is. I don't remember the case as far as the actual mythology of this in particular, but the idea is that Nagi, with gradual grace, swept through the air and swiped a sword. But the hide was like steel as far as Orochi, so the blade didn't do anything. Also, I'm curious, I'm seeing on the video here, it seems like there's almost like a little white line on the left of the screen. I'm just curious if that's coming up on the video. No, it's not. Okay, so you're not seeing it, I don't know why. But anyway, at long last, Nagi, his energy spent for the intense battle, dropped to his knees, fatigued and gasping for breath. He said he was staring death right in the face. But Shiranui, that being the wolf that he fought, came by and said, no, that was not a case of anything personal. I'm going to protect you. In the darkness of the night, the darkness of the cave, the coach shone brilliantly. Talk about also another great great dog of gaming, in particular, Chasm 22. While you're playing Shadow Hearts Covenant back in 2006, around, I think is when you said you and Christina 64 played it. Yeah, before I knew you or him, or actually most of the people in chat as far as this, it's a case where I was playing this, and I think we were not suffering in any case. And as we mentioned a couple days ago, the fact of the PlayStation 2's library, and this being amongst the last great games on it, although there actually were a lot of really good ones, and actually another scoping session we're going to do later this year is going to be dedicated to one of those, that being Persona 3 FES. Or Persona 3, but FES is the version we're using. And other ones, I'd say God of War 2 is another great late-era game on the console, as well as Odin Sphere. That's a game I want to show in particular as well. Yeah, Orochi reared its head as far as it readied its fangs for battle. But yeah, who's going to come out ahead of that? Yeah, and the fact also you get these nice details of the stories being told, almost like if you're reading, I guess, a storybook to your children, but the idea of it being fully interactive. So you have the idea of pop-up books, which I think, okay, this is not inspired by that. As I mentioned, it's the Ukiyo-e woodblock style and the Sumi-e ink wash and watercolor style of Japanese artistry, in particular, going along with that. So, that being the case of saying it's even more interactive than something like Pop-Up in particular. But you could get that going on here. It's saying, like, remember, Shiranui, the name of the wolf, summon the gusts of the divine wind to counter the flames of Orochi. Like that. And get used to the celestial brush. We're going to be doing that in-game. It's amazing. It does tell the story quite a bit. By the way, we are, this is a long intro, but that being said, also, Shiranui had other tricks up her sleeve, as it is. Sharpening claws glistening, it was able to bring the tree up from the ground. Yeah, there's a lot of plot going on here to start in particular, but yeah, that's the idea. Shiranui fought gallantly to gain up your hand, but Orochi was still protected by mystical powers and was not easily bested. Yeah, but Shiranui's majestic coat was cut massively. So yeah, covered in gashes, blood coming out in particular, still exhausted before the mighty Orochi. So maybe even Shiranui can't stop Orochi. So what happened next? That's the idea in particular. So a chance to strike would be the final blow. But Shiranui did the howl, and on the last ounce of strength, the majestic wolf gazed into the heavens and unleashed a mighty howl. And with that, the black clouds overhead dissipated, brought the crimson moon up, landed off of Nagi's sword, and brought him power. Guided by his sword, Nagi, who'd been taking shelter in the shadows, now has the power to stand proudly face to face against the adversary, channeling all his power and all his strength into his beloved sword and also into his scattered and battered arms. He left ferociously towards Orochi and poised his sword high. I even love the way that the prose is going here, the idea of dancing his hands like a puppet on a string. And one by one, Orochi's fearsome head separated from their owner, so there you go. The power of the sword, powered up by Shiranui, was able to cut down Orochi. There you go, Orochi's broken body collapsed, his decapitated head's bleeding out. And it was in that instant the curse that plagued the villagers was finally lifted. As the battle subsided, the sun shone once again on the land and on the sky. But Shiranui unfortunately didn't make it. Poison was getting into her. But Nagi, of course, you remember, wanted to fight Shiranui, saying, you know what, I thought you were going to take us down or do something horrible to us. He realized, scooped the beast up in his arms, and returned to Kamiki village. So thinking about this, we talked about the idea of, I mentioned this when we played Parasite Eve, the idea of saying, hey, the concept of, the idea of maybe loss of a pet in particular, loss of an animal, and the way this is doing it. This is a game, another game that does it in particular, but it's also something it suggests. It's not a case where they're showing it, they just have to describe it. And even just looking at this, you get the sense of saying, scooping the beast in his arms, return to the village, saying, we're gonna honor her. In a way very moving in particular, I'll tell you that right now. And for me personally as well, because it was not too far after this game came out, it must be said, where I had to do that to one of my beloved dogs. Just like I mentioned with Parasite Eve, but in particular with this, looking at this again, it's kind of reminded me of that too. And the idea that it's really getting to something serious and something real. And as I mentioned, what this game really means to me. The world, I think you can tell. Yeah, unfortunately that was it. Shiranui, the poison, unfortunately caused her to pass. The village elder stroked her head. So that was a hoarse and pitiful bark. And that was it. But yeah, Shiranui saved everyone and gave Nagi the power to defeat Orochi. And with that, her sacrifice was not in vain, because peace had finally returned to Kamiki village. And in honor of her heroic exploits, the villagers erected a shrine and placed a statue of the wolf within it. Understandable. And Nagi's sword, it's worth pointing out, was christened the Tsukiyomi. It was also placed inside the moon cave. The villagers look forward to an age of endless peace. They said it was definitely not without sacrifice, but we're never going to forget Shiranui. But that's the background. Yeah, this is not the end of the story, so wait a second. Now here we are, as far as the beautiful colors. There's more of this tale than meets the eye, that's for sure. So, a century after what we just saw, we're just told about, something happened so quickly that no one in the village even took notice. Alright, so somebody's coming to take the sword. Alright, we gotta stop you. Yeah, this is Ukiyo-e, so they came to the shrine. It's the sword that banished Orochi. Yeah, just a legend, nothing but a fairy tale, so he doesn't believe in the legends. But he's able to pull the sword out. And by doing so, and the DualShock 2 is going like crazy as far as in my hands here. In particular, letting it go on the table that way. Well, with that... Yeah, he reawakened Orochi. He broke my bonds. Speak the words, I wish darkness unto the world. And once you utter that prayer unto me and unleash my power... Yeah, and it goes without saying, if you have a DualShock 2 for this console, which chances are you do because it's PlayStation 2, it's going to get some good use, so keep that rumble on. I got the loading screens. We're pointing out when you're on the loading screen in this version, and not some of the later ones, if you move the left analog stick around and hit the X button, if you do what I just did, you get a Beast Fang. You can actually, you can use these, you can farm these on the loading screens. The loading screens later versions do not let you do this. If on the PS2, it does. And we're going to want those for upgrades. So anytime we get to a loading screen, they are totally interactive. And the loads are not that bad, but even whilst they go, they just use that X button, keep hitting that, and for the ones that go in the path like that, hold the left analog stick in a specific direction, hit X as you go, or just hit X rapidly. You'll see me doing that a lot. But yeah, with that, horrible tragedy swept across the lands. But one village didn't get that terrible curse going on, and that was Kamiki Village, interesting enough. We had the protection of the sacred tree that kept them safe. And this is where the real story begins. Right, so there you go, that is the statue of Shiranui, as we saw in the intro. And right there, you can also see like the wave going on there. As I mentioned, this was heavily inspired by the works of Katsushika Hokusai. As particularly the Great Wave off Kanagawa, I guarantee you they were paying attention to that when they had some of the shots here. Right, this is someone in particular that's going to be very important to our plot, that being Sakia. She's the wood sprite. How troublesome. Just like the ancient prophecy of doom. So I guess the thought that they were going to be resurrecting Orochi eventually. What brought about such calamity. And no time to lose, we have to stop this. Well, my power's diminished over the years that I've spent protecting the shrine. Yeah, so Sakia, she does protect the moon cave here in particular. I don't have much time left for the world. So Matarasu, now's the time to return. You never need your power more, and given what we saw earlier, that's saying a lot. Shine your divine light upon this broken, polluted world. So that's the idea. See that darkness in the world there, we're going to bring light and life back to it. Let your heavenly rays become your hope as you guide us all. And yeah, the power is going to be in your hands as you go along. And there we go. Look at that. So this is Okami Amaterasu. That's who we're going to be playing as this entire game. The reincarnation of Shiranui. Yeah, such divine white lights. Such beauty and grace. We are still a dog, so it's going to play a factor as far as this. One capable of such a wondrous spectacle is none other than, well, the mother and the origin of all that is, that being us, Amaterasu. Okay, the savior whose brave sacrifice sealed Orochi away. Well, we're back, and we haven't changed one bit. And I love the other thing we saw in the intro, which is the fact that when it came to seeing Amaterasu here, we only saw her in silhouette. So we didn't get a sense of really what she looked like, unless you watched the intro like we did. But that being said, for the purpose of the story, saying, okay, here we go. Yeah, she is a good dog. She should just sit on command, or also just in case, so she just will. Yeah, but I have happiness in my heart now that you're back. Yeah, it's bringing a tear in my eye. And I love that as well. She does the howl, and then she goes and lies down. So wonderful. If you've ever had a dog in your life, my God, this is the game for you. And even if you are a cat person, this is also the game for you. If you're a human being, this is a game for you. That's my point. But Amaterasu, gaze above you. Taking the condition of the sky is not the bright perspective that we had before. It is amazing how this looks, though. And now the lower end has come to the devious and vicious beasts. Yeah. This is Nippon is mentioned, the idea of Japan. What a great dog. Yeah, it is true, right? Great dog. I mentioned that when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant. We had so many great cases of great dogs. Also, feel free to go into more great dogs of gaming. This is one of them. But also, there's so many others. Actually, I'm trying to think, in the list of stuff we got going on the schedules, I have some stuff online here. I'm trying to think what we got on great dogs coming up. Honestly, I don't know if I have anything with dogs in it. I just don't think I do. Oh, well, Okay, we sort of do, for a game I'm going to announce later on, in particular on tonight's show, and the schedule later on. But yeah, the circumstances are even worse than they were before. So yeah, please make sure you use your powers to banish the darkness and punish the evil. Yeah, we will. But wait. You do feel something. They do the rumble as far as this. You're saying, wait a second, what's going on? Yeah, something's in my robe. I'm feeling something weird. Yeah, alright, she's a bit ticklish. Yes, and it is out of her breasts in particular. Yeah, they do the rumble as far as this in particular, but here we go. Got another character. Someone's going to be joining us on our journey. You again? Oh, so you know who this is, huh? You nuts? And they're like, growling, saying, what's going on here? Does Animal Crossing have dogs? Yes, actually, Animal Crossing does have dogs. Animal Crossing has Isabelle, in particular. What's the new one? Or the most recent one? New Horizons, which on Switch, you know, Switch 2 got a version of itself for that. Or an enhanced version, I should say. Yeah, Isabelle does the announcements as far as that, but there's also other dogs that are kind of your, villagers as well. Yeah, Animal Crossing, that's another really good example of that, Dolphin. Thank you. And yeah, Animal Crossing was out at the time. In particular, there were two of them. Well, three of them. There was the N64 version that Japan got. There's the GameCube version, which is the enhanced version of that we got. And then Wild World was the DS game that came out the year before this. But for a little thing, you sure make a big fuss. I'm just trying to make the conversation a bit more, well, interesting. Interesting. You were napping in my breasts again. That's true, he was. Bug, I'm not a bug. Yeah, so, this little, sprite or bug or whatever he is, he's saying, yeah, I don't want to be called a bug, okay? I'm a wandering artist. He is right about that. I'm Isun. Yeah, we're going to be having Isun with us the whole journey, by the way. He's the wandering artist. And I do love how they have the little intros going on here saying, who are they when they're first introduced. Yeah, I'll just show you how great I am, and it won't be long until you're, convinced as far as that, or bowing before my great brush. Okay. Oh. Except, yeah, Amaterasu is basically getting the case of... Alright, looking at the art drawing. Oh my god, look at that. It's beautiful. Actually, not dissimilar to... And I didn't find anything about this, but when we played Shadow Hearts Covenant, going back to that again, the thought of the art design on that one, saying they wanted to get the 3D models going as much as they could to match what the 2D art they designed for it was. It also looks like this game, maybe they had that on their mind, too. But yeah, okay, point is that Isun drew that. Is that cuter than even the real thing? I don't know, but it is a great showcase as far as that. But it's like, there you go, right on your nose. Yeah, what you do, Furball? Yeah, he's gonna keep calling us that. He'll kind of down the dumps. You're looking around. What's going on here? We're not in a good shape. Also, we were killed by Orochi. You look kind of familiar. Oh, so you know who we are? Oh yeah, right. You look like the statue of Shiranui. We are Shiranui. And we eat her. We eat him, okay. Love that. Whoa, what the hell do you think you're doing? Okay, also don't forget the Snoopy games. Yeah, you're right, because we did demo Snoopy Flying Ace from Xbox 360. We showed Snoopy vs. the Red Baron also for PS2. Also, they came out around the same time this did, actually. And also the other ones, I know Kemco had a couple on Game Boy and NES. There's a Snoopy's Detective Adventure that Game Mill made. They did a Switch 2 version of that. I heard that definitely enhanced some stuff in particular. And we'll definitely look at more stuff. But here you go, Snoopy. You're right, Snoopy is in games, too, as far as it. And actually, I'd even say going back to Twilight Princess again. Twilight Princess has the Wolf Link. I mean, it is a case of that, just like Okami is, but also a case of saying there's another great dog in gaming. Or also, we talked about Wallace and Gromit in some cases. There are games based on Wallace and Gromit, the one we've shown, the point-and-click games from Telltale. So I have all those on the PC, and also the two that were on, I have them both for the Xbox, those being Project Zoo and Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Yes. Actually, Dolphin, you might like Curse of the Were-Rabbit in particular, because it's very much like Luigi's Mansion. In fact, actually has a co-op mode, which Luigi's Mansion didn't have until Dark Moon on 3DS. Yeah, handsome guy like me should be never be covered in wolf slobber. Sorry, we ate her. We ate him, I should say. Yeah, we're gonna messing with the Great East soon, but he's so small, like, we're the reincarnation of the goddess of the sun, we'll be fine. Seriously, don't make me use my pride sword, that being, Denkamaru. But also, she's shaking. Uh-oh. Oh no, he's not shaking. The yell of Orochi is shaking us. Okay, there you go. Now, that woke you up saying, wait a second, what's that growling sound? You don't have to worry about us. We're fine compared to this. Why is it so dark? Okay, so you don't know what's going on here. Alright, but anyway, Saki used the power she has. So that's the reason why Kamiki Village is still okay. Basically, she used the power she had to protect the village. I think maybe the suggestion is she might be one of the virgins they sacrificed, I think, but I don't know if that's right. Village lives on, their spirits lie encased in my fruit. If you got it free, the village will be reborn. Alright, I know you'll be able to lead us down the path. Alright, so there you go, there's the dark tree. Only your power can restore life to the world, and that is going to be on us. Okay. Yeah, she sure said some weird stuff, but no, it makes total sense, and honestly, now that I'm kind of sitting back and really soaking this in much more as a fresh case now, because we're pointing, I'll say this. Before tonight's show, I did play this game a little, as I mentioned, I bought the Switch version before I went on my vacation last year around the holidays, because it was on sale, like $10. It's $20 normally as far as the new versions, and they put them on sale as far as on the digital store, so you can get it, generally speaking, pretty cheap. Although, as I said, I gladly paid $50 for this game back in the day. Particularly, the weird case, I remember I went to see Jackass number 2 with my friends in college, and before we went, I said, I have to go make a purchase over at GameStop. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm buying Okami. I told him about this game. Like, and that's where it began. Like, you've got to play this game. You never played it. No, you have to play this game. This game is amazing. But anyway, the villagers' spirits are being kept inside the fruit, so we got to get that out. That's it. But we can't do anything about that yet, so we gotta do something else. We have to do a cut down to restore the village, but it's too high, and we actually do not have the power to do it. And of course, like with Zelda, they say the special words in a different color, in that case, red. So, darkness getting to me, so we gotta do something about that, and a lot can happen when you're taking a nap. Yeah, I know. Yeah, 10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck. Okay, so here we are. Here is the game. By the way, when it shows that X across the stick, it means that usually use the right analog stick for the purpose of controlling the camera. Can't do that here. What you do is use the left analog stick for movement. You move all around. Jumping is on X button. To start, you have your head bash. That's on square. And then you have a bark button. That is on circle. You can just press this as much as you want. It also is something where you can grab things. But in this case, you have a dedicated bark button. That's the case as far as what I'm saying in this game. This is 10 out of 10 for this alone, honestly. As far as triangle, you do digging. You keep hitting that button, you keep going downwards. As far as other stuff, L1 zooms the camera out because you can have set, but alright, we can't go over there. Yeah, there's a barrier of evil energy coming around, so any cases of Sailor Moon in you, like myself, you'll be getting a sense of saying, oh, it's like evil energy as far as Queen Beryl and all that. We can't go back to the village. Yeah, we're not dreaming. As far as the other stuff, we're going to that. That, by the way, is your map. You hold the L2 button. See what that is. You hold that on the screen as long as you hold the button. And you also have the other buttons. We'll get to it later. Also, select is your options. You can pull them up at any time you want. And the start button is your inventory and your screen here. Where you have your tools and equipment. Don't have any of those yet. Yeah, Divine Retribution. That is my equipment. That is my main attack. That's basically the shield over there in particular. And then you have your money. That is your money bag, as well as your health, and also the beast fangs. Because of the loading screens in this version, I think the Wii version does this as well, but don't quote me on that, or I'll correct myself below in the edits. It means that you can rack up tons of those. And the modern versions don't do that, so you might want to get this on the PS2 for that very reason. And it doesn't cost much on the PS2 anyway, so it might be worth going that. I'll go on that as well. You also have your upgrades. Basically, you get praise. You get this for doing various things around the environment, and with that, you're able to pump in the power for this to increase your solar energy. That's your health. Your ink pot, which goes to the celestial brush, we'll get in a little bit. As well as the astral pouch, which basically gives you extra health so that if you get to a death state, you'll be revived. And also your money. So you can use that to upgrade your wallet. So you don't have to wait like with Zelda. You're able to get the case of doing that pretty quickly. So celestial brush techniques, you'll see those a little bit. As well as information in the logbook. It tells you what's going on your story, and also tell you what's your current objective. So you can kind of read these if you forget where you were going, or if it's the case you haven't played the game in a while, like I haven't. It also has a travel guide. You get a sense of what your tips are, and you also have the nice artwork to go along with that, and tells you what's going on. The tackle, as I mentioned, is on square button. Initiates your dash with left analog stick, X is your jump. You hold it more to have a higher jump, and you can do wall jumps. Also be careful of your surroundings. Use the right analog stick in the case where you can use it. Hold the camera back, you can pull it back, or have it a bit closer as far as it. Map on L2, and then right now, righteous knowledge, the wellspring of righteous action. Alright, and then the other thing is you can pull your map here, or you can close the fan and go in. But we're going in this area. And here, when you have that, just hitting that X button, you're seeing why I'm going to do that. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the loading is not long enough where you're able to hit that in order to get the Beast Fang, but oftentimes it will be long enough. You'll be able to if you're quick on the draw. So talk about also being smart, how they're utilizing load screens, and something where there's certain games I know that they let you sometimes play aspect of a game or do practice within a load screen, which is pretty nice. I know a lot of the Namco games do that, where we'll get to this when we play Ridge Racer, where they let you play Galaxian as far as on the intro, and if you beat it by getting all the enemies killed, you get extra cars. But this is another case of an interactive load screen, and it's not a case where we'll be hiding bad loading. It's not like the minigame that they had to cut out of Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex, which they initially put in because they said these load times are 50 seconds, and that's the idea of that, but also they were actually forced because of Namco to not have them. And then people realized 50-second loads between going into a stage and coming out, and then the Xbox version came out as 3 seconds. Oops. But anyway, where are we now? Well, we got in the tree. I don't remember anything like this in the village. Alright, keep your eyes set. As mentioned, use the right analog stick. So basically, they're going to give you a little bit of tutorial on what you're going to do, but yeah, we'll help us. We're fine. Trust us, we're fine. And we'll get this. There we go. So yeah, we're running around as far as Okami and Amaterasu. Going along, seeing the great attention to detail. Also, as you run, show this. As you keep running, as far as how it is, you pick up speed automatically. And as you go along more, you have the flowers going behind you. God, I love it so much. It's so beautiful. But hold on a second. Yeah, this is the origin mirror. This is where you're gonna go to do saving. Yeah, once your reflection appears on its surface, your memories will be stored in the mirror for all eternity. So that's their nice way of saying this is how you do game saving. Alright, put it so early you can save your progress. There you go. But make sure you have what you need to save it. Yeah, you don't need ink ribbons. It's not like Resident Evil, but yeah, okay. I love this, so this is also the reason why I'm playing on the PS2, because in this case, they have actual specific dialogue that goes to the fact that it's on this console. But sometimes that's also the benefit of saying, when you can get the original version of a game, you might want to go for the original version of the game, because sometimes it has stuff of thinking, well, this is a case of being able to emphasize the fact that it's actually on this console. In some cases, the question when it comes to re-releases certain things, saying, they're not going to be able to have that, or how's that going to work? But in this case, yeah, you have to have a memory card, 8 megabits, or 8 megabytes, for the PlayStation trademark 2, silly. Now let me give you advice. What's that? Save a number of game files. We're pointing out, as I mentioned, on the back of the box. It does tell you what you need. It is 170 kilobytes, so it's not a big save as far as on the card. So you can have multiples. Yeah, you can go back if you get stuck or something. That also, it's worth pointing out, that is not an admission of bug in the game the way that Sonic the Hedgehog 3 did, where the manual openly says, be careful of traps that Sonic cannot escape. If you get stuck in the wrong one, you'll have to reset the game in order to go back to the last save you had. They openly said, we had to get this game out by a deadline, and it had problems where people got stuck in, and in that case we put that in as a band-aid. Not in this one. Although it's interesting thinking that, because actually a lot of the plans they had for this game, they had another double bit of content in particular. The idea of this game is worth pointing out, they only put in, from what I understand, about half of what they really wanted to out of this. They had a lot of other ideas, a lot of other things they want to put into this. So basically it's going to be double the length that it already is, like a little over 40 hours, especially the way I play, because I play this very leisurely, as you're able to tell. But a case of saying, yeah, we couldn't have everything we wanted, so we had to go with what we had. But it is still a complete game as far as how it is. Maybe some ideas will get in the sequel. Maybe cases where Okami for DS has elements of that as well. Or maybe cases they can port that. Alright, here you go. Here is the origin mirror. Hit circle button, you save here. Okay, so we're pointing out, this is the file I have as far as from years ago, as it is. I'm going to put it on number 2. And it is a little longer for the saving than is in the modern versions, but it's okay. As with the River of the Heavens. On the modern versions, it's basically instantaneous save. But as I mentioned, you also don't get the specific dialogue about the PS2 memory card, and you also don't get the stuff with the ability to get these things on the loading screens, which I think is very, very well worth having. Here we go, we got pots. Yeah, if you bust those down, well, there might be something good inside. Alright, let me get some water out. That's the idea of this. Press square in order to run them, okay? And bust them with your head. Alright. Let's do it. Yeah, way to go. Anytime you see something you bust, you can keep doing that and you get coins. Those go into your pouch, so yeah, that's your, yeah. Also, I do want to... Okay, no, the volume's up enough. I just want to make sure that, hey, the volume's up enough on my end so I can hear this too. God, I love this game so much, and I love how it sounds. Yeah, in this case, I can get going on as far as the camera looking over here, and also, if you press in the right analog stick, not the left analog stick, you get the camera center. Which is right behind us. Alright, so what we gotta do here is we have to make a wall jump. Remember, you can jump on the side of the wall, hit X button, you can jump up a little higher and get up where you need to go. Whoop. But in that case, I'm not able to do that. Also, if you want to pull the camera back a little bit, you can do that as well, but hit L1. There you go. Holy smoke. Yeah, you made that jump up here, didn't you? Yeah, it was one sweet wall jump. Damn right. Yeah, hit X button to jump, and then when you touch the wall, hit it again. Yeah, I guess you already knew that. Damn right I did. 20 years and counting. Good luck is found in high places. So I guess the idea is almost like Mei-Ling and Metal Gear Solid saying, yeah, there's the proverb, although in this case, that's making sense as far as this. It's almost like we're actually going to really put those into practice now, as opposed to saying, hey, because we're on this journey for so long with the mission, I have all these things set. And then in Metal Gear Solid 2, Otacon, I should say, is basically saying, hey, you know, he tries to go, but he's like, no, that's not actually what it means, you know. As you get the holy bone. The small one. This is a snack. So yeah, you do have little doggy bones, and based on the size of them, they'll recover more of your solar energy, so you get your health recovered as far as that. And use them in the menu and bash down everything here. Pretty basic as far as what we're doing now, but there is something we gotta do because the bridge is out. It shouldn't be so hard in Matarasu, was it? Yeah, that is her name. Kinda long. Am I calling it Ami? So yeah, in that case, yeah, you don't want to say the whole name, oh, fuck you. But either way, Ami, either way, same idea, you know who we are. Spirits of the Brush, here we go. Let's talk the Celestial Brush. And he would know because he's an artist. Yeah, take all day to explain. I'd probably make it take all day, but I don't care. Yeah, picture's worth 1,000 words. He's showing you how the Celestial Brush goes. Hit the R1 button to bring that up, and you do painting, and it runs on your ink. He's showing you how restoration works. In that case, you basically painted the bridge back to life. Rejuvenation, even there. One of 13, 14 brush techniques that use divine power to get in every single one of these. And you do have to get them all for the purpose of going through the story. Restore broken or missing things, and I practiced hard to get this one technique set up, but they're 13. Okay, 13, there you go. Each of the brush gods hold one of them. All of them were a single powerful deity originally, but when they died, the power split into 13 separate gods. They dwell within objects around us, but God knows we gotta find them. And how could anyone have the power to master all 13? We can do it. Okay, but either way, that did get us across the bridge, or we'll be able to get us to cross the bridge. So let's get going. Alright, here we go. The River of the Heavens. That just show where we are, in particular. Yeah, the fabled Stardust River. I don't see anything like that around here. Couldn't be that puddle over there, could it? Yeah, it could be. But before we go over there, along with paying our respects. Also, yeah, you can also turn the camera in particular. I do want to get that. So the case of seeing, get close to Amaterasu, and there you go. Did you see the animation of the barking? I love it so much. Okay. I'm gonna go up here just to see what's around. We're soaking this game in, my god. And look at the starry sky. Actually, we have to go up here, it's worth pointing out. Look at the twinkling stars. Haven't seen such a beautiful nighttime sky in ages. Okay, but yeah, when you see the stars and the constellations in the sky, that's a hint that there's going to be a celestial brush technique to get. Alright, there's one missing, though. And usually what you have to do is you have to paint in where it is. I'll draw the missing star. He'll do it to start, but basically saying, yeah, put a dot down there. You hit the square button, by the way, to do painting with celestial brush, and we put it down as far as you can do, like a dab. Yeah, but I'm not ready to draw missing stars. Why don't you try it? Hit R1 and then hit square to do drawing. Spent a lot of time practicing that. Yeah, so hold that, go right there, do a drop down. And it's pressure sensitive, so the harder you press, the more it presses the brush down on the calligraphy. Wow, look at that. Having said that, let me turn this down because it's getting too loud. I love this game, but I want to make sure you can hear it all, and that it's also not going to be blaring. Okay, this is Yomogami, or Yomigami. Yeah, here we go, where the mother, Amaterasu. Apologies for not contacting you sooner during these long years. Well, we kind of were off on our own anyway, so it's not your fault. Don't worry. I never forgot you. I'm the god of restoration. Away this day when we could again meet. Here we go. While you were away, the 13 spirits of the brush that you once possessed, including myself, we scattered around. Sorry, we are the ones who controlled them back in the days of when we were Shiranui. And so now they've been scattered across the pond. We gotta find them. Came a constellation in the sky and survived until now. But now to seek out and reunite all of us. Alright, the only way we're gonna restore the land and the dried riverbed, in particular the heavens, and renew the flow of stardust, is with my power. There you go, and that is our first of our 13 celestial brush techniques. He's the god of rejuvenation, so now we have the power that Soon showed us. Can you really use it to restore the river of the heavens? Sure can. You're as good a brush as I was. No way that can be true. Oh yes, it can. Who else can master this god technique? Well, you wait. Okay, yeah, you do need to come up here in particular in order to go in the river. If you do try to go in that, you will not have much success. Because as Easton mentioned, it looks like there's a puddle there, but he's like, wait a second, seems like there's something missing. Alright, so there's the river of heavens once more. Maybe drawing some stardust would get the river flowing. He's right. One thing is to bridge the way I did, but what about the starry river? Can we do that? You can't pull off a stone like that. Watch me. Okay, so what you do want to do here is we're pointing out, here's the water. Under normal circumstances, I mean, this is the river of the heavens, but under normal circumstances, Amaterasu will eventually drown in the water. So she can't completely swim. Which is kind of a surprise. Like, yeah, we reincarnated a dog, but also, she'll shake off her case as far as that coming out of the water. But also, I'll show this when you're idle. And then I'll paint the bridge. Yeah, she does sit and she does a little whine. As I'm gonna just circle around. Shakes the yawn, and lies down. So there you go, that is her idle case. We're gonna probably end the show as far as that tonight. But alright, what you do, he's right. You wanna angle the camera around. You do wanna have the camera angle before you hit R1 and hold that down in order to use the celestial brush. That runs in your ink pots over there. So in this case, you can paint by hitting square, or in this case, you want to use triangle. In that case, you can paint around. And you're seeing my ink go down there. If you use it too much, you won't have enough in order to do the paint. But for this, we'll be fine. There we go. And they actually did paint it to exactly how I said it. So you see over there on the right, you're seeing that it is a little off. It wasn't exactly perfect covering the entire river, but we do have it brought back. Here's the River Stardust. So we're safe in this water. It is the River of the Heavens. But who the hell drew that? I did. We have witnesses as far as our best John Twitch. In this case, you just keep going swimming. Also, you do see the great attention to detail as Matarasu is doing like the dog swim going on there. You do need to use that to come over here in order to get what's in the chest. Basically bash that and get the item. Use the astral pouch. As I mentioned earlier, this is what goes on. You basically pick up food as far as backup, and it goes into your health bank, so you use that if you were going to die. Not dissimilar to the sub-tanks for Mega Man X, which we're going to be starting next week, or playing next week in particular. Start feeding with whatever food we find around. Basically what that means is that when you run into pots and things like that, sometimes you see food like apples. Nectar-filled sour apple, they'll fill up the pouch a bit, and depending on what you pick up as far as food, it sometimes fills it more. Or less. So we got the apple, we got the peach, and they'll give you the pop-up the first time you get something, and then they won't show it again. Got the orange, so we have a nice sharp citrus. And also going to go over here just as far as have this set. Not that we need this right now, but you do want to have it set. Although, to be fair, this game is not that difficult, but I'll also say this. If you're looking at this game and saying, hey, can I come to this thing, as far as being able to be successful, this helps out. Alright, so let's get going on that set. Can I get a thing for that? Unfortunately, no. Alrighty, so next we're going across this way. Yeah, because there is one power we do need to get that's within here. Iga Rejuvenation. Remember, they said Sakia has the case of the fruit we gotta get. And you also reach Science Age Circle. This is the Fountain of Nagi, so again, going back to the Great Warrior that we fought alongside. Why is he here, as far as the name? Yeah, I guess the student really is not in touch with that completely, but he will be soon, don't worry. But in the meantime, just go along and have a great time. Just bash across and also see, again, the great attention to detail as you're just hitting into stuff. Or even just walking along. My god. There's artistry in every inch of this game, and it's amazing to behold. As I mentioned, also show this. Yeah, that, by the way, that's your solar energy. It does rapidly go down a little bit, so in that case, when you go in the water, you might have to do that for a period, but also just make sure you get yourself out quickly, as far as how it's basically just swimming right to shore. And also you can swim faster by hitting the A button, or the square, the X button, sorry. I don't know. I was thinking the Xbox controls. But having said that, there you go. In this case, just bash what you can bash, and then just get as much money and also as much Astral Pouch stuff as you can. Alright, here we go. Alright, yeah, this is the shrine, by the way, of Nagi. So that's the reason why we had that going on here. And this is, of course, referencing the Cave of Nagi and, of course, the sword of his that was taken off as far as bringing Orochi back. Yeah, with the help of White Wolf Shiranui. Yeah, first River Heavens, now this. Where are we? This place is a wreck. Yeah, the gods didn't do much to protect this place. Well, I'll tell you what we can do. We can bring it back to its former glory. So in that case, pull the Celestial Brush out, paint straight up. Yeah, that was your brush worth doing that. Yep. How'd you get so good? Who are you anyway? Oh, right, because Isun does not know that we are the reincarnation of Shiranui. Yeah, there's another constellation, so in that case, we gotta take care of that. Now, in this case, you sometimes have to look. It's not always easy to get a sense of where do you have to paint. Usually you want to follow along where the line is and see like, where is a star not present. Sometimes it can be hard to see. And there are parts where sometimes you do have to kind of have to play around in order to figure it. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's Tachigami. Alright, so yeah, they are referring to us as far as Mother Amaterasu, huh? Yeah, well, the monsters around is also going to turn the volume down on my end. So I can hear, but also in the case that it's not going to bleed over. That's the reason I'm doing it. Only place I could hide is a shrine dedicated to ancient heroes. So you're hiding out here. If there's anything that's to do to assist your endeavors, I'm at your service. Yeah, we have a problem with, we have to cut a piece of fruit down from a tree in order to save Kamiki Village. Can you help there? Yeah, I can. Make good use of the sword, designed to conquer evil. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're conquering evil. That's the idea. Right, so there we go. That is our second of the brush power-ups. Yeah, it was the god Tachigami. Yeah, the power slash. That's what we're getting here. Getting all these powers. There you go. Finally, the light bulb is lit up, and he can be taught. Yeah, we fought alongside and died alongside the great Nagi. Of course, my power split into 13 brush gods after that. Yeah, of course, it's just like the legend we went into. And also shows why the legend they told us was so important. But I've never seen this slash technique itself. Why don't you try it? Alright, so in this case, you basically draw a line straight across the screen, you do a cut. We're pointing out in the Wii version, you can use the Wii motion controls to do a swipe. You can also do that in the PlayStation 3 version if you have the PlayStation Move, and you can also do it in the Switch version because they give you options for motion controls. I don't believe the PlayStation 4 uses the controller for that to basically have motion going on as far as that. At least I don't think it does. But I know the Switch version does. Basically hold the R1 button, basically does a straight line. There you go. Or as some coming Johnny once said about Heavy Rain, I can draw a bitch in straight line. And this game you definitely can. It cuts right through. And you're going to want to do that for combat, but also for, well, we're going to have to cut down the fruit. Yeah, okay, even Isun saying, you know what, I'm not in the same league as far as that. Guess I overestimated myself. But wait, or Amaterasu, you know what, I made my mind up. If you really are Shiranui Reborn, you can master all the techniques. So I'm going to tag along to him as good as you. Alright, so he's coming with us to learn. We're shaking him off. Yeah, but you're not shaking me off. Sorry, I'm staying. Now you master the power slash, cut down the thing Saki was talking about. Let's go back and give it a shot. Alright. Actually, one thing also I forgot. Okay, first off, they also give you an arrow or the direction you need to go. One thing I actually don't have pictured tonight. I actually do have a statue as far as this. That was actually given as far as it. Of Amaterasu and of what is it? Of Isun here. When we come back to this next time, I'll play around as far as the way this is. I think for this entire game, it probably should be on camera the whole thing when we come back to this for full. At that point, I'll also practice more as far as being set for it. In that case, I'll also have the statue set up as far as that. I just have it in a box as far as how it was. And today I need to do some interior decorating to get the pictures up that you're seeing. And also the one that's out here, which basically just me moving there. I basically had the Nintendo Power issues set there as far as it, but also because I moved the one Okami picture. The one on the right is the one that, actually, fine. The one to my left is the one that Crusader 64 gave me. Actually, no, they're both, Crusader 64 gave me both of these, as was the case. And another one is one I bought at a convention. But in that case, you can also cut the log. Look at that, my god, it's beautiful. That's the game. My god is beautiful, the game, specifically. Fitting we're playing as a god. There you go. Or goddess. Alright, we got battle. Here we go. Yeah, so when you get into this case, it means you're in a fight and you have the demons. So yeah, we sense evil energy here. So now we have to take them down. Yeah, we have the divine instrument. That, of course, is going to be our fighting perspective. When you're in a fight, use the square button to do attacking. Basically get up to them and hit. Be careful not to get hit. When they get stunned like that, turning black and white, you can use a brush technique. So in this case, pull that out, cut across, slice them in half. And when he gets up like that, going in the air, boom, he's sliced in half. And we got the Demon Fang. Those are the things you get on the load screen as well. Yeah, the Beautiful Deadly, you can use those for upgrades later. And when you do a brush finisher, you do get one of those. And this is the ink bottle. Use this in battle when you pick it up to get recovery of your brush technique. Yeah, it fills your ink pod. There you go. And you also get ranked. You get more money and bonus money based on how fast you go and also if you take less damage. If you get no damage, the best way you can go is you have both cherry blossom trees and you get a great piece of music that accompanies it, but we'll show that in a little bit. So it does rank you on time and also on how, if you don't get yourself hurt. Either much or at all, but for certain battles, as far as like the normal encounters you're going to see, like this, as you got the Spirit Globe, you're going to have to basically take no damage, but it's not a bad case. It restores a unit of solar energy, as far as how that is, so we can use that later. Also, I'll show this as far as if you keep using the ink pout, if you use it as far as doing it successfully, it depletes one, so I'm going to show something here. If I cut that through, I also get whatever's there. I get grapes. Delicious, delicious grapes. I also use that to cut down this tree. And also that tree, and then go boing. By the way, when that happens, it's like Viewtiful Joe, you go back to your normal form, and you have to wait till the zinc pots fill up again, and then you go back to your form and you're able to use that. So basically the idea is you do want to use your Celestial Brush powers, but you also do want to balance that so you don't have your ink pots going empty. But the other thing you can do is, as we go along, we're going to get our praise, and when we do that, we're going to use that to upgrade, to have more ink pots. And you're going to want to upgrade that way. But of course, the choices are yours about how you want to upgrade, and we'll show that in a little bit. Because the way you get praise in this game, or there are a lot of ways to get praise, but one of the most consistent ones is quite a beautiful one. And I'll show that as we go. We got another enemy encounter. So yeah, we sent some evil energies. We're pointing out, despite what we're seeing now, these are not random encounters. These are cases where you'll see, except for bosses and things like that, as we got Jinsig. You will run into, you'll see like X's and slips in green in the field. You go into them, you're basically able to have a fight. There you go. And I cut them both up. There you go. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, and there you go. In that case, I got double the money for the purpose of going perfect, going really quickly, and also not taking a hit. Alright. So now that we have that, we do have to go outside. We do have to get that fruit down. Since we do have the power slash, we can get it down now. And you do need to come here for the purpose of doing that. Alright, so there you go. Let's swim across the river of the heavens. Yeah, this is going to be one visual and oral delight after another when it comes to this game. And we'll see that as it goes. And also, as I mentioned, we can also cut the pots. So in that case, I could bash him with my head like we were doing before, or I can cut out the middleman and then say, just slash him right there. But also just cut aspects of the environment, saying cut the grass down. It's like Zelda, in particular, that way. Or get that. There you go. Gourd. Okay, I don't know if I've ever seen that. But it fills the astral pouch. There you go. And you can pull this up at any time as far as how it is with the Celestial Brush. So, yeah, make use of it as you need to. And I'll also take a look eventually, because I will soon enough be able to upgrade it. So I'm probably going to want to upgrade that first, I think. But in that case, let's do a slice that way. There you go. There you go, got a nice potato. Dry but satisfyingly flavorful. Alright, that being said, since we are here, I'll take a save. And you can do saving at any time. The only cases I mentioned, I'm not going to save over my old file in particular, because, yeah, it was me doing over 40 hours on this game in particular. And so, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a long one when it comes to us playing. And honestly, for this one, it's not really a question of what's the scope of this game going to be like. It's more, I want to show this game to you now, celebrate 20 years of it, and also, for the purpose of when we come to this, it's also going to be a case where I'll just make sure that we're going to go 100%, and I have everything set to do that. Okay, so there you go. There is what we have to cut down, so let's pull our nice Celestial Brush out and cut it down. Boom. Alrighty. And my god, look at this. Yeah, all the darkness is there, and look at the flowers coming along, almost flooding the place, and then bring it back to life. Absolutely beautiful. And that is so satisfying to do as you go along this game. You're thinking, well, what's really the satisfaction of stuff in games? Sometimes it can be the simplest things, but in this game in particular, it's basically a case of saying, hey, you just brought life back to this dark and dangerous place. There you go. As we're pointing out, I think you can only get one of those fangs off of a loading screen, I believe. Yeah, Sakia came through big time as far as that promise, and she was protecting the village. Alright, but yeah, he liked being between her breasts in particular. It's like, I wish I could have spent more time in her kimono, if you know what I mean. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he is a little perverted as far as the idea of that, but seriously, with monsters running around and all, village could still be in danger. Now let's see how they're doing. Yeah, because we do have to take a look and see what's going on in the village. And you also see from distance the idea of people looking sad, so we gotta talk to them. Or, actually, in his case, well, he's not sad, he's frozen or encased in stone. Alright, whatever, let's talk to the villagers. Okay. You also see how similar this is to Twilight Princess, right? Because remember, in Twilight Princess, you also have the case of being in, like, the void states. I'm not gonna say Twilight Princess ripped this game off, but I'm gonna say that this game came out first. And I guess then the question of, yeah, they have the similarities as it is. So, okay, that's the other reason I'll say why my aspect on Twilight Princess goes the way it does, because, as I said, these games are extremely similar in terms of what they do. Maybe that's what makes it more of a case. I'm saying they're both action-adventure, RPG-ish like games that have a wolf as far as the perspective of it, and you're bringing back light to a dark land, and you're going into, like, alternate aspects as far as how it is. But as I said, this one... And so I think maybe that's the problem. The idea that the similarities between these games are so strong in terms of not just the fact that it's inspired by Zelda, but also just the milieus are so similar that made it so... I just kind of lean towards this one more. Also, the wolf controls in this are so much better than the ones in Twilight Princess. I'm sorry. But that being said, not the controls badly, just that I played this and I said, they played Twilight Princess and said, this came out after. This feels stiff, in particular. And also the idea that they force you into it. So the question of how does pacing on that game work in particular. Although then again, is that that's also why other people, so when it comes to me maybe saying stuff about a game like that, other people play it for our show, because in that case, they have the perspective, and also then showing me the idea of where am I going wrong in particular, because I'm always open to see that. But yeah, it's supposed to be famous for its scenic beauty, which it sort of is, but wait, there's something missing. What's going on down there? So in that case, we have to go down. Alright, so let's take a jump. Oh, it's worth pointing out also, you do not have fall damage. So you can jump off of any ledge and you'll be fine. Alright, so let's see. You also read the signs, take a look at everything here. Yeah, we don't have time to do that, sorry. Well, yeah, especially because look at everybody else here. There's a statue here, too. Uh-oh. Not again. Alright, let's find someone who's alive. Who's alive? Oh, nobody is. They're all, yeah, they're all, statued. Uh-oh, we gotta do something. Alright, here's a save point. Alright, let's save in town, in particular. Okay, so in that case, I think we need to leave town, because I don't think I see anybody here. Actually, okay, never mind, we can't leave town, because... Yeah, this one's not moving. The boulder is blocking the way. Yeah, something's wrong here. Alright, we gotta go to high ground. Actually, we have to go back to where we were. And since we are early enough in the game, they'll tell you go back pretty much to the top where we already were. Basically, since we have to take a look at seeing what's going on in Village. Also, to point out... Okay, we can do the slice, but it's not doing anything. Also, to point out, you can't slice the houses. Yeah, go back to that sacred deck we were already on. Yeah, we'll go. Just give me a second. I just want to show how you can't slice the houses. Oh, no, never mind. You can slice the houses, but it doesn't cut them in half. Because the idea is that we're basically supposed to be cutting stuff that either is not meant to be there, or a case where it can instantly grow back, like with the trees and things like that. Alright, yeah, we're going. In that case, just keep running and we'll be fine. Perfect. Okay, so what's going on here? Yeah, this is bad. Sun's not shining. Black as night. And everybody's not moving. Yeah, only the sun was out. Alright, we gotta bring the sun out. Fitting today, because it's raining where I am. If we draw a circle, we'll have ourselves a sun. Oh, wait a second. I'm the sun god. We can do that. Yeah, that kind of power from the start, that'd be a different story. Oh, you say that. Let's try doing that. So draw a circle. There we go. Look at that. And there you go. It also fits on the box, because remember, on the box, Okami, that's the idea. The sun god, there is where the sun comes from. There we go. I think your name is Amaterasu. It is the name of the sun god, or sun goddess. So I'll follow you have the sunrise technique from the start. Yeah, so basically use that to change night to day. And flowing brushes like music from the heavens, and it's a line from a poem of my grandfather's. Yeah, very cultural this game is, but also a case where it doesn't feel like it's too satisfied with itself. It feels like, no, it's actually a natural extension of who everybody in this game is. Skilled artist, musician of shape and color. Since you're a great artist, why are we naming brushwork after this? Yeah, the celestial brush. It did bring out the sun after all. Alright, so let's see about what's going on here now that we got the sun shining. Oh! Except we got somebody else we can talk to. It seems to have a thing as far as Orange. He's the yeah, Mr. Orange. He's the elder of the village. White wolf, huh? Not the one who fought that terrible creature with Nagi. Oh yeah, but we're the one. You couldn't be Shirinu, could you? Yeah, I'm just sitting right in front of him. There you go. It's a 100-year-old story, but you certainly look a lot like the statue. So in that case, he's also looking through the vision of what we used to look like. But not quite as smart. Now I'm mad, so we can understand human language. There's no need to get growling. You really understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yes, we can. But I'm sorry, I'm not one to miss words, I guess. Just state whatever facts are there, and I do them bluntly. Okay. Oh no. Demons. Yeah, I get to do the Sailor Moon thing. I sense evil energy here. Alright, we gotta take that evil energy out. What's sudden chill down my spine? Is it evil energy? We have to stop it. You got them, right? Yep. You got it. Now, speaking of villages, they call all sorts of trouble. Besides, it's a job for my sword. Oh, you think you can do this, huh? Well, I'm first gonna take you out of the way and knock you over. There you go. Perfect. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's dance. Ow. There we go. Yeah, Spirit Globe's small, so it covers a little bit of my health. Alright, there you go. There you go, now the water's back in the lake, and there we go, that's our praise. Basically, by doing restoring to the land, you get praise. And there's also one other aspect that we'll show in a little bit. Get aggressive when you're mad. Well, you got it. Yeah. Alright, see how the dried up spring began flowing again? Yep, because it restores the god's power to the land. That's divine intervention. The more you restore the land to its natural beauty, the more praise you get, the source of power, and also the source of your upgrades. Alright, so apparently there's a case of lack of faith going on in these parts. That may weaken you, but if you try hard, your true power might shine through. We basically gotta prove to them, yeah, that we're real. Mr. Orange, you tossed up around the sacred deck, looks like you're a regular wolf, huh? Why are you mad? Yeah, we're in for another convention. That's absolutely true. It'll be fun. Absolutely. Okay, so let's see what's in the box. A feed bag. Here we go. This is the other way you're going to get praise. We're able to find feed bags around of different perspectives. And if you do that, you're able to feed animals. And it's beautiful what we have. Look at this Greek grub you found. Yep, it's animal food. When you find animals around the area, you can go and give it to them and you get praise. Assuming you give them exactly what they want. Yeah, we're not supposed to use creatures in the manner. We're not using creatures in the manner we're giving back in particular. I mentioned we played the remake of Until Dawn and we were defiling God's land. In this particular, we're bringing life back to the land. And also, you know, protecting all creatures, great and small in particular. So yeah, a very spiritual game in particular as far as this, as far as how it goes. Yeah, I was making an exception this time, but also one other thing. Press the start button to take a look at the fan menu as far as your menu and check your items. Okay, let's do that to show what I have on my case. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of praise yet. Yeah, at the next, when I have 50 of them, I'm going to pump them in. It's worth pointing out, you do have to pump in, and you have to have enough at the time in order to pump in. It's not like some other games where you can put in and it'll hold it. In this case, you have to make sure you have enough in order to pump in to increase any of your items here in particular. We'll do that a little later. Also pull those out of the water. There we go. Okay. Well, here we go. And also, when you approach the animals and they don't run away, and you know what, I'm going to let them come back. You hit the circle button, you're able to feed them. I think the seeds can bring them back, but I also want to check one other thing, which is... Yeah, I do digging, but I don't know if, no, that's not quite it. Yes, wait till the birds come back. Also, walk very slowly. There you go. Hit circle. Here you go. Okay, perfect. This is good. Sometimes they'll say, hey, they don't like this. But in particular, you have, they'll love the seeds. So in this case, yeah, we're feeding the birds. You get this beautiful theme as far as how it is, and a beautiful sight. He's just sitting here and watching the bird eat food out of, like, the dog. Yeah, it's like the dog food, dog bowl in particular. But in that case, yeah, they're liking what it is. But if they don't like what it is, they won't give you this cutscene. And when you're done, you hit start to come out of it. In that case, they give you love. In that case, we got 5 minutes. Anytime we see animals and that feed button comes up, we want to make sure we have enough feed bags of various different kinds in order to feed the animals. But yeah, sorry, Mr. Orange, we had to take some drastic action with these. Are you okay? Alright, maybe not. Also, you can bite things. That is on triangle. There's also your grab, so in that case, yeah, here you go. We have the case of, yeah, we're bringing back the pheasants from a successful hunt. In that case, we're not doing that. We're just going to drop them out, but they'll be fine. Okay, so here's someone we, and you also bite anybody around and they'll complain. Yeah, foul beasts dwell in this place. We already took care of them. They're right behind you. Actually, no, never mind. He's not wrong. They're here. He also have combo bars that goes along, so there you go. There you go. Oh, I missed. That's fine. I don't need any more as far as my power. I got everything set. And sometimes you have more enemies popping up, but for now, we don't have any. There we go. Yeah, not witnessed such battles, but I certainly saw it. Fighting went on for 13 seconds. Right, this is like a time trial he gives you. Oh, right. Let's see if I can kill him faster than 13 seconds. I'll try that and we'll go on. And I think it's where, I believe time stops when you get the enemies taken down, I think. Right now, in that case, I can just keep getting those fangs, the demon fangs, and also get some money. Let's see if that was faster than not one on. 15 seconds, that was actually a little bit faster. Or a bit slower, I should say. I'm trying to remember if there's something going on if you get lower than 13 seconds. I think there is. We'll figure when we get to this game eventually, because we'll do everything. Alright, this is Mother Mushi. Had enough. I don't know if it's stray dogs or what, but someone keeps messing my crops up, digging holes with the triangle button. Alright, that is a little bit of a minigame we have to do. Let's talk to Mushi. He is the kid there. Yeah, it's playing weird. He beat my dog, Hayabusa. Yeah, his field my mom attends to. He dug up 9 turnips in a row, even though he was chasing him and trying to hit him. There are 10 in that field. If you get them all, I got a challenge for you. So yeah, that's a little bit of a hint that you have a quest. Put the little green arrow over when you do that. Think you can dig them all? But don't get hit by my mom, otherwise you're gonna fail. Is she gonna try to hit us? Alright, yeah, we're gonna do that. So just to show the idea that first off, also, yeah, here's the other dog. Yeah, also, it gets scared when I do the bark at it. Oh, you just bash it. Oops. Sorry. That, I can just carry the dog. There you go. I was like, yeah, there's Hayabusa. This is what I think of your dog. Yeah, there you go. Toss him over there. Sorry, I'm the alpha dog in town now. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to show the idea of doing, digging up turnips. Now, what you want to do is you want to walk in front of them and hit the triangle button. But you also want to make sure you're out of the way as far as her. And some of them are dug up, or dug in the ground pretty deep, so you have to go to those a little later. Got one. And basically, in this case, you basically have to run and get out, keep out of the way of her. And if she gets close, just move. That's the idea of what it is. And actually, in this case, I'm also going to pull the camera out. Just have a little bit of a case as far as this. She'll also say, like, hey, you know, she won't get mad eventually as far as if you stop digging. But I do eventually need to get that set. Or just say, hey, I'll hold off. I love that case of when she gets angry going the woot. It's like the horn in the case of that. Yeah, but she's not fast enough to catch up. Sorry. In this case, I'm gonna go after the ones that are furthest or the dug down the most, and also get the ones that get on the outside. But also the other thing is that basically just keep your distance. And you can get the hole started as far as digging in, and then go back to them later, and then she'll calm down. But in this case, just have to keep going. And we do need to do this, but I do want to get myself a little closer, show the idea what that is. And also because of the way the camera control is set, yeah, you always want to show her trying to give me a swipe. You get hit at any time in this, you have to do it again. Oh, she didn't see me taking that one. Alright, so... Wow, she's gonna come and hit me. Alright, one more, and then we'll be set. In this case, yeah, I'll just pull out again. There we go. Yeah, she can't catch up with a god. I'm sorry. Alright, hang on. I gotta grab that last one and bring it back. There you go. Hey, kid. I brought this back. Here we go. This is the auto-shaped turnip, so that's the last one. That's the last one. It's the one Hayabusa I've been looking for. She broke his record. God damn it. Yeah, don't you forget it. Yeah, you're a better dog. Feels good to have a new goal to aim for. Oh, we definitely did get some praise as far as that. Yeah, sorry, as far as that. Yeah, sorry, Hayabusa, no hard feelings. But even in this detail, look at Hayabusa's kind of sniffing me. And now you're barking. Okay, that's fine. I won't get in your way anymore. Actually, one thing also. We're pointing out the way the water wheel here is. Hello? This is Kushi. What's your name? I'm Kushi. Alright. She's a brewer of sake. We're in the fields, huh? Remember, that's the idea of how sake is made. But alright, she knows who Isun is. Making the rice for it, okay? Managed to harvest on my own. It's hard work, but maybe Sasano can help me out. Okay. So she has a little bit of a quest, but I think you found a friend. Maybe people want to talk to you like this, as we've had before. Talked to him a couple times, and in that case, you see the triangle over the head, meaning that some other things you might want to listen to. Oh, no. Oh, you're here? Oh, there you go. She's just giving me a nice pet. There you go. Susano's a name of mine. A little unusual, but has art's sword under him. He's a descendant of Nagi. And he loves his sake. He often pops around here to use it. Sure to say hello when you see him, huh? He's always on his own. She's just concerned. One thing I also am concerned about is, yeah, that water wheel. That could use some rejuvenation, I think. So let's do a paint across. I think I can do this now. Yes, I can. In that case, we do want to get the townspeople to believe in us in particular. The mill's been mended. Who did that? Guilty as charged. I did that. Clearly given up my idea of making sake, but now I'm able to do it. So you can polish the rice and get everything set. Alright, there you go. And I do love this idea. When you really think about it, I'll also tell this story. Well, okay, I'm going to go in the house. I'll also see who Sasano is, because she mentioned, hey, you know, maybe you can help me, and I'm also a little concerned about him. Here's how to brew it. Okay, snowy. Oh, it's like a snowball from the other name of Blanca from Shadow Heart's Covenant. Yeah. Okay, here's how they work. So they do tell you how sake works. They can polish the rice. I have something I think you'll like. Maybe it's leftover stock, but it's the Vista of the Gods. Are you old enough to drink? Maybe. I'll take it. Oh, actually, no, I gotta grab it, and then I gotta give that to somebody. I'll sake the remember the legend forever. Okay. Alright, I got rice balls as well. Actually, I might be able to give this to someone, so I have to give it to somebody who wants a nice drink. But as I mentioned, the idea that you're helping people and that you're kind of bringing life back from it. I remember I actually got into, in all cases, a bit of an argument with someone I went out on a date with, actually, as far as it was, around the time this game came out. It was a case where she wasn't into gaming like I was. She thought it was a case that, hey, you know, it's a corrupting force, which is, okay, it's easy to go after somebody as far as that and say, like, hey, they don't know any better or they're ignorant or something like that. But it's like, all right, I'll respect the idea as far as that. But I said, I pointed this game as a counter-argument. I said, I just played this game, Okami, where I explained exactly what this game was, saying, you're helping people. This is not a case where it's like a negative thing. And she was not convinced. But also the case of thing, like, no, if you're going to get a perspective saying, hey, you know, what games can do, and also the idea that, in a way, even with some of the aspects of this and being a teen-rated game, the fact that you are kind of doing creation and kind of rejuvenation of the life here, kind of bringing happiness to people. That's something really interesting, and something, not that I hadn't been doing that in other games. I played a lot of games you do that, but something the way this one does it hits differently. Yeah, the mama catches you snacking, she'll clobber you good. That's not what I'm going for. Actually, wait, I guess I don't have my, out of the sake anymore, but I think the idea is I can keep going back to her to get it. And then I'll give it to somebody who's around. But yeah, I don't see, Sasano. Actually, no, Sasano, he doesn't live here. Actually, I can look at, the house names and see who this is. Okay, that's, Hayabusa's house. That's basically, Mushi. That's, Mushi and his mother. They live there. This is where, Mr. Orange the Elder lives. We'll go see him. And then after we do that, we're gonna go to the field, because we do have, case we want to go there. And one of the most beautiful pieces of music in this game, which is saying a lot, is over there. Nothing to eat, sorry. We're fine. I even love that attention detail when you kind of transition to an area, just the idea that it almost is the way the scroll graphic goes, as far as saying, oh, there you go. But also, there's a big watermelon. Let's cut it in half. There you go. There you go. So you got some nice watermelon for the purpose of filling the astral pouch. Yeah, our astral pouch is getting really filled now. It is Kushi's house. She has the sake. So good, people come from afar to the capital city to get it. Alright, there's somebody who also is, speaking of Snoopy, the Charlie Brown frustration thing. Let's talk to her. Oops, sorry. You okay? Oh, White Wolf. This is Mrs. Orange. She is the wife of the Elder, by the way. Come down the mountains just to play with us? Yeah, let's go with that. You better be careful. Yeah, they don't know we're the gods, so they don't remember the story in particular. Laser monsters have been attacking the villagers. But do you know who you're talking to? This is Shiranui Reborn. Wolf and I have it covered. Those monsters are history. Oh, well, I know who Isun is. Riding Wolf, huh? It does look like Shiranui. I get back to work. Okay. Well, I was in ramblings with an old woman. Well, I was doing laundry one day. I was getting ready to dry my drying pole was going. What am I gonna do? Let us find it. Where'd that pole go? Yeah, she's Mrs. Others should be there, huh? Actually, let me see something. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's been a while since I've done it. Oh, right. You can also, douse her in ink. And, she won't like it. Right. Okay, now I remember what I gotta do. I want to use the Art of Rejuvenation to basically paint that on. Or, I think I can do that. Sometimes you do have to draw it in particular. I'm also gonna, and in this case, you do need to use a triangle to do this. Otherwise, I'm gonna cut the damn thing. I think. Hold on. It went across before. Let me see. There we go. You do have to be a little precise with it, but it's not too bad. New drying pole. Where'd that come from? Courtesy of your local goddess. The gods must have answered my prayers. There you go. Perfect. Time to dry the laundry. There you go. Fantastic. I'll be glad I was able to handle my laundry or hang it, but the sun's so far away, huh? Only to shine closer. Okay, let's help her. Let's help her out. I gotta get a nice open sky. Maybe we can do it there. I don't know. I don't know if that's close enough. Okay, yeah, it is. Sun's zone so close and we're bone dry in no time. Press pull now this when miracles never cease. Yeah, make some cherry cakes to offer the sun. Perfect. There you go. So you can give an offering. Come back tonight if you want some. No spare cherry cakes. Fantastic. We got some praise. Awesome. I do love that. I love the fact that you don't have to go and do this if you don't want to. But just the idea that you're really living in this world and you get a sense of all the people here and saying, hey, they have problems. What can I do to help them? But also, what can they do for you? And it also goes in the story. He's always snoring like a bear. This is where Sasano is. He's the 2-bit middle-aged warrior. Going around claiming the descendant of Nagi, famous for his lineage, but he's awfully lazy and off the wall, huh? Well, let's see if he's here. He's the one house we haven't looked at. Yeah, not seeing much here. Actually, right, yeah, you bash that down and then go down here. He's in the basement. Yeah, you're right. He is sleeping. Sorry, let's wake him up. I'm the greatest. Alright, now barking's not gonna wake him up, huh? Kushi, let's... Oh, he's in love with Kushi. He's out cold. What if we, slice him? No, that's not gonna work. He ain't waking up anytime soon. Alright, I guess not. Yeah, well, we will wake him up later. He's gonna be important to the plot. But we'll come back. Alright. Yeah, actually, I'm realizing this. I mean, I'm going into memories as far as this game and kind of discussion points. But yeah, since we're going to be kind of going around, feel free, chat, to go into anything you have in your mind about what you're seeing and also questions or insights in particular. I mean, we always are doing that, but I guess in this case, I've also just been kind of sitting here just saying, I'm just kind of losing myself playing this game. That's what this game really did to me. And in always, that's what a great game really can do to anybody. Basically, it loses you in the case of playing it. But also, one thing I do is we do have the case of the sky there. I'm going to paint the sun. Not that it's going to really matter in the grand scheme of things, but let's take a nice look at it. I just love that visual. My God, it's beautiful. Not that we have reason to do it now. And with him, we'll figure him out later. Actually, wait a second. No, I know how to wake him up. Let's go wake him up. I know what I gotta do. I gotta go bring the sake to him. At least I think so. It's been a while since I played this game fully. So in this case, this is basically me kind of coming to this thing fresh again. Alright, there's bales of rice. Okay, so basically just pick up what's here for the purpose of it. Alright, let's take your... Alright, can I... Yeah, alright, I gotta take the sake. Yeah, let's go give him the sake. I think that, yeah, okay, yeah, keep it in square. I don't know if, or circle, I should say. No, X, not circle. Yeah, sometimes those load screens are not fast enough when it comes up that way, in order to, or they're too fast to get a Fang off of that. Okay, yeah, and when you know you're able to do it when it says now loading, as far as when not all of the transitions have that. Alright, I got some sake for you. Maybe this will wake you up. Alright, I guess there's not going to be much I can do here. Get bashing, can I? Alright, that didn't wake him up, nothing will. Okay. I was trying to remember, I was like, yeah, I guess we gotta do something with the sake, we'll do that later. And if you ever leave it, you can just go back and get it later. Yeah, let's just leave it outside. Yeah, he'll find it. And since I did do a lot of help here, I'm gonna go and save. And then we're gonna go out to the field. Yeah, 2 hours to get over to the field, although as I mentioned, the pace of this game, it is a deliberate start and as far as how it is, but it is a case where it doesn't, as I mentioned, it doesn't hold out on you the way Kingdom Hearts 2 does, in the sense it gives you a completely different character, and cases where you don't realize just what the game is able to be doing as far as making things improved over the first game way later. But unfortunately, yeah, there's boulders in the way. Maybe it's demonic possession. But also the case, it is a little bit of a slow burn to start, but it's also the case where you are doing a lot of what you'll be doing later. So in that, and it's not a case where it's boring. Alright, but he's banging his ass in, so we gotta kill him. See, these demons are also taunting us. You do not taunt a god. There you go. No, you do also have time because they also are kind of going in slow motion when they do that. Oh, there you go. There's the beast, or the demon fang. You gotta remember that right terminology. And when you kill an enemy, they also will drop the ink or an ink pot. So in that case, you'll be able to get that set. Fantastic. Yeah, even though you're killing demons and splitting them in half, as I mentioned, it's also something. It doesn't have that case of feeling like it's violent, even though it totally is. It's something where it does have, in a weird way, this positive perspective about it, you know? There you go. We got tons of praise for that. Look at that. And we got enough in order to upgrade something. Start glowing. Yes, that means that your divine attributes can be enhanced. Yeah, let's go into the fan menu in order to see them. Use any praise to enhance what you want to have and also what you need. So for this, we can enhance into either our ink pot or into our solar energy. I'm going in the ink pot. So then we got another one, and then it also gives you another number for later. So in that case, what happens is that you will, you'll be able to increase it later, as far as that. I'll come back to you, huh? Small enhancement, and it's another ink pot. That's very nice to have. Depending on how you play this, you might want to emphasize upgrading one thing over another. Yeah, check out on that guy over there. I feel as a feather, but it doesn't make you shift the boulder, huh? Your uncle was in the village. Maybe Sasano. Right, we have to go get him now. He's descendant of Nagi, right? And you can do this rocket's him. Yeah, but it wasn't here before as far as the boulder. Okay, fine. Well, I was going a little early to find Sasano, but either way, we do have to see him. So now we can get him. Okay, that was weird also when I went in. It looked like we just saw... I just basically passed through his house or something, just looking at the ocean. Now we gotta wake him up, because he's not waking up, so what do we do? Okay, that woke him up. Yeah, it's an emergency. We need help going out of town. I feel so rested. I'm gonna meditate on the ground, but then I fell asleep. Who are you? What business do you have with the great Sasano, the greatest warrior ever? Yeah, he definitely has a high opinion of himself. So this is him. He has the nicest beard going on as far as that. He's the great warrior. The beasts know of my great exploits now. We'll fight out. I'm not looking for apprentices. Yeah, reverse that, my friend. Go back to the mountains and play with your monkey friends. Our monkey friends are trying to kill us. How dare I made you melt like you interrupt my meditation? You mean your sleep? Yeah. He's all about brawn, right? Quit messing around and you're coming with us. Wait, you snuck in here again? Yeah, alright, so there you go. And he's also doing what a student doesn't like you to do. Call him a bug. I told you, don't call me that. Alright, we're taking him with us no matter what. There you go. I love that. Basically, you have people jumping on your back. It's like, what do you think you're doing? Put me down. Yeah, well, the neighbors think. The neighbors are all fine with this. But also, we're giving him a nice ride on our back. I love that. And as you go along, the fact that he's looking and he's like, whoa, whoa, hold on. So in that case, it's a case where you're able to take him with you. Either that or you just were to bite him and like take him with you. Actually, in this case, also that great attention to detail. He's kind of holding on our backs and he's kind of shaking. So I was like, wait a second. He says he's a great warrior, but he's also really nervous. But also, let's show you something else on top of trying to get... Okay, can't do that as far as the loading screen. Yeah, we need your help with something. Can you help us with this boulder, please? You man, you might be brought here to test yourself against me? Prepare to taste the wrath of my trusty blade. Toen Boku, that's his sword. Wait a second, You're the legendary Sasano? Yep. And don't interrupt warriors engaged in battle. We're not in battle. A favor for you, though. Can you, can you rid this boulder? Yeah, please. You are the descendant of Nagi, correct? Sure, no stone is going to be a match for you, eh? Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, he knows to talk his language, saying, yeah, it's not beyond my ability. Fantastic. So, go do it. Wait a second, Not easy for me to do. So wait a second, he's hesitating. I'm almost focused to magnify the power of my sword. Alright, I'll get that meditation going. You had a nice head start going on. Oh, no. You're not going back home. You don't need to make preparations. You never strayed seriously. I don't buy that. Well, before I do that, I also just want to show you it's not completely possible for me to do this. Yeah, the power slash is not going to be enough for this. Yeah, who put it here? Yeah, you can't squeeze through this, and it's not safe to leave. Alright, so yeah, we gotta get our way out. So he says he's getting ready to train. That sounds like an excuse to me. It seems like he's gonna go back to sleep. Let's go find him. Actually, we can also do some training on his dummies there. Alright, let's see. What do you got? Where'd he go? Sleeps underground. Also, by the way, you can't always dig across anything, so everything. So in that case, if you can't, he'll just hit, or she'll just hit that and go boom, boom. All right, where the hell is he? Actually, wait a second. No. He's outside. But yeah, he says his training quarters. His training quarters out at the boulder. Can I hit enough of these to get a... No, not. Yeah, there he is. I forgot. He's outside. Hi. I told the merchant help, but not a boulder that size. It's too big. Are you giving up already? Oh, and he's out of sake. Okay, here we go. We have to go get the sake. Or sake, I should say. Got to train tomorrow, you lazy bastard. Let me get you your alcohol. Yeah, I guess it goes to the idea of, like, the drunken master, or actually, like, example, Shundi out of Virtua Fighter, in the case of saying, you know, the drunken fighting style. So in that case, get them their sake, and they'll be set. Hello. Growing sake is my life, you know. I'll remember the legend forever. But right now we can give him the sake. I was thinking ahead. So yeah, I did have to bring it to him, but it was a case of saying, okay, what's the order upon which it goes? And also it's not a case, I'll say this, where it might look this way, but I don't think it is personally. The idea of saying, hey, you know, it's something where you have to go a specific way, seemingly roundabout, in order to get a case of saying, oh yeah, now you give it to him. I just was thinking ahead myself. Oh, right there. Yep, this is Kushi's homebrewed sake. You were dreaming about it. Yeah, this is the gods. So have a drink. You brought it for me? What a glorious day. Man without drink is like a warrior without his trusty sword. Damn right. Yeah, according to legend, Nagi relied on the power of sake when he fought Orochi. Alright, so let's do training. Fantastic, let's do it. I'll try a bit of my usual routine, okay? Alright, we're gonna shadow him. When does the slice, you do it then over him. Okay, so we're doing all the hard work for him. Because otherwise, he'll say, like, wait, why is this not working? Feast your eyes on this. Susano style exploding implosion. Sliced across. There you go. But even he's surprised it actually worked. But now he's all ready to go. He's like, I can definitely destroy that boulder now. Yeah, we couldn't destroy it without him getting us started. There you go. Actually, we do have to help him. Never mind as far as this. Nice thing over there. Boom, there you go. And the boulder's clear. Fantastic. Amazing. You sliced the rock clean in half. You already are a great warrior. And he's saying, huh? Yeah, I didn't think you'd do it. Neither did I. Oops. Never mind. Of course I could. So yeah, he has to keep up appearances, but even in some cases, even he can't believe what he's saying. Alright, but I am Sanu, the greatest warrior ever. You were just showing off when you said you're Nagi's descendant then, huh? Yeah, you'd have no trouble fighting monsters, huh? Alright, well, thanks a lot. Okay, so now that's the merchant, so in that case we can go and buy stuff for him now. Say monsters? He looks nervous. Yeah, no problem. Alright, so he has to keep him in appearance, otherwise people are going to find out he's a charlatan and they're going to turn against him. Yeah, the most skilled warrior in all Nippon is me. We're the lands of the demons. So the idea is that he wants to do it. He thinks highly of himself as Nagi's descendant, but then the case of thinking he does have some complexity here, realizing, yeah, you know what, maybe I don't want to actually do that, but then thinking, well, maybe I can do this, maybe I can't. Yeah, I work my magic. So off he goes. Fantastic. Okay. Don't get too puffed up. He's nothing without us. I guess to a degree, but the idea is that we can help him the same way that Nagi helped us back in the day. It'll be okay. The monsters outside the village are a bit nasty. Well, Sakia is here. Hi. And yeah, she does have the kind of exposed... actually, no, okay, never mind. Let me take that back. I was saying that her chest and her ass are exposed. They are, yes, but also actually they're in the form of, like, the peach. I just realized that. What a pleasure to witness your heroic deeds. You cleared the boulder in half. My heart skipped a beat. Which one? Yeah, I'm witnessing great art here. Yeah, so, how about a reward on this one, perhaps, you know? Yeah, sorry, I don't think you're picture- Oh! She's basically saying, you know what, you had nothing to do with it, that was all Amaterasu's doing. It's Issun, goddammit, it's not a bug, stop calling me that. I'll crowd rack in your dress if you do that again. I was like, yeah, no, alright, fine, I won't. Fair enough. But relax. Furball's like, yeah, stop calling me that, I'll say that. He's more, or she's more comfy anyway. But, yeah, reward. Come on, put your paw up or something. I love that. Yeah, shake. He's like, yeah, no, just put him down on the ground. Basically do the hit down. I love that as far as it. My dogs going back in the day used to do that. In fact, my late German Shepherd did that. She basically was a case where she was like chasing bees. She'd kind of go after them, or like ladybugs and blah, going. And then it's a case where she actually got a bee swiped. It was writhing on the ground at one point, writhing. You just looked down, she just did this. And it's like, we have to stop her. It's like, no, don't do that. You're going to get stung. But there you go. Fantastic. Yeah, put your paw up. Yeah. We don't shake for anyone. Yeah, sorry. I'd like to give you a reward. But my power's too weak. Alright, so, yeah, she did use all of her power to bring us back. Well, we can't help with that. My body stands firmly here within the confines of the village. And my roots spread far and wide, protect the lands. But, yeah, regarding saplings, that's what we cut down before. They collect praise and adoration that gives me strength, so we gotta help her get her strength back. But because of the release of the evil, they're being eroded. Yeah, and if we don't do something about it, she'll be completely screwed. But of course, we're kind of falling asleep. But the power's going stronger each passing day, and my power's going weaker. Yeah, this land is going to be pulled into darkness if we don't do something. We got it. But even Issun is doing the Back to the Future thing of saying, man, this is heavy. Yeah, it is, but we got it. But yeah, that's where we come in. Can you help us as far as rejuvenating the land? And getting the guardian saplings in particular, but getting the curse off of them? You bet. I marked locations on your map, so go get them. There you go. So in that case, just tell me where they are. And also you can do zoom-ins when you're in town as far as how that is to see what that is, but in that case we'll do that. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm straight to speak now. Well, that did take a lot out of her, I guess. Hope my request has not fallen on deaf ears. No, we got this. Even though Madarasu fell asleep. The fresh scent of the flowers protect you. I was itching for a fight, but... Well, I don't want to put my nose in places where it doesn't belong, huh? But, since I'm stuck with the Madarasu, well, you're also saying you're going with us. Yeah, the camera's flashing. I don't know if that's coming off on the video. What the hell it isn't. If it is, I'm sorry, and I'll figure something for when I do live shows again. But anyway, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, I was saying, yeah, you go. It's like Bubsy shit. Okay. You have the brush techniques to save the world, and I'll also steal and learn them, huh? Yeah, that's ticket. Alright, so yeah, he's quoting Bubsy, and also he's quoting John Lovitz from Saturday Night Live. Who knew? And it might have been intended, actually. Alright, let's go. So that's our next step. Let's also take a look on our map. Alright, also, if you hold in the L1 button, you go into first-person mode, and you can look around. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to hit that, so in that case, I can also look at my map. In that case, let's pull that up to see. I think the idea is I do need to go outside of town to do this. Yeah, that we do. So, since we did get a good case, let me just see something here. Actually, there's the little bunnies. Actually, before we feed the bunnies, I do want to go to the shop. Because he'll have feedback you can get. Let's do shopping. Alright, as far as stuff you could sell, you can also... No, I don't want to sell my holy bone. Alright, so I definitely want to buy some seeds. I want to buy it or some feed bags. I want to buy it for everything. I want to buy 2 fish, and they take 1, by the way, each time you use that. 2 of meat, 2 of herbs, and then 2 of seeds. You can carry 99 of those, and then I'll tell you in other cases which you can also carry. You have deflecting of attacks with Vengeance Slip if you have enough money for that. Exorcism Slip is a case where you use that and you can damage enemies nearby. And then the Sakis. Basically, you're usually able to use those to increase your power of attack or defense. The Holy Bone as well. I don't have much else as far as that, so we'll take that. Then we're going to save, and then we're going to go out to the field. We're going to hear one of the most beautiful pieces of music in this entire game, and that's saying a lot. Alright, let me also get the audio set. Actually, this is also a good case because I had to do a different setup as far as getting the camera going on tonight. So in that case, the mouse I have running as far as I usually have to disconnect it because I don't have enough USB slots as far as my PC to run for this. And for the bunnies, they like herbs, so feed them that. It's a case where I actually have that right here. I have the mic going on over there, the camera going on there, and everything's set. So in that case, I can quickly get the volume going on. Different as you have the nice view of the bunny. There you go. Basically, you want to pay attention to common knowledge of what would animals like to eat. So in the case of rabbits, you want to feed them like vegetables and things like that, or herbs. So they won't eat meat necessarily. But sometimes you have to kind of play around with that. There we go. Get some more praise. Always want to get praise when we can. Let's go out to Shinsu Field. And the load here is long enough that you should be able to get a thing off of this if I can get this set. Here's Shinsu Field. Alright, the music isn't here yet because there's a lot of darkness here. Yeah, this is the most beautiful field in Nippon. Fitting it has a beautiful piece of music, but... well, that's coming later. Watch where you're going, though. Okay. So yeah, all the trees are dead. Yeah, this is supposed to be beautiful land. There is all the evil energy. There are the enemies here. They're in the exorcism slips. Alright, there's the Guardian Sapling. We have to go over there. It's supposed to be a place for travelers to rest and recuperate, but... it's dying. The place is cursed. They're cursed zones. If we go into those, we get ourselves hurt, so we don't want to do that. Take a monster with powers beyond a god to do this. Yeah, I don't know if he knows that Orochi came back, does he? It's an officer Saki, as mentioned, protecting the nature. We gotta revive it somehow, but how? Yeah, that is our next case we gotta do. That being said, we are gonna show off a battle. So in this case, you can go in here, and then in that case, we have the enemies popping out. Also, if you want to leave, you can also go out the light area over there. It's actually not dissimilar to Quest 64, bizarrely enough, as far as saying, you know, you have your circle cases going on as far as that game. Yeah, I think you basically just jump out, but in that case, I'll just get some money as far as that. I'll show what happens when you go in the curse zones. Yeah, you have this going on. Yeah, your regular old curse zone there, but evil's way worse there. No person to be cursed with flash, but it might rob you of your powers. Right, you're dying when you go in there, so do not go in there. I just want to show the idea what that was like. Alright, so we do need to get that Guardian Sapling set. We gotta go to Hana Valley in order to do that. And there's, in fact, there's one of the people there. He's caught in by the energy. Yeah, he was struck by the curse. Alright, so we gotta lift the curse. Whoa! Alright, there's someone who hasn't been cursed. Let's talk to you. Now they're chopping wood. Alright, she's the woodcutter. I heard a loud rumbling from like an earthquake from the lake, huh? Okay. March shot works out across the stream, but it vanished. Alright, though he's believing in a higher power, saying the gods must be against us. I just want to live in nature and peace, but I can't. Figure running from the lake toward Kamiki village. On the lake, huh? Okay. Well, also this attention to detail, seeing the idea of the lake, it's all corroded. Yeah, that's evil energy. I was like, I guess I'll have flashlight warnings when I go in there. Not that they're really bad, but I may as well give an indication. Yeah, but we do have to go to Hana Valley. It's over this way. Alright, because if we were going to bring life back to this area, we gotta do something drastic. There we go. Got another Demon Fang. I love the fact they let you do this, so you can actually get tons of these. So actually, in some ways, one thing about this game that sometimes is gone, the idea is that it's actually not that difficult a game in some ways. So in that case, if you're like, hey, I don't know if I could handle something like this, it is very approachable, but actually, because of this, it's actually easier. Because of the fact that you can get those Demon Fangs going pretty early. So by the time you get to using them, you'll actually have a lot. Alright. I got Traveler's Charm. That increases your godhood level. In fact, we are going to use that. Assuming we can. Okay, we can't use it yet. Right, my godhood level's already maxed out. Alright, so I have to wait as far as that. God, look at the colors here. Also the fact of where the color is very vibrant, but also where it's been sapped away. So it's a great game as far as use of color, not just because of how beautiful and vibrant it is in certain areas. Even with these demons, it's way more vibrant here. But also just the case of saying, you know, it's amazing just to show that contrast between the darkness of the land and then the beauty that we're going to be bringing back, or the light and the color that comes back to it. Plus, you can douse them in the ink as it is, so it also does kind of make them blinded. So in that case, it actually helps. So you have a couple ways that you can do the fights. Although generally speaking, to start the way I tend to do it is pretty much to start swiping and then get the enemy set when the things are ready to go. And you can also do that in the air and also on the ground. And then he goes that way, and then he's in that state, and then I'll cut him. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, it's also a case of when you have more enemies, it will be more forgiving when it comes to how much time you need to have or how many hits you can take. There you go. Yeah, well, look at that. We had that toxic water for the way that was going, but there's the ink there. Actually, no, it didn't completely help. Regarding the monsters, the god's power disappeared. Yeah, it looked great, but then went back to what it was. So yeah, the curse is too strong. Yeah, the stagnant air, and also looking at the way the graphics are looking, you're seeing the way the stagnant air is looking as far as the way that the steam is showing. It's unbelievable what this game is really doing when you think about it on a visual perspective. So I got another feed bag as well. Yeah, animals are dying on fish, you're gonna love this. We'll get that set a little bit. Yeah, we do need to do something about this. Yeah, we'll look at that tree. It's moving. Uh-oh. Oh, right, I forgot. I can cut it. Well, no, I can't cut it. Yeah, it threw fruit at us. Show it business. Hit fruit back at it. Sorry, we gotta do a cut on him. So the way you kill the trees is that when you throw the fruit, pull your slice your brush out and cut it. And it'll knock them down. Alright, stunned it. And pass by. Alright, so in that case, basically, you want to stun him, or you basically just run out of the way. I'm gonna do the other method as far as running. Boy, it looks like there's a skull there. Yeah, something wrong is here. Something's going wrong here. Uh-oh. Oh no, the statue's dirty. Alright, yeah, just keep going. We're gonna find our way to take care of this. I'll tell you this, going back to the thing with pacing in this game. Yeah, there are parts where it gets slow, but also there's great contrast as far as this game. The case where it gets really exciting, but also cases where it gives the player time to breathe. And also to kind of understand the gravity which is really going on here in the plot, and also with the characters as far as what we're into. Alright, we got another bit. Oh, shit. Yeah, and they have the taiko drums going. I love that attention to detail. Oh my god. Yeah, so you got new demon types you gotta fight. Alright. As far as these guys, what happens is they'll dig underground and they'll come out, and then you have to hit them. In the meantime, we take care of you. He's gone. He's set. Cut him, and then now cut him. Right, when he comes out, just beat him. You also have to be careful because he might hit that way and then send a shockwave out towards us. Whoa. Usually hits that final beat. That's when he sends out the wave out. And we'll have other powers to help us later, but for the time being, this is what we'll have to do. Whoa. We almost have him, though. There he is. Now, it's gonna feel so good to cut him. I don't know if that was fast enough for getting perfect rank. I think I got hit. Oh yeah, I definitely got. Okay, time was really bad. Basically, what happens is you have the tree becomes progressively less strong as far as how it is if you take too long or if you get hit too many times. So probably the better way to do that than what I did, but either way. Took care of that. Alright, Sasano's here. What's up? What's all that racket? Yeah, it's us. Hi. What are you doing here? Sakia told us to come out here saying the guardian sapling's in trouble. Go home. I already told you I'm not looking for an apprentice. I'm not asking, I'm telling. I'm going to be here no matter what. Banana Valley's not a place for you. Beyond this point is my secret training ground. It's a perfect place to hide. Oh, wait a second. I mean, train. Okay, so it actually is not similar. Go back to Zelda again. Remember the guy you did the training of at the sword school in Majora's Mask? He's also a massive coward. I mean, yeah, what are you trying to do, slicing us? That's fine. We don't need to deal with you anyway, as far as this. Check out the wall painting. Crystal Sphere makes trees grow in shrine here. Based on this, the rumor might be true. Something's missing from that painting. So yeah, this case that I can tell you is missing, but I know it's missing. The sun. So draw a nice circle. There we go. And you're seeing it's also forgiving enough when it comes to the drawing, so that something where, as long as you have the basic idea of the shape where you need to go, the game will generally pick it up. So you won't have to be in a case of saying, oh, I tried doing this, and the game doesn't know what it is. Boom. And I love that puzzle sound music. It's like the Zelda thing, the diddle-diddle-diddle-ding. How'd that happen? I'm gonna hide, I mean train. Alright, we gotta keep him on the up and up. So yeah, he does need some divine guidance. And we're gonna give it to him. So it's not a case of having an apprentice. It's basically we're gonna do what we did. I mean, it is mirroring the legend as far as Shiranui and Nagi, saying that, remember, the thought is that Shiranui was overseeing everybody and basically as the protector. Nagi thought that we were a threat and wanted to fight us. And it turned out Destiny met us later and realized, no, it was not a case of that. And that our destinies were intertwined to basically be allies to the bitter end. Yeah, where'd he go? Good point. Alright, so this is the Cherry Cascade. Can't see anything like a tree around here, though. Well, we can do a couple things. We can cut down the gates. Okay, we're gonna take a look at a couple places around here. There's also a save point, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, he's here. Actually, we do need to come here before we do anything with that area. Foul Beast, how'd you get in here? Oh, wait. What do you mean, Foul Beast? Yeah, it looks like a bear on a ball to me, who's sleeping. Yeah, why are you sneaking into my training grounds? Now you get a taste of my new secret technique. Got another one? But wait a sec, your Foul Beast just looks like a bear. Yeah, but enough talk, have at you. Oh, right, I gotta cut. Right, I forgot, I gotta help him. Sa. No! There we go. Susano! Now for Susano style. Exploding implosion. I don't know if we want to do that on the bear, but I guess I gotta do it. Alright, sorry, bear. Ooh, shit. Alright, so yeah. You took the bear down, or we took the bear down. Yeah, I'll teach you foolish beasts to sleep on the job. Oh, never mind, he fell asleep anyway. Oops. Well, maybe that. Hi. Now rest in peace, you foul beasts. Great words, Susano condemns the offense, not the offender. What offense? Alright, so I deal with all the monsters. Yeah, he's clearly looking in the wrong place. Yeah, we'll have to figure something about that. And you do the HUD tilt, I love that. Actually, we did have to do that for the purpose of grabbing this. Crystal sphere filled with leaves. Yeah, the wall painting has sphere object in it, if you remember correctly. Yeah, we painted the sun on there, it showed that. And it showed right down there. That might be our key to bringing back life, so let's grab this thing. Or actually, no, we don't have to grab this, we have to push it back. And also, if you've seen a cutscene before like that, you hit start to skip it. Let's also see, are you okay? Still sleeping like, well, bear. Let's snore. Alright, so yeah, there you go. The bear is in hibernation. But in that case, we did have to, I guess, attack him to wake him up briefly, and then also to take this out. I'll come back to the save point in a second. So what you gotta do is you have to roll this baby out, and you have to roll it over to where the tree is, or close enough. Actually, no, you have to... Okay, now I remember what you gotta do. First off, what we need to do is we need to... You're seeing the light here. The sapling, we need to make it grow. Actually, no. What we have to do is, in order to make that thing grow, you do have to paint the sun up there. Before we paint the sun up there, we have to put this there. If you try doing the thing with the sun, nothing happens, so... Yeah, this is why the altar's there, worshiping the sun that shines in the valley. Yeah, because in Hana Valley, that is, by the way, Japanese for flower, just to go into that. And also, I guess that goes to my other case of experience with this game, my case as far as understanding Japanese culture, and also sort of with the Japanese language. I do have some of that still, not massive. Not the way Kazan22 in chat does, but that's still a factor. So in that case, you basically want to put that up. The water geyser will raise it up, and in that case, then we can let the sun shine through. The sphere was in that painting, and now if we bring the sun out, we'll be able to get the rejuvenation going on. Or basically get the recovery going on of that sapling. So in this case, come over here, make sure you aim the camera so you have the sky in view, because if you do it on something that's not the sky, nothing's going to happen. So let's get the sun going. Alright. Look at that. So there, that is one of the guardian saplings. It's still withered. But wait a second. Ooh, it's a constellation. You know what that means. Okay. There we go. So sometimes you have to hit multiple points on a line. So in that case, hit there and hit there. And also, if you don't do it right, they'll say, hey, you know, you didn't do it right, and you have to try again as far as hitting those points. It's sometimes not easy to see where those are. But, yeah. The Sakagami, or Sakigami in particular. Origin of all that's good and mother to us all. Gratitude for releasing my body from slumber will never cease. In return for your greatness, I have my humble thanks, and I also have something for you. I'm one of the four gods known as the Hanagami. Is there a flower god as far as that? My brother and I have been entrusted with the brush techniques known as green sprouts. Yeah, we're definitely going to love having this one. Grant my humble power to use it wisely. This is a great power-up. Okay, so this is how we're going to take care of those guardian saplings. Really anything that looks like it's dead on the field. Yeah, it's the bloom technique. Make flowers or trees come back to life when you draw a circle on them. Maybe you can use the guardian sapling and get that back. Yeah, I think so. Make sure you draw a big enough circle and boom, there you go. You get it. You get the shakuhachi going on the soundtrack as far as the musical instrument. And then, yeah, it all comes back to life. And my God, it's beautiful. This is where it really hits you saying, wow, I can use this and bring life back to, like, these darkened trees, saying there's a circle around it, and then the color explosion is unbelievable. And that was enough to take care of Hana Valley. There you go, look at that. There are still some dead trees on the way, though. We'll take care of them. It's also one of those things that when you see a dead tree, the first thing is going to say, I need to take care of that. And we definitely got a lot of praise for that. Enough to upgrade our health, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. Everything grew back so quick, so yeah, the guardian saplings can bring life back around. This is what Hana Valley is supposed to look like. Yeah, so that lifted the curse, and I'm not sure how weak the gods have become recently, but the power must be really strong, otherwise it wouldn't be able to suppress this thing. It might be up against more than what we bargained for. Yeah, but we're not going to give up. What about the guardian sapling outside? We are going to go get that. Yeah, we can lift the curse in the field. We have to go do that. Alright, so there you go. And on the way, we will also be getting stuff going on for clearing out the area. Also, one thing I want to mention that I actually didn't realize or remember until now. As you run along when it comes to stuff like this, you can jump up, but when it's a low enough step as far as that Madaraus will jump up on her own. Okay. So here we go. As we go along, we pay attention to where there's... Okay, enemies. Right, there you are. Can I get rid of you? Okay, I think I'll try slicing him just because when he pops up again. There we go. And you're right, yeah, it doesn't do anything as far as that to him. Actually, also, I don't think you can do rejuvenation on the demons. I'll give it a shot, just want to see. As far as the way doing the painting, as far as this, yeah, you do use the controller for this. As far as other games or other versions of this, particularly on the Switch and on the Wii, you use the motion controls, which aren't bad as far as how they are. At least my experience is mostly with the Switch version as far as how it is, because actually I've never played the Wii version. But it is a case where, in that case, doing the painting across, that's also very satisfying too. As I mentioned, for that reason, the Switch version might be the best one of the modern ones if you want to play around with the modern or the motion controls too. But you can still play with the button controls as well. The Wii, you do need to use the motion controls. There's not an option for classic controller support or GameCube controller support, even for that matter, on that one. And also the other one, as I mentioned, is PlayStation 3, where that PS3 edition, if you have the PlayStation Move, you can use it for motion controls on that too. There we go. Outside of that, though, those games, ooh, that was not good as far as time, but there's no other content in the later ports outside of the motion controls that are in the versions I mentioned. Alright, so there's a praise, and also I'm seeing animals that we can feed. Alright, not interested. Yeah, it says right there, spurred no interest, so if that's the case, try feeding them something else. In this case, they want the seeds. Yeah, you get the case of the boar, you know. In that way, you're kind of, as I mentioned, coming one with the animals and also coming one with nature, which also is a theme of Twilight Princess. Fine, I don't hate to say it. I'm just saying that's another thing to indicate, saying that, yeah, these games are very similar. I mean, they coexist as well, but as I mentioned, it's also the case that I just like this one better, although it also is a different style of game in the sense that this has more of a platforming bent to itself than Twilight Princess does. That's one thing to indicate. Alright, well, those are the trees, but I got an idea. Because, yeah, we hit it back before and just stunned it, but now we do that. Let's use the bloom technique. There we go. Bring it back to life. Fantastic. Get the Chinese cabbage. So we're going to clear out everything and also see what this is. The statue's all dirty, but it's been watching over us for ages. Yeah, it looks like there's some evil energy in there. Yeah, it's mostly fine, but what about this area? Oh, you can use the power of bloom. Alright, so you can use that on dangerous areas. And also, you do get a little bit of a flourish, just to give an indication when you highlight something you can interact with. In that case, it went green. So in that case, draw a big circle, and we'll be set. Or actually, maybe I gotta... He said use the bloom technique. It's not working. Yeah, alright, so I have to use it on the grass. Let's try that. There we go. I just had to be standing in the right place. Yeah, sometimes it is proximity based on how you do stuff, but I did get a scroll. Yeah, green sprout tips. Alright, yeah, you can use that basically, with that green sprout you're able to use that to poke holes in the ground. You basically grow trees. You can also use that in battle, and what it does, it'll confuse the enemies. In fact, I'll show that. Yeah, it's part of the travel guide, but in this case, we can also use it as far as it, but there's so many copies as far as it, so it's not going to be worth too much. Press star to go to the fan menu to read it again. It'll help you in your travels. Okay, so basically what they're saying is that you hit the button down, you basically grow trees. Like that, there you go. Alright, you want to hit us with this? Alright, there you go, let's bloom you. I just love doing this, honestly. Anytime we see, like, a dying tree or something like that, just pulling out the brush and then just bringing it back to life, it's amazing. And also just seeing... Yeah, you're mentioning Animal Crossing earlier, Dolly Finn, the idea of, in that game, when you have, like, the fruit trees going on, it's almost like that. And then you do get some natural pouch stuff coming off of it as far as that. Alright, here you go. And I'm not going to stop. We're getting every single one of these trees taken care of. They won't all attack you as far as this one, but... Or this area, like over there, that one won't. But we are going to paint it and bring it back to life. There you go. And I get what they're saying interacting with the art and the environment. No, oh, wait a second. Let's get you first. There you go. Even as far as just using the controller, as far as the way this goes, it almost has this painful case of, you know, doing the motions. Alright, but I'm out in advance, so I gotta wait till that recovers. Yeah, that's the part where it tells you, wait a sec, you know, maybe you want to make sure you balance what you're doing as far as doing the bloom thing. Yeah, you also get praise every time you use it on a dead tree, so in that case, that's the case. Yeah, that's definitely the case as far as Dolly Finn, what you're saying, right. Alright, we got more demons here. I don't know if this is gonna confuse them from here. Let's try that. Okay, they didn't see me. Oh, okay, they sort of saw me coming. I just cut him across. Whoa. Also pointing out, when you have the Celestial Brush open, it also could scroll across, so in that case, you're saying you can kind of do a scan across, and it does stop time when you have that up. So it's something where you won't necessarily get a case of saying, hey, the enemies are going to blindside you. There he goes. Let's cut him across, and then we'll get another Demon Fang. There we go. There we go. Awesome. There we go. Now that we did that, now that Hana Valley's back into normal, we're able to get a sense going on there. And also, that nice little green section coming out of the ground. We can dig there, and that gives me some nice upgrades. All right, in this case, I think you can also do this on... You can do it on more than one tree at once, I think. I'll give it a shot. If not, I'll just do it on one. Yeah, in that case, I'll just do it on one and then do it on the other. There you go. Yeah, look at that. I love it. Oh, we got some animals here. Actually, we got the monkeys. He said, go up to the mountains and play around with them. Let's give them some seeds. There you go. And even the attention to detail of how the animations are going, saying they do actually have this perspective of the real animals as well as ourselves, you know? Yeah, just get ourselves some more praise. See if I can't, okay, I can't. Yeah, some of those load screens, it is random, I believe, which one they give you. If you have, like, the pause going across in the line, or if you have just the blank canvas where you just keep hitting X. I think it's random which ones they give you. They haven't been going fast or slow enough for me to get one off of those, but I can do that. Honestly, there's also another thing. As I mentioned, though I play this game very deliberately, and also you're seeing, I think, part of the reason why. Saying that anytime I see something that I can kind of, you know, take care of as far as making it pure again, I just want to do that. Alright, so, I do want to go out to the lake over there, because there's a tree to purify, that's number one. And number two, there's also that area I can dig under. Okay, so yeah, in this case, I'm gonna make a jump across. Alright, so here's in the box, there's another scroll, digging. Okay. Basically, they're gonna tell you as far as that, when you see those green areas on the ground, you stand in front of that, hit triangle, and you're able to do digging under that, and you get a clover. Yeah, it's like Clover Studio, in particular. They can be bloomed. There you go. And you get some praise for that. Yeah, I'm getting tons of praise doing this. There you go. God, I just love the flourish when you do that. It's amazing. As far as other stuff, I can't really do much going that direction. Having said that, I do want to do an upgrade on... let's see. Right, here we go. I am gonna... Right, you can also buy the upgrade as far as the money. You know, I'm gonna be able to get more stuff going on for praise. I think I might actually hold off until I get enough for the money. Alright, so there we go. Let's go back out, and here's save point. Alright, with that, we're gonna go out to the field. We're gonna purify it. And now, after teasing with this for about 3 hours, I will be able to, well, first, okay, sorry, I'm teasing you once more because there's another, clover spot, so we gotta dig it out. And get that nice do-do-do-do. There we go. So satisfying. It's something simple. You think, like, in other games, you might not care to even do it. But in this game, yeah, I'll care to do it to everything, you know? That's how much fun this mechanic is as far as the way the Celestial Brush works, and also just how much fun the game is. You just want to look at everything. Okay, the new brush technique in the bag. Before you get excited, you ever forget what to do next, hit start and go to the logbook. Find the journal and it'll tell you what's going on right here. So basically it gives you a case of saying you're never going to get lost. Basically tells you the last couple of cases of what you had going on for the purpose of that. So if it's a case where you're saying, hey, I want to go about, you know, not forgetting. Actually, that does remind me, because I do want to mention one thing. The lead of the sound design in this game is actually something that goes with the game we're also scoping sessioning that he was involved with. That being Atsushi Mori, who did the music for Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo that we played last year, as well as sound effects for Mega Man X4, Pocket Fighter, Dino Crisis 2, Project Number 3 for GameCube, and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. That's the other game, by the way, of this company that we're going to be doing, or of Capcom, I should say, that we're doing a scoping session of later this year. And he also did sound design for Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, which Ack is coming in for at some point, as well as Hey Pikmin for 3DS and Infinite Undiscovery for Xbox 360. Alright, in that case, he's telling you, hey, you know, go there, you have your logbook, so you're never going to get lost. So how's that info you have in that head of yours? You'll be able to recall anything important, and the adventure will be a lot easier to remember this. Alright, so remember, we got to go over there. I'm afraid it looks like the river cleared up. Susano did whiz past here a little while ago, but he didn't do that, did he? So even he's questioning, did Susano actually do this? Yeah, he's not buying it. Well, we do have a job to do. This place is looking horrible. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna revive the Guardian's Habitat. Ooh, shit! Right, I don't want to go in that area, but that's fine. If you're only in there for a little bit, you're fine. But in this case, here we go. Let's do the bloom. There we go. Look at that. And evil, be gone. Oh my god, so lovely. Yeah, look at that. I just love the way that the color juxtaposes that way, saying all that red miasma and red-black miasma going on, and then the color just washes across it. Oh my god, it is so lovely. And it's so visually unique and diverse, especially compared to other things that maybe you saw. Even the way the water's going across, saying it's almost like cleansing the evil away, or basically doing a nice spring clean, really, to think about it. Or like washing away the evil. It's unbelievable. Oh, there we go. And now with that, we can listen to the music for this field, and also let's try and see if I can't get a Demon Fang over this. Come on, come on, come on. Just keep hitting X. If we see it pop up, you got it. Perfect. Fantastic. We had tons of praise doing that. Here we go. Now we're getting the theme of Shinsu Field. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. And the different variations of this as the day goes on. Because remember, this game runs on the day-night cycle. So it starts almost as the morning as the string is going. And then you have the flute coming in. The plants and animals are all back in line. And the fresh breeze. So talk about also how the game's storytelling is also matching along with the way the visuals are going. That's the way the gameplay is going because we're controlling it with the Celestial Brush. That is some great divine intervention. Keep on dispelling the evil curse like this. The opponent will be free of evil in no time, and the gods of nature will lend you their powers. And over there... yeah, look at that. I mean, this is a work of art, this game, really, honestly. It definitely is. And that's the Tree of Sakia, huh? Maybe you perked up because you were able to revive the Guardian saplings you did. We'll stop by and see her later, but, yeah, we're on a roll here as far as how it is. So is this game. Here's Shinsu Field, we take a look around. Good around the place will definitely do you good. So let me get, fleeing battles. I mentioned you basically go across the, area when you're, or the, lighted area. That being said, I'm going to save here, and then we're going to just take a nice stroll around the field. Because there are a lot of things to do around here, and a lot of nice places to explore. And there's also sort of a little bit of your hub, kind of. But it's basically where a lot of other things are going to be in place. And you're also seeing over there, it also signposts everything in the distance. I do love that, saying there's a Agata Forest over there. Over in that direction, there's Kamiki Village. Hana Valley's over there. So just to give you a sense of saying, okay, where do I want to go and like where are some important areas? Oh, you're a merchant as far as we're not going to go to you. I like you as a favor with your nose. Can you get some nice rice bowls and dishes? Yeah, so they can give you treasures. I don't think I have any treasures. Yeah, what are you gonna do with pots and dishes? You have the catalog and the fan menu and get them. I don't think I do. But also, it's coming up in the middle of the day. You have extra instruments being added to this. My god, it's beautiful. By the way, we will be ending on this music tonight. Just to let you know. Wherever we are, wherever we end up, as far as I will come back to Shinsu Field, we're going to listen to this music. Well, we get some herbs as far as that. There you go. Also pointing out over there, that is a, let's tell us that gate. It's a gate of danger. It has tons of evil energy. We have to go in there and fight enemies, and we have to clear it out. We're going through it? You bet. Here we go. So let's go in. And then when I come out, I'm going to also do some upgrades as far as myself with that phrase I got. Yeah, we also got the, enemies as far as, like, the guitars or, like, the other enemies we got running. Wait, no, he's there. Caught him. There you go, he's gone. Uh-oh. Also pointing out, if you are out of your divine state as far as how it is and you don't have enough ink pods, you can still attack, but it's also something where you won't have access to your celestial powers, and you won't necessarily be as strong if you're not running your own weapons. Oh, there you go. And sometimes you're running on multiple waves and you come in here, so you have to be careful of that. And there are a couple of these on the field, we will clear them all out. There you go. I think that's all of them. There you go. Fantastic. And there you go. By clearing that out, it also will bring back certain things. So yeah, those houses that were not there before, they're back now. And you get praise. Basically, almost everything you do as far as clearing the land gives you praise. So you're going to want to do anything you can for that. Yeah, the gateways to monster lairs. Devil gates, as they call them. I especially love this part of the song. It's so beautiful. I mean, look, I know I've been shitting on Twilight Princess all night. I'll tell you the one place I'm shitting out the most, the music. If that game had had real instruments, it might have stood up to this. I like the compositions, yes. But let me tell you something. The fact that they actually have a real orchestra going on this, it is amazing. This is so incredible as far as how it is. This is, to me, as I said, also one of the most amazing soundtracks of this era, in particular because of that. And something where I really feel like I'm in this world. They want to create this cinematic perspective that really draws you in. And with Twilight Princess, as good a game as it is, the fact that a lot of it is... They don't use a whole lot of real instruments on the soundtrack for that, despite the good compositions. There's a lot of MIDI music. I sound like Tommy Tallarico, always harped on the GameCube for that. He was right, though, honestly. It's like, yeah, why is there not a full orchestra on that? Because it would have been amazing. So in that case, especially playing this game, instead of, why are we going to MIDI chip? I know it was on GameCube originally, but even on the Wii, you're thinking, well, we can maybe have a higher production quality in that music, in all honesty. And in particular, just hearing this quality, saying, like, this is real Japanese instruments going on, and it really adds to that atmosphere, and also draws you in saying, we're running down this field, we're going to save the land, we have the demons here, we're clearing it out. It's absolutely lovely. Alright, he's kind of sleeping down the job. Ida, what's up? Yeah, he's the Dongan Express. Alright, fallen up, can't get up. We don't have Life Alert to help him. Oh, we have something better. We have Divine Intervention. Okay, he's delivering the mail. So, again, Twilight Princess, you're seeing... You see why I compare this so much to Twilight Princess? The game is asking for it, quite frankly, given the fact that we also have a mailman running down the way as far as how it is. And remember, this game came out before Twilight Princess. I mean, Twilight Princess is a good game. I know I'm pissing off Gemini 96 by talking about it so much as far as a seemingly negative case. But I'm saying I have to compare that game to this because I played this first and it came out first. I'm sorry. But having said that, I should have bought Traveler's Charm. Having said that, yeah, if you got one, what'd you do? You give it to him. There you go. There we go. I'm back on my feet. That being said, I'll say the postman who does this in Twilight Princess is hilarious. The sounds he makes, I'll say that for sure. And we'll get to that when we do Twilight Princess, but it said, look, Gemini 96, you can shit all over Okami all you want when it comes to, when we get to Twilight Princess as far as it. I think I probably am asking for that after everything I'm saying tonight, but is that is going to be all his and Ultra 94T's in particular. And I will love kind of going to the thing with the mailman when it comes to that one. Yeah, you saved me, but I gotta go in particular. So I guess it's the mailman from Twilight Princess, and I guess it's, okay, I was gonna say, when it came to Mr. McFeely from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, when it came to Speedy Delivery, he wasn't that speedy. Well, he was Speedy Delivery, but he wasn't necessarily saying, I'm gonna go on all fours in particular to get the mail out, but fine, he would have done anything for that mail, no question. The idea of being so dedicated to your job and dedicated to the service you provide to people, you know? Kind of like I'm dedicated to this as far as the idea of saying, hey, you know, I'm helping everybody in the area for this game, and as far as my role. I mean, I am Okami Amaterasu as far as this game, and that's, I think, the best thing we would say about a game like this, when it's all about its atmosphere and really transporting the different world, or the different world that you're in, and also the atmosphere it creates, saying, I am this character, I am in this world. I've been sitting here almost 3 hours, a little over 3 hours playing this game. It feels like, weirdly enough, it's gone by really quickly, but also not quickly, but also in a way of saying that even my normal cases of discussing as far as gaming and things like that, I'm not discussing that, but also as far as this, I'm just so entranced, even still. Just kind of just looking through this, going around, seeing what's around the field. We're going to clear out some of the gates, we're going to see anything else I can bloom off. This is not exactly something we can bloom. But also in that case, since you also have the sky in that distance, and also put the sun out over there. We'll also go out to the sea, we're pointing out when we go over here. This is the house of the pyrotechnic. We're going to go see him as far as that now. Well, I believe we have to wait until night falls in order to see him. Alright, here's a tree we can bloom. There you go. Alright, and I have to also go back into my case and get my energy set, or basically use my praise. Uh-oh. Oh no! Right, we have the fish demons coming here. Even the designs, and also the fact that they give you the, like the little scroll showing, hey, who are they? Get rid of them, but also in this case, I got rid of you, knock him down to the ground. But yeah, it's a fish demon that also has wings that's flying around, and I don't know if I can... There you go. It's like, yeah, help me. It's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna help you go. I'm gonna send you back to hell where you belong. Oh shit! But also he blows up. Oh, either way, I guess it didn't hurt me. Fantastic. Right, I gotta remember I have a bark button. All right, and also remember we're going in here. We're going to use our praise. So I'm increasing my purse size, and I'm also going to increase my health. There you go. I'll get more praise now. You don't get too much as far as getting the trees set, but it's doing it as far as it. In fact, that probably should be the scope case. I'm just gonna say we're purifying everything in this game. We're not gonna leave a single stone unturned. As you have the legend of Orochi. Yeah, so we did tell the legend as far as at the beginning of the game, so it's gonna be a little superfluous, but it is also something that's the other. We'll just collect everything as well. And that's my thing. As far as this game, I have not collected everything out of it, and I want to make sure that happens when we get this game for fall. And it goes without saying, we're going to play this game for fall. Alright, as far as the pyrotechnic, let's see this. This is Tama. You smell that? It's gunpowder. Maybe for fireworks. But I'm sleeping. Come back at night. Alright, come back at night. Before we do, I'm gonna try and get rid of the pile of leaves. Okay, I can't get rid of it. At least not like that. Alright, there's some evil demons over there. I just want to see also, is there a devil gate over here? I know there are a couple out by the sea. Alright, God of Forest is over there. We do need to go there eventually. And also, there's a wall. We'll be able to do something with that later. We're not going to do that now. Alright. Okay, I know there's a devil gate over there by that house. And we do need to go to that house a bit later for stuff. And we do need to go to God of Forest, but we can't go over there quite yet. Also, one thing I want to do is, yeah, remember, this is a case where I can use Bloom on this to get the flowers growing here from this. So let's get that set or try to. There we go. Whew, fantastic. Alright, we can't do anything with that yet. We will be able to do that later, but at least I have that cleared out for now. In fact, we'll see what this is. It's kind of cracked up. What are we going to do? We need an explosion. Okay. There's going to be a method to handle explosions later. We'll see that. I think we'll probably overlook that tonight. We got feeding. So yeah, it gives you more information about how feeding's going to work, but since we already explained how it is, I think the boars are carnivores. No, they're not. No, they're like seeds. Okay. I'll find the large boars. And as it does this 360 shot, I'll also let it go all the way around. Yes, you can just savor this. I love it. I think it also will clear itself out after enough time if you just leave it. But there you go. And also, I believe the case of, what is it? The case of the boar, if there, or any of the animals, if there are more animals in the area, you get more praise off of them if they're clumped together as far as multiples. And some of them are large. You saw that some of them are in like herds and things like that. And others are kind of sort of around, so they don't always give you as much. But other ones they will. Alright, so yeah, there's the mailman. Let's go talk to him. I can catch up to him. You get out of the way coming through. Oh, right, we got evil energy. Actually, you know what, I'll show leaving. Right, you have to knock the way out, I'll show that. Basically, you knock a hole out and you jump out. I won't do that again, but I just want to show you what happens when that happens. So in that case, if you don't want to fight, basically you knock the hole out as far as that and you dive out. We're definitely not gonna we're not gonna whip out of this one, though. Alright, let's go. It's one of you. It's you again. And it's also pointing out the only real benefit of, you know, getting a high, or going through a battle quickly and taking no damage in the morning. Which is not necessarily the underworld, because it's a case where you're going to be able to make tons of money. And it's worth pointing out, if you do get a case of saying, hey, you defeat all the enemies around here, the devil gates won't come back, but anytime you go out into a field like this, enemies will still be present, so in that case you will be able to fight and get money. But there's also other cases where you'll see pots and things along the way, or get them out of chests. So money will eventually not really be much of a factor, although it is a case where there's certain upgrades going on later, where you're going to have to get tons of money. One of them in particular, it's quite a money grind. And I'm going to have to figure how I'm going to handle it. Because in all my years of playing this, I've never gotten it, but the cost of that is insane. There we go. I think I sliced him already, but in that case, there you go. Make sure I come through. Right, there's another enemy. I also love how they have like the bamboo shoots as far as how that is, too. Right, there he goes. Fantastic. Alright, another one of you. So yeah, sometimes when you go into these devil gates, there's a lot of demons you have to take care of. Whoop. I do want to hit him enough so that then he also gets into that stun state, so that I can take him out a little easier. Because yeah, you can't really use your Celestial Brush that way. That is except for some other upgrades later where they might be able to influence the enemy's behavior in some ways. Whoa. Actually, wait a second. The other thing I can also do is I can try the thing with the trees here. Actually, will that do anything on him? Okay, let's try doing that. Let's just drop trees down. Basically, just do little dots in the area. Not really. It doesn't seem like he's really full of that. Yeah, unfortunately, he's going down, so I'm not going to get a good time bonus on this. There he is now because he took so long. Get tons of those demon things. We have to take a look at how many I got. Alright, but still I got a ton of money off of that anyway. There you go. And by doing that, we get the bridge back, and we also have a nice lake, as far as that, or a nice pond, I should say. And praise, which is always worth getting. You can also break the targets, but in this case, I think I just want to go over here. Yeah, what a potential sign. Alright, this is the dojo. Alright, we can learn techniques here, and let's see if they'll train me. Maybe you're good, little wolfie. He's like, ah, we're fine. Alright, let's give the pigs something up. The pigs... do they eat the seeds? Yeah, they do. I'll also have to get a sense of that next time we go to the shop. But there you go. So we're feeding all the animals. Yeah, all creatures great and small, they're all getting taken care of as far as this. I'll also say this, if I did not play this game as far as tonight's show, it's also going to be a great Easter game, honestly. Maybe that's what I should do as far as when we come back to this thing. Alright, run down Dojo's run by Eccentric. Well, let's see what he's got. Yeah, what do we got here? An Onigiri-sensei, huh? Yeah, an adorable lupine visitor. I'm Onigiri-sensei, huh? Here he is. He's fighting master, but you're a wolf. What do you have business doing here? You're not studying the arts, are you? Yeah, I am. I'd like to cut your jib. Alright, unfortunately it's too dangerous. Unless you can cover the fee. How much is it? Right, that's the idea. It's based on certain things. Okay, so based on what you got, you're able to use your yen here to get new stuff. In this case, you have Fleet Foot. You can pay money for that, so you can hit the R2 button to do a dodge. Reflector Technique means you get another hit to your standard attack combo. That might be worth getting. You get Rosary Beads as far as later, and in this case, increase the attack rate. And basically, that's like a projectile attack. You also have the Golden Fury. That is a thing you do in battle. And you hit the circle button, you're able to insult foes and get Demon's Fangs. Basically, you pee on them, just to give a sense of that. We're going to want to get that, because it means it's an easy way to get Demon Fangs. You just pee on the enemies and get them. And yeah, the most expensive, I may as well mention this now, the most expensive upgrade is basically you shit on them. So in that case, that's tons of money, and I've never gotten that. We will get that as far as the case of going through that. So yeah, they're not ignoring the fact that the idea that we're doing, you know, aspects of a dog like that. It's like Dog's Life on the PS2, which is another game that kind of goes in that excremental direction. Although in this case, it's also something that, because it's like, it's divine as far as how it goes, as far as the way it is, and it is also something that it does have this kind of, you know, tongue-in-cheek perspective about itself. But I think what I want to do is, I do want to get the Reflector Technique, but I also do want to show the Fleet Foot. Let's show the Fleet Foot. Alright, you got the money? Sure. Alright. And also pointing out, watch his pose. That is the same animation from Viewtiful Joe. You know, when he does his transformation, they did intentionally put that in as far as being the same. And it is the same developer, so fair enough. You guys are prepared to handle this? You bet. So, test your might. Go into Mortal Kombat. So when you have techniques like this, you go into the dojo, and then they give you opportunities to practice. In this case, we have the sidestep as far as it, so I'll let the lesson begin. This is the fleet foot as far as how it goes. As I mentioned, you hit the R2 button in order to do a dodge. Move in the direction you push with the left analog stick. You can easily do a dash following a jump. And use the R2 button to quickly leap away from danger. Yeah, we understand it, so we gotta do it. Perspective. Alright, so there you go, that's the technique. Yeah, train... Okay, so there you go, that's how it goes, so... If you just hit it, you go backwards, but as far as how it goes, you can also change it so you go in a different direction. I do the tips again. And I guess I will just play around as far as how it's going. If I was gonna bite him, he's not gonna like that, but it's either way. When you're done, you can... Yeah, I don't know, huh? Basically give you free training as far as how that goes. I mean, free is part of your tuition costs. Yeah, but you gotta keep training every day. So it's just like Shenmue in that way. Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Can I get something off of this? Yeah, it looks weird saying, oh yeah, anytime a load screen is going on, I'm just hitting the X button repeatedly, but there you go. Alright, as far as my money, I don't have much money. Yeah, I do have tons of those demon fangs, though. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'll come back later, and I'll get the other combo case. But in that case, you do have the ability to do upgrades as far as how it is. So that's the purpose of getting the money, but you're gonna have to get tons of it. I also love the xylophone, like the afternoon remix as far as when you come out to the field. It's not easy to hear that, but it's a case where you come out during the afternoon as far as how it is. You hear it, and it's amazing. Alright, so there's some evil energy, I think. Oh yeah, I can bloom this, so it's bloom it. Basically, anything I'm seeing, like, I'm just gonna stop and saying we're gonna bloom this area. Fantastic. With that, we also have new animals here, so I'm gonna help them out. That is assuming I have the feed bag I need. But if not, I'll need to get more money as far as how it is. Oh, I got seeds. I got one last thing of the seeds. Alright. I think most of the field is cleared as far as how it is. I'll take another run across, and in that case, I'll need to figure where we're going next. Actually, right, I do know where you gotta go next. We do have to go to the village. Right, since we did take care of things here, is he feeling alright? Yeah, the magic crystal ball must work his mojo. He's right about that. Yeah, there's the kiln over there. That's everything. Yeah, I think most of this place is totally clean now. The river sure is. You don't see that great attention to detail when you're in the water. You have, like, the lily pads coming off of you. Oh, here we go. Here's a clover. Fantastic. Let's do a dig out. Beautiful. I don't think I have treasures. We'll take a look as far as here now. There's also a way you can get more money, but as far as how this is, I don't have any. What do you have? I can't afford it. Well, I can't afford something. No, you don't. He doesn't have too much. Okay, one thing I'm gonna clear out from here that I haven't yet. Let's take a look. Okay, the guards having back to normal, and the curse zone is gone, so protecting land. Also, let's see. I did see a demon gate or a devil gate. Alright, there's a chest. Let's grab that. Got Traveler's Charm. Alright, yeah, let's clear this out. In that case, I think we'll be done here, and then we'll go back into town. Back into the village. Alright, here we go. Yeah, they're playing music, but in that case, I'm gonna be cutting them down. Sorry. Then again, I do love the music again when it comes to being in here right now. R2. So yeah, in that case, I can just use the dodge going on as far as that shit. But I definitely do need to get that upgrade as far as how the other thing is with the extra combo head. Not that it's a bad case of being able to not use it, but I want to have it. At some point, we'll get the rosary beads. I don't know if we'll get that tonight. I'll see. But when we do, that'll be a case of another method of attack. Basically, uses projectile. You can shoot from a distance, kind of pepper the enemies with a this. Ouch. It might be the other thing when he does that, I can just do a dodge out of the way. I think. Whoa. Okay, sort of got shielded, but I don't know if that's the case where that affected my damage taken. Actually, I think I've gone through this without taking damage. If not, because I'm invincible. Whoa. There we go. Yeah, with our bark, we did get stuff set. Fantastic. And some bunnies. Let's take care of them. All right. Actually, wait a second. I don't have what I need to feed them. I think I need the seeds. In that case, I am going to go back to the shop and buy them. I do have a lot more money. I mean, I know I do want to use those on the upgrade, which I'll get that when I get enough money as far as that. I need... Actually, wait, no. They eat the herbs. But I'll buy seeds anyway because I don't have them, and I have stuff for everything else. Basically, what you want to do when you see animals around, if you're like me and you want to feed all the animals, you want to make sure that you have a nice collection of food, so when you run into them, you'll have one of everything. Alright, there you go. Yes, the bunnies are going to have a nice meal. I don't know. Yeah, it's not going to be long enough in order to get something off of that. Okay. Also, I just want to see one other thing, which is what I have on this. Alright, I have just enough for the ink pot, and I want that. There we go. I'll probably go for the health afterwards. I tend to like to balance everything, but since I use the Celestial Brush like crazy, which is part of the point of this game, I think. It definitely is. We definitely want to get that set. Okay, and yes, the sun is starting to set. It's worth pointing out on the valley. But having said that, also, yeah, there is where Clover is, but also that's a hardened rock, so I can't dig through that. There's another demon gate, or another devil gate, I should say. There you go. Go through, and we're gonna stop the evil all across the land. Basically, yeah, spend the entire day pretty much clearing the land off, which is great. Right, he's going down. Right, here we go. He's in his state. There he is coming. There you go. Basically, the tell as far as getting the demon fang off of him is to, basically when he does that final jump in the air when his health is depleted, just cut him down. If you do it too early, you won't get it, but either way, I got a good case as far as that. Fantastic. Okay. Well, there is a free chest as far as this, and a nice shrine. Alright, we got a Vengeance Slip. Yeah, you can use this to deflect enemy attacks whilst you're in the battle. There you go. So that is Shinsu Field as far as how it is. That being said, since time of day has changed, you're seeing that. It'll be nighttime soon, so I am going to go over to where the other guy is by the water. He says, like, yeah, come back at night. And they'll go back to the village. Also, the other place we can go, which we haven't shown, and since I am waiting for it to go night, I may as well go over here and show it. We can go down by the water. Oh, there you go. And that's how you know it's nighttime. Yeah, a God of Force is over there. We can't go there, but we'll go to the Pyrotechnics now, and then also I'll show down by the water, because there is actually somewhere very significant that is over there. Yeah, that mailman works during the night. That's fantastic. No, I don't want to fight the demons. I want to just go to Pyrotechnic's house. I don't know if I can do this yet, but if I can, I want to get it going. Or at least I can get it set up. This is Tama. Yeah, he is a bit of smoker, says he, yeah. Can't be doing that. Check and double check my formula. Formula for what? Yeah, got a minute? Yeah, what's the little wisp doing here? Alright, so, this is not the bug case. Be saying, yeah, I'm not a wisp, I'm a wandering artist. Yeah, a little ball of fire. I'm Tom, by the way. Playing Pyrotechnics. There he is. Listen up. I'm saying I have a humdinger of a doozy here, with formula over there. Yeah, I think we can get this now. No careers of Pyrotechnics has led me over to that. The firework dubbed the Midnight Wonder Boy, but even though the formula sound is not working right. You know, you got good eyes, fiery eyes, they're smoldering too. Maybe it's what I need to set this off. Alright, hold on your hat, kids. Alright, there you go. Constellation, you're saying. Alright, so there you go. He's tossing stuff in there. Oh, right, I have to... Is that right? Do I have to strike it? You know, maybe I... Okay, I'll show that. Did it work? I might not have the power as far as what it is, or what's the problem. Yeah, let's try again. I just want to see what he does, because I don't know if I have what I need to do in order to make this happen. Yeah, he hit that. I would think I'd have to strike it like a match. I can't really bloom it. Now, I will try the bloom. I might not have what I need for this. Or maybe I have to... I don't think I have to do that. No, it's not that. Okay, so... Yeah, I might not... I don't think I have what I need. Yeah, it shows over there, that's the pattern. Although, actually... I don't think I can take the pattern, can I? Oh, he doesn't follow his own form. Oh, right, never mind. That's it. I can get it now. I forgot about that. They basically show you on the wall. That's the pattern you need to make, and then we have to just paint it up. Because we don't have this yet. This is what we're going to get in just a second. But as far as this, just to give an idea of this. Right, we have to do what it shows there. So basically, I was right to a certain extent when we went on the wall. It shows you what you have to do. You basically have to write a circle out, and then you have to put a little stick in it, like that. There you go. So yeah, Issa was saying, hey, maybe we can see some fireworks. Yeah, we got some fireworks going on here. Look at that. But also that touch, I love the fact that Matarasu's just jumping up as far as like, I want to get the fireworks now. That white. He mentioned something about constellation, didn't he? Yeah, you did. Alright, so in that case, you also pay attention to where those are. So there's that. I think that's it? Yeah, that's it, okay. I didn't know if I was missing one in the middle. Yeah, because that power, that's how we're going to be able to get across those cracked areas. Alright, so we have this boar god as far as what it's looking like, and he's tossing that down. Yeah, it's a Bakugami. Actually, I'm getting a lot of these really quick. Alright, I'd lost track of you, but now my soul is at ease, and I have a gift for you. God of Explosive Force. They are using the cherry bomb. Where it's foes and obstacles. So we'd use this in battle to blow up enemies, but also we'd be using that to bust through cracks in the wall or on the ground. I just love that attention to detail. Say, yeah, they blew up off screen and then rolled over to me, so I'm all set with this. Yep. So we got the cherry bomb. So yeah, use that to blow up the stuff. Yeah, as mentioned, you use the cracks over there, and then you paint the circle and then put a stick in it. Or basically put the fuse in. You also have to be careful you're not too close to the blast, because it can hurt you. Yeah, I do love the case that is like the fireworks. Fantastic. Yeah, I do love the cherry bomb. In that case, I'm also going to go across the field. I'm going to bust everything, and then we're going to go back in town. And there we go. We got the rat statue, so that is actually one of the treasures. One of the 13 treasures based on the signs of the Zodiac. Oh, here we go. Let's use it on the enemy. Why not? There you go. So in this case, I'm going to do that. Yeah, I did blow him up, that's for sure. Now he's down on the ground. I can blow him up, but you do have to wait for the bomb to go off. Actually, I don't know. Can I get him? He's so low on the ground. Maybe I can blow him up. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, it did knock him down, so in that case I was able to get him off the ground. So yeah, the Celestial Brush techniques are basically where the variety of combos can come along. Yeah, he blew up as well, but I took some damage, so I'm not getting perfect, that's fine. I still did get a good amount of money off of that. And I've almost got enough for the extra combo head. Alright. There's the enemy. They will also come towards you if they're close, so that's something to keep in mind. And also, since the enemy's not popped up yet, let's get set and drop the bomb. You do see the game slowing down a little bit as far as that when it comes to the explosion, but... Actually, you know what? I think I can use the bomb on him, so that's going to be what I'm going to try. Because he'll stay out a little while. Perfect. Actually, wait, did that work? It didn't work. Let's try it again. Yeah, I didn't get him. Okay, so yeah, the bomb might not work on him. That being said, I think... Okay, I can't cut him. Damn. Actually, one thing I'm going to use is, since I do have this, I haven't used it yet. Let's use the, Actually, yeah, well, actually, let's try the deflection. Let's use the Holy Bone to get some health. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I got, the Traveler Charm. I did have my Godhood increased, as far as how that goes. Yeah, let's use our Vengeance. There you go. You also have, Divine Protection around these. So in that case, he's gonna drum me as far as how it is, but in this case, I won't do damage for this. Whack. I don't tend to use these, but I figured for the purpose of Let's Play's sake, it's worth showing off. And also show the idea that you have a lot of options saying, hey, you can pick these up. You can also prevent yourself from taking damage from battles. Yeah, okay, it didn't do much to him, or it didn't do anything, so in that case, just get him set. Fantastic. Alright, I do have enough money as far as that upgrade now. Which, since it's on the way, I'll go get it. I'll do a couple things. I will go out to the sea just to show what's looking like over there. Then, since there is something hidden in the ground over there, I'll go do that. I'll hit the rest of them. I'll go get the upgrade and go back to the village. Yeah, here we are. We're coming out to the sea. And as far as this, just to give you an idea, this is the Moon Shrine. The Moon Shrine's over there. Remember, this is where you can go to purify themselves before we go to the Moon Cave. Remember, that was where Orochi was specifically where he came out of. Alright, but here's Mika. He's the medium in the area, or the priest in the Moon Shrine. Your timing's immaculate. I need to speak to you. Outside is Lake Harami, the largest lake in Nippon. In the middle of it was the Moon Cave, but it's vanished. The shrine's the wicked demon that Nagin sure knew he once defeated. Yeah, you mean Orochi, right? It has Tsukuyomi, the sword of Nagi's. Yeah, I can't say his name. I already said it. What happened to it? It's guarded by Waka. He's the Tao Master. He has to go back to the city, or had to do that, and now it's gone. What's going on? Yeah, monsters behind these parts too, and then the worst. Alright, they still need to be dealt with. Okay, this is another challenge. I already wanted lists. You don't say. Here you go. He has a list of monsters that we can take care of. We go find them, we can get a bounty. There's another side quest going on. All the monsters with one signs will have a sign marked on them. So you usually have eyes on them, you can get that set, but you also have to fight them at night, and they're hard to beat. Some brave souls stuff with the challenge, I think. Alright, so we're taking his notebook. Yeah, sweet job. Fantastic. I do want to show at least one of these going on as far as it will correct the reward. But these demons only coming out at night, so I'll have to show that happening. In fact, actually, right, they give you the first one as a freebie. As soon as you come out, he's here. Yeah, this is Biwamaru, the Vandal. Yeah, he's got an exercising arrow. That's you can tell that he's one on the list. Somebody really want to get rid of him, and now we're going to do it. Don't let him get away. I don't know if it's a case where they can escape necessarily, or what. But either way, we're not going to let him. He's going to die. Yeah, he's dead. And when you defeat him, it's worth pointing out, at the end of the battle, when you defeat him, all the other demons around die, in particular. So that means it's really, really easy to get, all the money bonus. But I love this touch. He was on the list. We found it. We killed him. So now we can cross him out. And they do mean that literally, you actually do pay the Celestial Brush to cross their name off the list. Yeah, remember, it was, Biwamaru the Vandal, so in that case, you literally just cross him right off. Except, yeah, you're trembling excitement over something, cross it, and draw the straight line. There you go. Fantastic. Not a straight line, but either way, yeah, you cross them off. You cross them all off, you see the priest, and he'll give you a bonus for that. Alright, so he's saying that the Moon Cave disappeared. I'm gonna at least show that, and then we'll go back as far as how it's going. As far as where a good place to end on this, just thinking about that, I honestly don't know. Actually, I think maybe one place where I was when I was not doing my practice on this so much as my demonstration this to people this week. So yeah, the Moon Cave should be right there, but it's just a mountain. Yeah. It's too big for the Moon Cave, I remember. Alright, let's show this also because there's a save point over here, so I may as well get that going. Again, the beautiful, beautiful look of this place and the beautiful, beautiful music. Alright, remember, there's evil energy sealing this thing in particular. Alright, we're gonna have to come back here way later. But not now. Actually, there is not a save point here. No, it's a save point inside. Because that's gonna be late game. We're gonna come here. Alright. Okay, so we're going to go back to the field, and then we're going to go and hit the cherry bomb locations. We'll get the extra combo thing, and then we'll go back into town, because we do need to do something as far as getting the story going along, or getting the next part of that going. Because we do need to get to the forest, but when we get to, in order to get to the forest, we do need to have another power-up. We just also see over here. Actually, wait a second. There's something over on that end. You're also seeing how I play. This game is like, oh wow, there's something over here. But that's also a thing about this game. It's just fun to just kind of explore and just look around the area and see what's here. Our guardian statue, but it hasn't been here for years. Maybe give a peace offering. I don't know. Can I bloom it? I don't think I have anything to give him an offering. I think we'll have an offering later. I think there's something specific you have to do, but it's been a while since I've done that. And honestly, it's been a really long time since I played through this game. So in that case, this is almost like me coming to a new sort of, although, as I mentioned, since I bought the Switch version last year, it's something where I did kind of come back to this, and it was kind of remembering, well, A, how much I loved it, not that I ever forgot, but just then kind of getting myself familiar with the beginning of the game. There we go. We got another treasure, Coral Fragment. Came to the Dragon Palace. Fantastic. And that's the other thing we'll do here. We'll go to sell off our treasures. Because he said, hey, if you have any treasures, sell them. Alright, but it's morning again. Talk about a great getting up song as far as how it is when it comes to waking up for the day. When you hear the strings coming on, I love it. Then again, I can't say I love this music enough. Especially this piece of music. That, as far as this song. And I love this entire soundtrack, but to me, if you're going to say what's the theme of Okami, it's probably this. Outside of, like, the main title screen and things like that. Alright, we got a exorcism slip. Another case of offering. Yeah, you're also seeing the game slowing down a lot here as far as how it is. It's generally 30 FPS, and I believe they have it consistent on the other consoles, but right here in particular, I guess when we have... Okay, when I had something with that going, it was definitely going slower. As I mentioned, this is built on the engine of Resident Evil Remake from GameCube, which is something actually I did not know until I was doing the notes. Hence why I like doing the notes, because it's something where I learn a lot of stuff as far as how it is, too. Hi. Out shopping duty? Sort of. I have treasures I want to sell you. Yeah, here's Coral Fragment. And a rat statue. Alright, so next we're gonna go up and get the, and I can't blow that up, by the way. There is a way that I can dig through that, but that's not gonna come until way later. Actually, right, that's another one of those, guardian statues. Yeah, and we'll give the offerings to that another time. Probably we'll come back to this. As far as when, that's probably gonna be a next year thing. And also, this is something, we'll have going on here as far as, because you're also seeing, I'm not drowning one in the water right in front of that thing, but there's a reason. We'll get to that later. I guess so, because that's the other thing I guess I may as well go into. Which is, since we're a third of the way done after tonight with our monthly scoping sessions, it's something where the question of when are we going to come back to some of this stuff, of which, for BlazBlue Calamity Trigger, that's going to be a case where that's going to be an easy one to come back to, because I'm basically going to be doing a show for each character. And I don't know if I'll do that every month, but it's also something where that's going to be an easy one as far as having it as background, as far as a pinch hitter. The other way will be for Final Fantasy XIV when we do that. As I mentioned, we recorded that footage last week for, what was it? For the setup of the account and all that. We had a great time, and I can't wait to share that with you. It's also interesting because the upgrades or the information of this week came about, and we were kind of saying, like, when are we going to time this for coming back to it, but also saying the next update they're going to give. It was a question of seeing, like, yeah, this is, we were talking in the future as far as that what's going on, And there's some big stuff, including the fact it's coming to Switch 2. I think we even said, like, yeah, sorry, Switch 2 owners, you're probably not getting this. And like, oh, wait, no, they announced it. So it's coming out, and the new expansion's coming out. And they're also making Stormbringer a part of the free trial, which is good, because I'm running a free trial. And it's worth pointing out, that's not going to change the way we're playing it, which is going through Series X, because I know on Switch 2, there's going to be a different way of running that, where I think you need the square count that I signed up for already, but you also need something else. Although, actually, since there is crossplay, I'll say this. I'll talk to Crusader64 and Chasm22 and AG42 about this. I don't think it's going to cost me extra, because it said only if you buy something do you have to buy the game again. And since I did get my account set up as far as on Series X, I think I probably could carry that over to Switch 2 if they say, hey, we want to see how Switch 2 runs this thing. So we could. I'll ask and also get a sense of when they're on the show next, which I guess... We might have Crusader64 on the show in July. That's the thought, but I don't know. We'll have to get us. I'm still waiting on that, but I'm getting that new reflector technique. All right, so Henshin to go, baby. Okay. You have to be prepared to handle this. This is not going to be too bad, because B's just giving us another hit in our combo. Like I said, that'd also be the question about how that's going, but I mean, we got to decide on a date as far as when we're doing Final Fantasy XIV for the live show. Because we'll have that other thing as far as the live one, I don't know. Given some of these changes, that might change it. I'll get a sense. Oh, practice 4 wins reflector technique. Okay, hit square to begin the attack and then keep hitting. I understand the explanation, just hit the square button. I'm trying to remember if I can practice it here. Oh, right, I can practice on him, I think. Oh, right, here we go. Right, we have a training dummy. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, I love that touch as well. The fact that, yeah, we split the thing in half. You keep going. Yeah, I'll try again. But also, I guess it has like a possession case, so in that case, it basically comes right back. Fantastic. Put more energy into it. What do you mean, more energy? I did it as far as just keep hitting square repeatedly. Boom, there you go. I had to sign off, by the way. Speaking of dogs, up with one who wasn't well last night. Great show, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Send my love as far as him and my best wishes as far as great dog gaming. So good to see you tonight, Dolly Finn. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll just let you know, we're going to be on next week on May 2nd. We're playing Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo, so it's another Capcom joint. In fact, here it is right here. This is the game we're playing next week. A true classic as far as Capcom. I'm looking to come back to this, as is the case. Thank you. It would be great. Of course, anytime. And thank you for joining us for Okami. And I'll let you know when we come back to this, when we're going to come back to this. Like I said, I do want to look as far as all the stuff we're going to scoping session, as far as how it's going. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I always am looking forward to it, and also to future collaborations as far as all the shows you're going to be on as well. We'll figure that as well as we go along. Hope you're doing well. Sending my best to your great dog as far as how that is. Yeah, we have great dogs in gaming, of course, our great dogs in our lives that also inform the idea of great dogs in gaming. I know that's probably the case with people who made this game and other stuff. Super. Good night to you. Of course, good night to you as well, and great to see you tonight. All right, that is enough for now as far as our case. We've got our warrior spirit. Keep training, and you can go. You said I can go, but it's like, let's hit it again then, I guess. Alright, so we did get the reflector technique, so in that case, that means that our combos are going to be more powerful. Keep training, okay? No problem. I also love the fact this makes the loading times that much more active, saying, hey, just keep hitting the button and get a bonus off of this. So you're still here. Well, let's see what else he's got as far as what's going on. Yeah, we do. He does open up another set of things when I get the other stuff, which is the rosary technique and then the peeing spell. I find the ability to pee. You go outside as far as dangerous. Okay, it's far as dangerous now because it cleared the place out, and we're all set. There's no evil energy around, or there's not much. Having said that, now that I got everything set and I hit everything on the walls as far as how it was, with the cherry bombs, we're going back to the village. Well, before we bloom these things. Well, after we bloom these things. Also, you're seeing the game lag a little bit as far as very briefly pausing when it comes to doing that. Not too bad, but also something worth mentioning. I don't think the later versions do it. But as I mentioned, if nothing else, it's just showing the idea that this game is definitely showing off the power of the PlayStation 2. And I guess it does give credence to what they mentioned. Maybe back to the village already, huh? Alright, we haven't checked everything we need to do here. We did do a lot of stuff. Oh, right, we didn't check over there. We have to basically get a sense of saying, hey, we can't go there. Alright, so we basically... yeah, fine, we'll check that last area. See, I told you. Okay, we'll do that. So, alright, us staying here was not a bad idea. Us hanging around was something that made total sense. Yeah, I didn't want to show to a God of Force because we can't go there yet. There's, surprise, surprise, another Celestial Brush upgrade we need to get there. Or more accurately, to get there safely. I don't know, and I also don't know how sequence breaking in this game works. I've never done it, and I don't think I've actually ever seen what does that look like, what's the speedrun community in this game. I'm not gonna say if there is one, there is one. It's just, I don't know what it is. Actually, with this, I think I can get through. I think the idea is you just go through your health. Oh, unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna... Okay, not drown, but in case we can't swim up there. We did get brought back. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, yeah. That is the case that Okami and Matarasu cannot swim. Sorry. Let's take a look on the map. Alright, this is a God of Force, but we can't go here. This is the waterway. I just showed you exactly what you're not supposed to do, saying most green and fertile land here, but we don't have a ferry to go there, and we need something else to go there with. So in that case, it's here, but I can't really go anywhere with this unless I can't. Actually, no, I can't really leave the walls up here. And down there's not much of a reason to do anything, so just cut the rock. Actually, can I cut the rock? I just have to be set on that. Maybe not. Maybe I can't cut this rock. Actually, can I? No, I also can't climb the trees. I can plant the trees. But also, they don't last forever. Oh, right. I think I can rejuvenate this thing. I think. Or maybe not. Okay, that's the boat, so in that case, we can't really take the boat out, can we? Alright, let's look at the sign, and if that's the case, we're gonna have to go back to town, so we're not gonna be able to go there. Ferry between docks here, but it's out of service. Alright, there you go. We had to do this. We've seen everything set here, so we have to go to see how Saki is going. Alright, so yeah, we did clear the place out pretty nicely as far as how this is. So off we go. We're gonna go back to the village. It's just the one thing I didn't do, but as I said, you can also go back to the village no matter what. If you're like, hey, you know, I could have said, no, we're going back to the village, and we're ignoring that. But since we're saver in this game, I said, let's just go do that. And I am set with all the upgrades I have for now. There is another one we have to get in order to go over to God of Forest. I think we might be able to get there and end for the night. I think. But I do know that there's things we need to do in town. Though we've done a lot in town. So, we'll see what's next. Alright, here we go. Well, also, there's some trees we haven't bloomed, so let's get those set. Yeah, we haven't done the bloom in town at all. But the place is bustling now. Oh, yeah, you. That's the guy who we're doing the the time attack for the battle, right? 15 more to go. 15 more what? Oh, right. You have to bloom the trees. So, alright, he's keeping track, so that's another, quest we're gonna do. Right, because he'll keep track on the trees, I think, won't he? Yeah, there you go. He says 14 more to go. So basically, we gotta bloom all the trees in town, which I was gonna do anyway. Also, that's something that's gonna come into play way later, as in when we come back to this, probably in a couple of parts after we come back to this. There we go. So that Astral Pouch, I've been filling that up like crazy. Alright, so anytime we see a tree that's looking not so hot, we're just gonna bloom the thing. But also, I do have to draw over it fully. There you go. Alright, she's still doing the laundry. How you doing, Miss Orange? Still at work? Alright, yeah, the trees were fully in bloom back in the day, not so much anymore. You know what? I don't want night to come. Yeah, you can also change the weather, so it's a case of saying, hey, you want it to stay day, or if it's night and you want to bring it to be day, you can do that right away. So it's like the Sun Song in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, except in that case, you get this way earlier. Wait, no, that's for the, that was for the watermelon, which I already took care of. Just anytime we see a tree that is not looking so good, yeah, let's bloom it. There you go. Alrighty. Oh yeah, chickens. We haven't fed the chickens. Right, yeah, seeds. Yeah, in fact, yeah, they're doing the peck on the seeds. There you go. Awesome. I haven't said, can I take the turnip up? Yeah, yeah. And she's not saying, hey, you know, I'm going to hit you for that. That being said, I do want to hit that. Okay, you're also... Right, the signs do not get busted. Or they do get busted and they come back together right away. Okay. Yeah, we're just having a blast exploring. That's the other thing I think about this game. Not that other games don't do this, and Zelda definitely does, the idea that this game gives you a lot of reason to explore and just kind of play around with it, and I love that about it. Then again, there's not a whole lot I don't love about this game. The only thing I guess I don't love about this is actually something we're going to see semi-soon. So at least when I was playing the Switch version, it was really finicky getting this going, but I'll show them a little bit. Maybe I'll remember now how it goes. It's a case where when I was doing a play of this game on Switch a couple months ago, I actually forgot what I needed to do, and actually then said, okay, I gotta look at a guide for this. But yeah, as long as you just follow the path going through town, you'll be able to be set and hit everything. Here's some birds. Let's get some seeds, the birds. Yeah, because I didn't give them the seeds. I didn't have them when I was up here first time. He's just getting praise anywhere we can get it. Alright, what's up? I thought it was something to kill him up. Oh, aside from, I guess maybe it was like the animals there could bite them. Because, like, yeah, we don't want to bite them. I just want to bloom the trees. That's all I really want to do here. Yeah, we have to go talk to Mr. Orange again. Actually, that is one thing. I think we do have to bloom the tree up there. I mean, I don't think that tree's dead. I'll give it a shot. That, or else go down and get a sense of the count of how many trees I got left. are we going? One more. Alright, so we're gonna be blessed with a miracle. Okay, so I just gotta find where the last tree is. I mean, it's not gonna be too hard to find, just to kind of go all around. And I don't think it's... There is a bloom, or there's a clover out there, but I don't think there's a tree I gotta get rid of. Or have to bring back to life. And they're all gonna be outside, so it's not a case where you have to go inside to find a tree, but I can go up there and get a chest. There we go. Oh, I think I can get up there. Let's try it. There we go. Yeah, got another exorcism slip. Whoa. That's the other thing. I guess I can look around, seeing where it is. Yeah, I don't think it's over here, and I don't think it's over on those islands. Oh, it's right here. Perfect. Perfect. Fantastic. Alright, so now that we have everything set, let's talk to you. They're all in full bloom. Now to wait the miracle to take place. Okay, perfect. Alright, so now let's go see Mr. Orange. And hopefully I remember how to do this. Or maybe it's a case where it's more finicky on the new version. I don't remember. But I do remember a couple months ago I did have to do something with this. And I was like, yeah, this is kind of annoying getting this figured. Okay, I gotta do two things. I need to touch the Sakuya. That's the other thing. You're looking mighty fine thanks to us. But wait, she's not here. Oh no, she didn't die already, did she? Because remember she said, if these don't come back, I'm gonna be dead. Mr. Orange is going on. Well, that's part of it, but also maybe I gotta bloom the thing. Okay, I put sunshine underneath it. Alright, let's talk to, yeah, we'll talk to Mr. Orange. Right, I have to go there to get a sense of that and then talk to Mr. Orange. I keep seeing stuff going on in the video. I really hope that's not coming off on the raw file. I really do. If it is, I'll have to do tests before I do on-screen again. As I mentioned, the only reason I'm doing on-screen on this is because I have so much cases of Okami I want to show off as how much I love it. And also cases where it makes sense to kind of go on camera. It's like, this is a game I got it. I just said, I have nothing to hide. I'm not even hiding myself. I just want to show you in particular how much I love this game. And I said, when we come back to this game, as far as it, I'll be on camera for every part. I may as well. Answer all my prayers. The village's trees have sprung back to life. Yes, they have. Alright, so I have to harness the power that dwells within the good earth. Yeah, this part. Yeah, the Konohana Shuffle. This part is, this is insanely finicky when I was trying to do this one as one of the Switch version. I'd remember if it's this bad on the PS2 as far as how it was there. We're pointing out Hexadrive did the port, by the way, as far as the HD versions. But yeah, he's getting his drink on too with the Sake Valor. I had to break my vow of temperance. Alright, I'll sip the sake and soon we'll see blossoms. I love how it is the rumble going on as he's doing the drinking. Alright, there you go. Again, it's a case we have to do celestial brush stuff, but you have to pay attention to what's going on the screen. But are you okay? Snowball! Oh, just like Shadow Heart's Covenant, there you go. Fitting. You see the stuff of legends. I mean, he's like, yeah, she's like, no, I don't like the taste of this. Or the smell of this. Oh, here you go. Right, he's doing movements as far as bringing life back to the tree there. Right, you have to Oh, right, you have to do it quickly, otherwise he fails. It didn't work, not even a bit. The tree was supposed to become a blaze of blossoms. Okay, that is on a timer, it's worth pointing out. I do know that, so he doesn't actually believe in his own stuff. But no, it can't be. So, like with Susana, we have to give him some help. We'll keep doing it. I think what happened when I was doing this on the Switch version a couple months ago was the case that I did the circle, and you have to do it really quick. So, yeah, because unlike some of the other ones, you're on a timer. Even when you do the Celestial Brush, it does not stop time. But I was doing the bloom, and it wasn't taking it. Okay, there you go. That worked. Just keep blooming and keep circling and be quick. There's one last one to go. Maybe that was all of them. Oh, no, it's not. There's the last one on the top. Alright, that was way worse on the Switch, so maybe there's something they fucked up in the HD version. Because I had no problem doing that, except for the first time when I just didn't do it. Yeah, because I was drawing the circles when it came to that version as far as on Switch, and it didn't do anything. In fact, I did it in front of Dolly Finn, as it was, and I was saying, why is this not working? I even had to look up saying, what do you have to do here? I thought I had to bloom it. And I did circle, and it didn't work. But it was a case where I had to be, it was really specific. Alright, so maybe it's the HD version. So maybe another reason why to buy this on the PS2. Though if you don't have PS2, it's not a case where it's broken. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I just forgot how it is. But by doing that, that does bring Sakuya back. Alright, you're alright. Thank God. And you look very nice. He's being a little more polite when it comes to saying, you know, what's going on. Yeah, little bug friend, you're full of spunk. And I guess we're also not going to attack the idea that you're calling us a bug, right? But also I owe this elderly gentleman my deepest thanks. Yeah. I'm really gracious for everything. Yeah, she's been reborn a little bit. She's restored, she's re-energized, she's not wearing the kimono anymore. But also, Isun, I guess, is getting hot and heavy. Actually, so was Amaterasu, actually, a little bit. Yeah, the one who deserves my thanks and respect most. Yeah, it is us. Praise be to you. Yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of praise on this one. I can't guarantee it'll mean salvation for all of Nippon. But if you restore the guardian saplings spread around, I think you too will benefit from the power that results from it. Yeah, we've already have so much. I'm remain here in Kamiki Village praying for the success of the mission, and I look forward to gazing upon you again. Alright, may the fresh scent of flowers protect you always. Thank you. So yeah, Sakuya will always be with us in that way. And she is alright, so in that case, we were able to help her as far as the guardian saplings, and we're just gonna keep going. But we have another celestial brush case. Yeah, they give you a lot of these early, but it's also something where we'll have other ones we'll get later that we're gonna have to wait on. Okay. In this case, you have to hit the celestial hit there and there. Okay, I'm thinking... I'll have to look at this again. Maybe the Switch version, or the HD version, I don't know as far as the HD version that was counted on PS3. That was the first HD version, as he's also crashing into the camera. Maybe there's something about the responsiveness of that. I don't know if it, maybe it's me. I don't know. Chad, if you played it on any of the HD versions, is it that sensitive when it came to the bloom thing we had to do with Mr. Orange's Kanahawa Shuffle, and also for that matter when it comes to the constellations? I don't necessarily know if it is. It seems like I'm having no problem doing it on the PS2. And again, I can't speak to the Wii version because I never played it. And the only reason I didn't play it is because I played it on this. If I hadn't played it, you bet your ass I would have bought it on the Wii, like the day it came out. And I did actually buy it for people on the Wii because I was such a believer in this game. I bought this game multiple times from multiple people. In particular, I mentioned to St. Aspartame, I bought him the PS2 version. Then years later, he actually bought the HD version when it came out. And he said, I remember he did actually indicate me in one of his Instagram posts saying, like, Captain D-Trag told me how great this game was years ago. And I did really like it, but now playing it again, I'm reminded how great this is, and thank you so much for indicating it and being a champion for this game. I was like, absolutely. I mean, he's been a champion for so many other cases of getting me to certain games, and really everybody I know has done that. In that case, if nothing else, that shows the idea of what we've sometimes talked about on this show when it comes to games that maybe don't sell that great, and cases of, where it's a game that really means a lot to you that you really want to share with other people. We mentioned that with Shadow Hearts Covenant when we played that last year. I mentioned that game a lot, but they do have some similarities as far as how it is with certain things. And I completely get that sense of saying that game that speaks to you so much, you get the sense people miss this. And not a case of necessarily shaming them. It's a case where even my stuff I've said on The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, I'm not shaming people who love that game and bought that over this. I understand why, because Zelda's an established brand. And hey, I want to play Twilight Princess 2 because I love Zelda. And I still think it's a really good game. But it was a case of seeing this game kind of come out of nowhere. Case of, what is this? And I played and said, this is one of the best games on the PS2. For my money, this is the best game on the PS2. And I know that's very strong praise. I know that's saying quite a bit, given the amazing games that are on this console. But as they said, this is a game I believe so strongly in. I was basically saying to everybody, not a case of shaming them, saying, how dare you not buy this, but also saying, you have to buy this. You have to give this game a look. Even if you don't love it as much as I do, and I mentioned that we played Shenmue, same cases with that one as with this one, saying, this is one of those, if you love gaming at all, you have to play this. You have to try and track it down. And the good news is that this is a game that is pretty easy to track down, and it is relatively available modern, but as I said, even on the PS2, it's something where you can get it for not too much money. And same with the Wii version as well, as it is. But yeah, this is Hasugami. I hid myself here amongst the nature of Kamiki. Actually, one other tie to Okami I'll mention is a couple of years ago, Kinitsugami Path of the Goddess came out. That's on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series S and X, and it's since gotten a Switch 2 version. It's tied to this sort of in the sense that there is kind of a Japanese myth perspective, and also there's DLC that goes that actually has outfits of Amaterasu and other characters from this game. But also, and it also it's from Capcom, so it's also the other reason as far as how it goes. It's another beautiful, beautiful game with amazing look and sound to itself, and also great gameplay in a unique way. That is like something of a strategy game, interesting enough. And not a case I would have necessarily thought that was what that was going to be. And that's another really good one. Not like this exactly, but another case where Capcom took a chance on making an original property, an original concept as far as what they were making, and it being something that it didn't necessarily take off commercially, but it's also something you could see the passion as far as this. I mean, as I mentioned, even though when it came to the design of this game, the development of this game, there was the question of some of the people on the dev team saying we were not necessarily as, I don't know, the way I think I was looking at it when it came to the aspect. They didn't have as much enthusiasm making this as they did with something like Viewtiful Joe. I know that, and they openly said that, but also a case of saying, I don't get that off of this game at all. I don't get the sense that they didn't love making this. For years, I was under the impression saying they must have loved making this game just as much as the players loved playing it. But they're saying, I mean, I don't know. I mean, but then again, maybe it's also that case when it comes to the software development, where sometimes you go through hardships when it comes to creation of something like this, or creation of really anything, whether it's a game, a book, a movie, a work of art, say, as far as like paintings and things like that, that maybe it's something where you look back and you're like, good Lord, I went through a lot, but then when it comes out, it has made so many people happy and changed. As I said, this is a game that changed my perspective on gaming. Not even a case of being like an early case of saying this is showing me what games can do. It's, I think, a game that really is showing me, reminding me what games can do, reminding me the idea of what games can be as far as an art form, but also, I think, just giving me a sense of saying, this is something going to take me to a different world and completely envelop me and kind of, in a way, teach me something, in a way, about Japanese myth. Now this is like a documentary about that exactly, which is a case of looking at this game, this different perspective, and saying this is something that it's one of those games. You mentioned this sometimes before. The games that made us gamers, both the games that make us love the fact that we're in this hobby. And this is one of those. This is a game that I love the fact I'm a gamer for the fact that I was able to find a game like this, and it means so much to me, which, as I mentioned, is why I basically tell everybody this game is fantastic. You absolutely need to give it a shot. And why it's also cases where I'll also give this game to people, not because necessarily just the case of saying, hey, I want you to play it, I don't know if you'll buy it yourself. In some ways, maybe that's like an undercurrent. It might be one of those cases. Sometimes they miss it. And then it's a case where it might not be on their radar. But it's also a case that I'm like that too. There's certain games that maybe I don't pick up right away, but that doesn't necessarily make a case of me saying like, oh, I don't care about this, it's not worth anything. It's just a case that maybe I just don't come to it right away, but then people can kind of bring you to it. Or just cases of me just saying, hey, this game's great. I've come to that so many cases with all of you when you've mentioned a game that you love. I said, I'd like to see it for the show. It's kind of the same way, and that's kind of what this is to me. It's a case of, as much as people will request me stuff for show, which just to give an indication, one I'm working on, I think we're going to try and figure this for July or August. This is for Electverse, On the Ball for the Super Nintendo from Taito. I did not know what this game was until he mentioned it, and I looked at it and I said, okay, what is this? And I found out, okay, it's like a puzzle game, like a labyrinth-style ball tilting thing. And then I found out, oh, it's a port of Camel Tree from the arcade, and I played that, and that game's great. I found a copy of this at Too Many Games last year, and when I did, I said, this is a fantastic game. So that case is saying, games mean a lot to us, and then maybe in my case saying that, okay, it's almost like a reverse case. Instead of me asking all of you, I want to see Okami, I'm saying, I think you should play this game, it's wonderful. And there's a lot of people I've pointed to. I'll tell you this, I don't think anybody I've pointed to this game who's played it has come back to me and said, oh, Captain D-Trag, you had a bad call as far as giving me this game or saying to play it. Everybody I know, even people I'm no longer on speaking terms with, they even said, no, this game is awesome, you're right. Exactly. Not even a case necessarily just me being right, it's just me saying, this is a game that has something unique and is going to appeal to a lot of different people, even if you don't necessarily go for games like this. Or even if you love something like Zelda. And it's not exactly like Zelda either. Even with all the similarities to Twilight Princess, it's something where this coexisted really well, and it is a fantastic experience. But yeah, the time's come for Hasagami, myself, and Hanagami Trio of Floor Gods to reveal myself. My powers will be assistant on your grave quest. Well, grave was serious, but we do need this. Yeah, so in that case, I was kind of hanging around as far as how that was, just to kind of go into some of those aspects of what I was thinking. Alright, so what we get this time? Yeah, here we go. This is how we're getting to a God of Forest. We can go use the water lily to get lily pads on the water. We can cross any body of water using this. Oh, let's go down to the water, why not? Okay. So in that case, we can go to a God of Forest. We'll definitely go there. That'll probably be where we end. I've been eyeing that treasure chest out there for a couple of hours. So now you can create lily pads here and get over there. It works the same way as a couple other cases. It's kind of the same thing as the sun and also the same way as, well, the bloom. Basically, you draw a circle, but you draw on the water. So basically the idea is that depending upon what surface you draw the circle on, it'll do different things as you go along. Just draw it on the water. Alright. They do give you a nice demo case, so in that case, give them a nice circle. Boom, there you go. There you go. Look at that, it's beautiful. Yeah, but wipe that smirk off your face. Like, yeah, I'm getting a little angry as far as that. Or frustrated. Alright, yeah, at least we don't have to worry about getting wet anymore or drowning like we did. But we're gods, so we did, or goddess, so we didn't die. Oh, let's go out to further out of the village, okay? And the waterway leading to the forest that I told you about is going to let us go in there. Remember, it's over here. This game also is very good at guiding you, so it's a case where you won't necessarily get lost. Although, in all honesty, when it came to some of my play of the Switch version, I actually did get kind of lost in where am I going. But now, kind of getting back into the rhythm now, I'm thinking, okay, I now know what's going on. But, there are a lot of guardian saplings we still haven't blossomed, so we have to go find them. Well, that's going to be our next step. Honestly, if I just was saying, hey, you know what's a good place to stop, this actually probably would be a good place to stop, but we're not done. We're gonna go a little longer. I'm gonna finish at a God of Forest. That, I think, is where we're gonna go. Boom. As you get the Sun Fragment. You get 3 of these, and you get increase of your health, so it's like the heart containers in Zelda. As I mentioned, I can kind of say the things about Twilight Princess all I want, but remember, Okami came out and said, hey, you know, I was heavily inspired by that game. And I understand why, but as I said, the thing about this game, putting aside any of the comparisons of that Zelda game, or any of them really, and you can also do this whilst you're in water, by the way. It's a case where they came up with their own twist. It's one thing to say, hey, we're going to copy Zelda, but it's also another thing to say, hey, we have this different perspective that is something unique. In terms of how it plays, but also in terms of just what the aura of that game really is like, as far as this. And also, as we're pointing out with the lily pads, I think you can only have 3 out at once. Yes, that's correct. So he was inspired by Zelda, just going back to that, but also the case that it has its own identity. And I think that's really what makes this game stand out. And in fact, that's also what I mentioned, and I think what I showed when we did Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for Nintendo 64. That's another one that actually is very much like Zelda, and like this one, has a heavy Japanese feudal influence to itself, and also is a case where it has more of a platforming bent than Zelda itself does. But something where it is something that does stand out, and I'll say this, going to you, Chasm22, I'll say this, if you love Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, and I know you did, and I did too, it's a case where I'd second chance that game again, or I'd second chance that game or play it again for the show just because I love it so much. Maybe if Konami wants to re-release it, and I guess I'll have to probably import that that collection, or the Goemon collection, because I don't think they're going to release it here. I hope Konami changes their minds. But having said that, it's something where I guess if they do re-release it, I'll say, you know, I'll use an excuse to play it again. But at that case, I might pull in Kazan22 or somebody else in particular as far as that one. Alright, so as Isun said, well, first off, I'm going to go and save, but the other thing, after I do that, we are going to go to a God of Forest, but I'm also going to walk around and see if there's anything else in regards to, bombable walls, just because. Just in the field. We're not going to go out and do it in other places. Actually, I don't think there was anything in Honda Valley now that I'm thinking about it. But if there was, we'll do that when we come back to this. And trust me, we'll come back to this. This is going to be one of those games that's like a gift to myself. We also have the woodcutter. He's new. Oh no, he's the same guy. Yeah, the kiln's back. I'm so stoked to have it back. And he wants to fire some pots up. There's something we'll do with him later. But that'll be when we return to this. And also, I guess when we return to a lot of these games, we'll do for scoping sessions. I guess in that case, we'll do them on a monthly basis. Although I guess, since I know BlazBlue Calamity Trigger is going to be basically we're doing a show with a character each time, I might do that one bi-monthly. Depends on what it is. And also, in case, as I mentioned, if it's a case where we might have to cancel shows or something, and it's not due to like a tech problem or something like that, like maybe the Looney Tunes Bebo, we're trying to anyway. I might pull that as a pinch hitter. That or Final Fantasy 14. I think it's basically going to be that. I mean, I guess Final Fantasy 14 could be my pitch hitter for the rest of the time for the show, honestly, for that very reason. The same way Pokemon Violet was. At some point, we'll do the DLC on that one as well, but I don't know when we're doing that. Also, I don't know if we'll actually do that before we come back to another case of Pokemon as far as something. Still want to do Generation 1. I think we should do that. I don't know if we have time to do that this year. But we'll have to figure that. Having said that, I do want to stop here a little bit just so I can get my ink set ready to go. Also, you do need the cherry bomb as far as getting through the wall, so in that case, we did need to have both. And I think you can... Well, actually, no, you can wait to get the cherry bomb, I think. But in that case, in order to come in here, you need the house. Fantastic. Alright, so let's go to Agata Forest. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of evil energy in here. And we're gonna have to stop it. Yeah, the cursed zone expanded the forest, even though we cleared it out of the field. I thought the evil shun areas with so much grass and trees. That's usually the idea. I know how a lot of Japanese mythology goes into. We've seen the movie Princess Mononoke, that's definitely a big case of itself. But for this, yeah. Oh, actually, that's a case where, yeah, the evil, the curse comes from the forest. The one that, infects Ashitaka. As far as on the boar. I'm just realizing that now, as far as that. I'll say also, if you love that movie, Princess Mononoke, you'd love this game, I think, for that very same reason, because it's dealing with a lot of the same themes of that one, in the sense of, you know, the idea of, I guess, nature versus tech, although that's not really a factor, I guess. Well, okay, it's sort of a factor, that's a little bit. You have, like, the cherry bomb, that's also, like, a pyrotechnic thing. But also the idea of, like, the, evils as far as, like, evil energy, but also the idea of, like, gods and things like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ugh. Uh-oh, that's bad. We can't go in there. Alright. There's a house in this cave. Alright, so there's fire as far as surrounding boxes. We can't do anything about that yet. Let's go in here. You're saying, hey, there's a house here. Oh, I got straight bead. It's worth pointing out, you get a bunch of these, you get a special reward. There you go. Run over, hit the gong. Grab some oranges. Alright, this is Madame Fawn, by the way. Yeah, she's the fortune teller in the area. I sent you to come. Alright. The world outside is in great chaos, that's true. Not to say it was not predestined to happen, but this is a special year. The 100th year since Nagi and sure knew his adventure, that's true. So the cursed area, you sure did. Only one creature possesses the power to control this, that being Orochi. Even so, the rate upon which it spread is incredible. And we have to restore those guardian saplings, that's true. Do you know if there's one around here? Yeah, there might be. Fortune teller, the bones reveal all. If you have money, I'll tell your fortune. Yeah, it's 500 yen, we'll pay. In the densely forest inside cave sealed by a rock, a part of wood sprite awaits to be revived. Wait for a holy bond to break the rock. Okay. Alright, and they do put the predictions in the book, so it's not similar to when you go to Lapis Fortune Teller in Shenmue. Okay, so... Oh, there's a crystal rock. I can't cut that, so... There is a clover underneath that. Trust me, I want that eventually, but right now we can't get it. And also, yeah, the evil energy. We gotta get rid of this. You said there's a guardian sapling somewhere around here. But... Whoa, stuck. Oh shit, am I... Oh shit, I am stuck. Fuck! Oh, never mind. Okay, I can dash out. First, it's like, uh-oh, I'm gonna have to reset. You know what? Just because of that, I'm gonna go save in the cave. I'm nervous now. I don't know. Does that count also as a glitch for the glitch compilation that I'm doing at the end of the year? Maybe. I don't know. I'm nervous enough. I'm gonna go save. Yeah, this game does not have autosave, and none of the new versions have it either, which is fine, because the save points are pretty close to each other. But in this case, I'm very nervous, saying, hey, you know, if I lose progress. Because it looked like I was stuck. It was only a case where I just had to do a bash, but I guess I just hit in that tree just right. Oh, actually, wait a second. You know what? It's fine, because you know what I could have done? Just show an idea of that. So actually, I don't think this would count as a glitch thingy. If you get stuck on a tree or got stuck on that tree, I just pull the celestial brush and cut it down. And then it gets rid of it. So in that case, I could have just done that. So, not really. So, I would have been fine running that. So, alright. Yeah, over there. Right, the evil energy's down over there, but I need to go, over on the side in this cave. And yeah, this is where it is. Fantastic. Okay. I did do this the other day, actually, when I was showing my friends this game, my coworkers this. Because I did celebrate this game's 20th anniversary on the day of April 20th. Also pointing out, we're actually not going to have a show on this game's, on the US release, as far as that being on September 19th. I'll have to figure what I'm going to have as far as content for that weekend, but actually I just realized that. So in that case, well, I'm not taking off to celebrate this game and saying, hey, you know what, it's good enough, I'm not going to do a show. I just was taking off anyway for that. Alright, we got to take this and get it set. So it's bloom time. Of that bloom, there we go. Maybe this is enough to get rid of the evil energy in here. Yes, it's fantastic. Alright, now this is the part, actually, when I was doing my practice, or my look at this the other day, I didn't actually remember where to go after this. So I will try to make a little more progress as far as how this is. I was thinking ending here, but I think I'll end like about a half an hour from now. Because yeah, we usually run 5 hours as far as this, unless there's a reason to run a little longer. Alright, I'll keep doing this and hope that the loading screen doesn't come up or doesn't end before that. Because I want to get that... There you go, Demon Fang. Okay, fantastic. Alright, there are animals to take care of, but also, yeah, devout beads. Yeah, this is our new, divine instrument. Saki's gonna exploit it at this rate. Yeah, to equip a divine instrument, practice with it, but, you have to do more than equip them. It's basically, you have a sub-weapon. The effect will differ depending on how it's equipped, and you pull off secret techniques with your sub-weapons. Not too bright. Fuck you too, then. Try to equip that new divine instrument as your main weapon. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, you can put it as your sub-weapon, or you can put it as your main weapon. Yeah, I'll show you that. Got the hang of it. And it does show on your person how it works. Yeah, the mirror, you can now use as a shield and equip the sub-weapon. You hit the triangle button for your sub-weapon. So basically, yeah, if you use the prayer beads on that, you basically can shoot them out like projectiles. But if you use the other thing, you can also do the shield. And also, remember Saki said this sacred tree in Kamiki Village bears a guardian fruit each time a guardian sapling is revived. So go there whenever we return. I do need to get into a battle, but I also want to see about the animals here. I don't know what they are, so I'm just going to feed everything I got. Alright, the bunnies. There we go. Got a nice 100. What can we use this on? Yeah, we can get more health. Let's use that. Also, Clover, let's grab it. Okay, so we're gonna get into a battle at some point to show this off. And then also see what else is going on. And we'll go back to Kamiki Village. Maybe that's what I had to do. I had to go back to Kamiki Village, just forgot to do that. But we do have something else that's going on. Yeah, what's that? What's around? We're sensing something, huh? Do love the music going to it. Oh. Beautiful playing. Call the heavens, the earth, and the sea. Sound forth to defeat evil. Alright, this is Waka, by the way. God's gift to man, bonjour. Yeah, he's the Tao Master. We heard about him a little earlier. Yeah, who's that? You're ashamed to find an instrument on your back. Weird, but reckon you pack a punch. Yeah, get down here and say that. If I take crimson shading, can you see your true form? Yeah, looks like you can. Although it's worth pointing out in the cutscenes does not show your main weapon since we did switch it. It basically shows the default as far as how it is. I love the head tilt. It's amazing. Oh, okay, it's a sword, not just a flute. Alright, he wants to fight, huh? It might get my point across, huh? Well, when the cursed zone starts spreading across Nippon, I saw the shadowy figure remove the sacred sword, Tsukiyomi. Oh, you saw who did it at the beginning, huh? He fled into the village and sealed the entrance with a huge rock. Oh. You know anything about that? We saw the intro, but outside of that, I don't know anything else. Uh-oh, he's giving me the creeps. Keep your guard up. Alright, we got him, don't worry. Yeah, we're getting mad. Magnifique. 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 Yeah, magnifique. Magnifique. Yeah, sorry, I'm not a French person. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now I get an ear from my beloved sword. Yeah, pillow talk. As I said to my coworkers, I love that movie with Doris Day and Rock Hudson. Alright. Oh, that's Rock, baby. Yeah, he actually is kind of doing the Viewtiful Joe thing with the dialogue where we're going to fight him. And we'll show off the extra stuff as far as my weapons. Yeah, in that case, it's a whip. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit, look at that. And also, hidden triangle, you have the shield up as far as that. So, in that case, he does that, but in that case, just whip him across. There you go. Whoop. Yeah, look at those combos I'm getting. Shit. Whoop. But I can also do the dodge. Actually, I didn't. He's there. Let's Celestial Brush him. Whoop. Yeah, in that case, I'm also doing a dodge. Actually, not dissimilar to Ninja Gaiden, because actually Ninja Gaiden on Xbox is a lot of weapons would also let that happen. Whoa. But this is nowhere near as hard as Ninja Gaiden. Whoa. I just keep making this battle way easier than when I was doing my practice. So it's not practice. I wasn't actually technically practicing this. I was just showing it off, saying, hey, I'm doing this as a scoping session. Honestly, I'll tell you, I'm not usually practicing the scoping sessions except for, I guess, getting audio levels and things like that. Or if I played them before, but that's enough for now. Yeah, too late. You're the one who picked the fight. But wait, do we know him? Yeah, that was pretty tactless, I guess, so excusez-moi. Yeah, I was looking at the curse zone that struck this area, yeah, which we cleared out, don't forget that. And considering his path, even the light and the sun. Yeah, the curse of Orochi, okay. He was the eight-headed serpent we saw at the beginning. Yeah, but don't say that name without reason. It no longer curse the weak of mind. We are not weak of mind, that's the other thing. He was slain 100 years ago by Nagi and Shiranui, as we know. He was sealed away in the Moon Cave, which remember, the Moon Cave's gone now. I guarded it. Okay. So the plot thickens. Yeah, but someone went in there and freed Orochi by removing Tsukiyomi. Yeah, the evil caused the cursed zone to cover all the land. Alright, so you feel like you failed, huh? I never thought it could be so easily removed. I was surprised it was as easily removed in the intro, honestly. And honestly, I'm glad that I'm playing this game now, because since I saw this a couple days ago, I kind of didn't remember this part as far as what was going on and just how much it tied to the intro. Remember, they also said, hey, he went back to the capital. Whoever did it waited till I left and then took advantage of things. And my prophecies didn't realize, but I'm falling asleep. Yeah, way ahead of you, buddy. That's true, we are. We're really busy dispelling the curse left and right. Roach is gonna mince me when we're done with him. That's true. So you're the ones who revive the trees, huh? Yeah, it's been a while since his return. You gotta pick up the pace, ma chérie. Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? We've gotten a lot done in almost 5 hours. Sorry, our last battle was a big disappointment. You're not what you used to be. I don't know, with that way I was whipping, it's way better than when I was doing this off-screen. As far as a couple days ago. Beat Orochi long ago. You're not dwelling on past glories. Yeah, we haven't been doing it. You've weakened greatly during your 100-year slumber. And it soon says, yeah, enough of your stuff. Now, tell me about that shadowy figure you saw fleeing. Who is it? How do you know you didn't do this? Well, he said he was in the capital. But, also have a prophecy for you. Alright, what in particular? Log big thrills. You know what I'm talking about when the time comes. I do remember that part of it. I don't know if we're gonna see that tonight, though. Au revoir. I was like, yeah, magnifique. I was trying to think about it. Yeah, what a freak. Who the hell does he think he is? But I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna go and sleep. We got work to do. That's true. We're going back to Kamiki Village. There's not really much else to do here, although I'll see if there's other stuff going on when it comes to, what is it? The, ow. But, like I said, I do need to get some help. That's another thing I do. Not much to do in here, unless there's enemies to fight. Although I will show, when it comes to that, I will show off that so I can actually, I'm going to swap off the, equipment. I think I do want to run the Holy Rosary, but I think I'm going to put that as my sub-weapon just to show it off. Alright, he's feeling rainy, I'm seeing, as far as how I'm seeing clouds over there. Alright, this is Kokari. Poor Ume. Little doggy, you all on too? And Kokari, who are you? Alright, he's the fisher boy, I believe. He's the boy of the forest. Yeah, it's my fishing pole. No fishing line or hook on it. There's a reason for what in particular. My dog and I, Ume, were to a secret place over at the Sutsu Ruins. They were to get in there to found a keep deep in the forest, but then we heard a roar and we left. I locked the place, but I couldn't find Ume. He's probably trapped back there. Why'd you go rescue him then? No time to be fishing. Well, on my way home from the ruins, I fell near the water's edge and the key went in too. I couldn't fish it out, and I lost all my line and hooks, and I only have this. Or so he's really broken up. I hard to fish it out, but I only have the pole. I'm such a crybaby. Give him a good headbutt. Do I have to? Okay, so, I'm told to do it. Yeah, cut that shit out. Nothing I hate more than a crybaby. You're the one who left your dog there and you were irresponsible. So go and get him. Go get the key, alright? Fish is about attitude. Alright, so Eastern apparently knows the philosophy of fishing. Nothing you can't catch with the right attitude. Fish, babes, or anything. Okay. Act like you're having fun and we'll watch. Right, basically what they're telling you, this is the fishing we're gonna have going on. I do love the fishing in this game. Oh, just missed it. Okay, the murky water gives me the creeps, though. It's the deep abyss because I can't see the bottom, but that's not why they're famous. There's a big fish, the small moon reflecting the surface, huh? Near never rises here, so give the fairy tales a rest. Alright, so hold on. Alright, we're gonna use the, celestial brush for this. I'll draw a line from the pole to a fish. Okay, so this is how it's gonna go. Basically, you need to take the line and put it towards where fish is on the screen. And don't pull too hard, otherwise it goes in the red area. And then when it comes out, hit the button that appears on the screen and then do a slice. So in this case, you basically take this, you hook it over there. Did I get a bite? Sure did. Yeah, be careful with the tension. Take him for Sega Bass fishing player. Alright, now I gotta do it. You basically pull the left analog stick as far as you can keep it in that area. And then in that case, it pops out of the water to slice it. Nice. Gotta kill a fish. Yep. Oh, there you go. Keep pulling. Come on. And you have to change direction based on where he's going. I think you do it opposite the way he's going. Yeah, you go. Looks like a crawfish. Let's grab it. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, there's a big one. It's gonna be a big one. No, no. This one's huge. Yeah, the giant salmon. There you go. Yeah, I can't turn off the Sega Bass fishing thing, clearly, can I? Alright, so there you go. You got a good fish. A couple good ones, as is. And did you go into your log? I do know that. Also, depending on how long the load screen is, yeah, I did fill out the entire screen as far as much they let me. Okay, what's that? That's the key to the ruins. Fantastic. Alright, now I'm gonna go save Ume. I'll go in this time, no running away from me. Alright, so now he said, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna do it. Let's go. Give that back. You're gonna come with us. Good move, by the way. Can't have the kid getting hurt on your watch, though. So that's the reason we're doing it. We got a lost dog to find. We're definitely doing that. So let's go to the ruins. Don't worry, we'll be back. I just gotta know where I'm going. I don't remember where I'm going on this one, but we will definitely make it. Also gotta bloom this thing. I think I can bloom this from here. Please tell me I can. Or it might be a case where the energy doesn't let me do it. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it does. Right, that's set. Do I want to feed the bunnies now? Can I even feed them now? Yes, I can. I don't think I lose it going in here. It didn't give me much, but at least it's something. Okay, I didn't lose it. Okay. So let's keep ourselves going. And let's explore the area, too. And in that case, drop the cherry bomb. Oh, I missed. Yeah, sometimes you have to be kind of close to it. And you can also roll the bomb over there if it's a case where it's not close enough. It does not blow up right away. Never mind, I guess I lied when I said, hey, it hurts you, too. Okay, we can't do stuff with this yet. There's another upgrade we'll have next time we come back to this. They'll have that going. Okay, so going to the ruins, I believe there. First off, there's deer. The deer I know from my own experience in life is... Oh, I need herbs. I don't have them. I would say, yeah, they like to eat herbs. Oh, here we go. At least we can toss this right in the ruins. There we go. Actually, I think the place will stop now I'm thinking about it. So we'll go in the ruins, we'll do this, and then we'll go back to Kamiki Village, and then at that case we're done. We'll find something more than just the dog. No one's gone in for ages. Enhancing of your weapons. Okay. Alright, there's herbs. Fantastic. Thank God I have those, because I did want to feed the deer. It's a case where I don't want to necessarily leave the animals hanging, you know? Oh, there's also a Devil Gate. Alright, yeah, I'll show that. I'll show the idea that I have my parabeats. Right, there, it's a projectile if used as a sub-weapon. That's right. Also pointing out, I think I can switch these on the fly in battle. So actually, in that case, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch that out. I'm going to use the whip as far as that. I do like that quite a bit. Actually, that does tons of damage. I might want to use that. As I mentioned, you can also kind of choose how you want to use each of the weapons, honestly. And actually, this might be the way to take care of the drum demon here. I mean, I can get a massive combo going on him, but not a case where I can completely kill him right away. No, so you do still have the 4-hit combo with your main attack, as we're pointing out. But also because of the fact it has residual damage, and I'm taking damage myself as far as how this is. It's a case where I can't really use too much as far as like running the combos. Because it's hitting into him, it's hitting him multiple times, and also try the shield. There you go. There we go. Alright, what else? Okay, never mind. Time was not so great. Damage was okay. But I just want to get rid of the gate. That's really what I'm doing. Then we'll go in there, and then we'll go to Community Village. I'll be done. For tonight. Alrighty, so, just to make sure that... Oh, hey, you're here. Susana's here. Not you again. The price is a new technique. Terror monsters in Taka Pass over here, going by the name Crimson something. Has 100 followers. What do you mean? I got rid of them. I got practice my secret technique. But the bridge is out, so no why rush. Yeah, we're not gonna rush, we'll have to come back to that later. Leave me be, you cur. So we're cur now. Actually, this might be the first game we played with the word, it is the first game we played, I think, with the word cur in it. We'll have that when I do Age of Empires 2. I think that is the other scoping session I'm going to do, just to go into that. Right, you can also earn multiple ones of the Demon Fangs on that. Because you're pointing the analog stick in the right direction, left analog stick there, and you hit the X button, and you have them all with a large paw print on it, you get one of those. Actually, can we do this now? Yeah, I'm not gonna go in there. Okay, you know, actually, this might be a case where... maybe this is where we need to go next. I'll take a look, because at first I'm saying, can we even do this? I'll see. I got Enhancing Divinity. I think at some point when we're done with the game, we probably will do like with something like Shadow Heart's Covenant or something, where we'll knock that back and purify this. Actually, I would say, can I purify that here? Yes, I can. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could purify it in an area with so much evil energy, but I guess I can. I would say we'll probably do something like Shadow Heart's Covenant, where we'll go through all of the notes, just because. I got a vase. Alright, now, this is a question, because I don't know. Okay, I can just go through the door. So technically, this is like our first dungeon, really. Oh, wait a second, hold on. Ouch. I was saying, can I can get that set. But also the trees over there. Wait, did he? there we go. So let me get that knocked off. Or, I missed. Okay, but he missed too, so that's good. I think I can bloom him from here. Yep. Alright. Yeah, I guess we'll go... Alright, then I guess we'll go through this. I don't remember how long this has been. A while since I played through this. Also, unlike Zelda, you don't have to pick a map up. That being said, there are going to be some things in here I'm going to need another upgrade to get through. I'm trying to remember if you get it here. I think you might. I think you need it here. Yeah, I said, I'll get a sense as far as how this is. I think I probably can go through this. I think this probably to the end, I think. What's this round stone? Except unlike the thing we had before when we got the bloom power, we can't move this. Alright. Yeah, definitely a demon on that one. We gotta get rid of that. Wonder how our whip's gonna go. There you go, right. You have to use the celestial brush on this to get the bud open. So they do give you the hint about what to do. And then when the bud's open, just hit the center. You hit with that 53-hit combo, Jesus Christ. And then cut it in half and he's dead. But still, that was actually too slow. Alright, but there you go. That actually did bring that back to life, and I know what we can do with that thing. Probably move it somewhere, and actually, I think we'll need that. Right, we have to move that over there. In that case, just keep pushing the ball around. Whoa. Nice. Also, there are those nice statues. I'm gonna cut them across. I usually fill that astral pouch because as you're seeing, I guess I don't really need a whole lot of cases like that, but later in the game I probably will. Alright, what's up? Oh, more of them are here. Alright. Actually, can I bomb this thing? Not really. Let's get rid of you. Whoa. At least the dodge will help me. Ouch. That being said, I'm gonna definitely want to get some help. Ouch. Let's see, do I have anything to help me? You know what, I'm gonna use the X's and slip. There you go. Just get my ass out of the way. Because otherwise I'm gonna die. I mean, I have an astral pouch as far as it, so it doesn't really matter. Right, yes, there's only one left. I can definitely get him now. Yeah, my health is not doing well, so I'm gonna have to go get some more. Alright, there's something over there. Oh, more praise. I don't know, do I have enough to get more health? I don't think I do. I don't, I need 110. Alright, I'm a little nervous on this. Can I cut this thing? It's not letting me cut it. Yeah, let's turn the camera around and now I'll try cutting it. No, I guess I can't. I can look into it. What's up? These mushrooms, though. Oh, okay, I can do that. Where's the sky? Perfect, I can do it right there. I was gonna say, where's the sky so I can paint the sun? Fantastic. Grow the mushrooms. Maybe they can help me. That being said, if I am close to death, I do have that astral pouch set, but in that case, you use that to get the mushrooms growing. That's something I can cut. Yes. Alright, where are we going? Oh, we're going up the hill. Oh, there we go. Got some health recovery. Fantastic. Alright, yeah, let's cut across. Yeah, these are just gonna keep going, and I think this is probably gonna be where we'll end. Okay, thank God I'm getting some health off of this. Fantastic. And then when we're done here, then we'll go on the schedule as far as that. I think that's going to be the best way to go. Also, maybe it's a case where I don't want to stop playing this game. This game is amazing. Okay. But nothing else was to give you a bit of a dungeon as far as this as well. Hold on. What's up? My nose felt itchy since the mushroom's back there. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Yeah, your allergies are causing the place to collapse. Let's go! Also, you can get yourself up to speed quicker by doing the headbutt, by the way, when you run. Just keep going. Okay, I think we made it. Fantastic, but... yeah, the lock. I don't know what we can do on this thing. I don't know if it can cut... I can, right. That or I need a key for this. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm kind of doing this blind. May as well be. Alright, I think I just want to take nice steps down. Definitely got an ink, which actually I do need. But yeah, the ink will come back on its own, but in that case, it just makes it come back a bit faster. Alright, the health problem is solved. That's good. Okay, so now, let's see. Well, that tree looks fine. It's not like it's dying or anything. Okay, so we need to figure what's going on here. Right, okay, this is also Blockhead. He's a guardian, and the only way to get past him is you have to hit him in specific places. You have to penetrate his defense, and he'll show you where the weak points are in a second. He won't expose it, but if you tackle him, what'll happen is that he'll show what they are. And basically then you hit, the Celestial Brush and hit exactly the places there. And he died a warrior's death, and so off he goes. That's how you open the doors, and I do love that attention to detail in that. Alright, there you go. Okay, so that is going to make it a little easier to get our way back up. Also, I think that's the key we need. Yeah, it's an exercising error for driving away. There you go, perfect. Alright, so in that case, bite it and take it with us. But before we do that, I want to see what else is down here. Okay, that is back to the main hall. So we do need to go through there. So yeah, it's not too long as far as how it is. And just like Zelda, it does have cases where you're kind of going around and solving some puzzles. But again, a bit different. So it does have a unique spin on things, which you like. Ooh. But also, unlike Zelda, you do have to manage the camera. Although, unlike Zelda, you can manage the camera, because generally speaking... Okay, actually, that's not true. Twilight Princess and Wind Waker do have camera on the right analog stick. So, there is that. Okay, so here we go. This is your case. Yeah, he's shaking around saying, hey, I don't want to be, you know, opened. But sorry, we have to open it. He's gone. Okay, so next is... There's enemies. Alright, now we're gonna fight. Alright. Alright, thank God it's just these, so in that case I can decimate these things pretty quick. Whoa. I get tons of combos off of them. I do love that, although it's not like Ninja Gaiden or something like that where it really makes too much of a difference. Whoop. Yeah, you have your ancient instrument. Yeah, I don't like the way that's going. But yeah, you're also seeing the way that the game is slowing down a bit. Yeah, there's definitely more slowdown on the PS2 than there is on the other systems as far as the new ones, but still... I'll tell you what this is. It's like Odin Sphere. Odin Sphere is another one where the frame rate actually can be even worse than this. But the fact that the PS2 is able to run it as well as it does is kind of a miracle. So in that case, I kind of forgive it. And mostly this is 30 FPS. So in that case, it's not a case where I'm really, you know, really that upset about it. I mean, considering that the Sonic games can't run effectively on this console, any of them, including the collections of the classic ones, I gotta give Okami credit for saying, yeah, you think you can handle this. Alright, having said that, we gotta look here. The bridge is completely destroyed. But yeah, we can do something we haven't done in a while. We're gonna paint across it. Yeah, we haven't done this since the beginning of the game, and in all honesty, you don't always have to do this, but... As long as you remember every so often, you're like, okay, yeah, I have to do this. You'll be okay. Alright. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna keep going. I just was looking over there as far as something. We do need to have an upgrade here, and I think we'll get it. Alright, but here is a save point. Yeah, because even though we run a bit over 5 hours as far as the show, we actually haven't been playing the game for 5 hours. Now, you know, maybe that's the idea. I'll actually play the game for 5 hours. Because a lot of it was the opening spiel and all that. Okay. Oh, we got 3 of those devil gates we have to take care of. Alright, let's go. I haven't said that, so pointing out the rosary beads, they do sometimes leave you a little bit vulnerable when it comes to your idea of being hit. Try and whip them down. Also, I don't think it's doing as much damage on the fish bird thingy, whatever it is, as much as the other thing. But in that case, I'll swap off. Also, I'll try and see if I can't shoot him out of the sky. But also, you don't have the shots going on forever, so you actually have to wait till they respawn. there, get the spirit glove. Fantastic. Alright. And I think as soon as we clear these out, if I remember correctly, we get the upgrade. And we do need that to get through this. Wait, no, he's in dying state. There's another enemy here. Oh, right, it's you here. Okay, I got him into a stun state. I think that's the idea. I think you have to get him into stun state for, basically as he comes up. Great. Alright, one more. Oh, it's one of those, but, it's fine. I'll get rid of them first. And before I do that, let's get rid of you. Okay, yeah, you have to wait till the circle comes up. I think you remind you saying, hey, hit him with the circle. What? Oh no. Oh, wait, actually, I think I can knock it off. Yeah. I got him. Let's see, can I slice him? Yeah, I can. I think there's something different you have to do in order to get the demon thing off. Alright, fantastic. So, we got rid of all the gates. And, yeah, there's another log with mushrooms on it, so we could get the grown on. Almost more health, and I definitely want to get more health. So, where's this guy? There it is. Perfect. I just had to pay attention to where that was so I can get that growing. Okay, that looks like that's the source of the problem. So I think we might be able to get the evil energy out of the water, I think. Just keep running our way through and we'll just keep cutting. Okay, so just cut these things down. Yeah, who set these things up? Either way, they're gone. You know, that will be set to clean the place out. Now it's safe to go in the water in the case that we won't get ourselves hurt when we go. And I think that's also the way we gotta go. But there's also something in a chest over there I want to grab. Oh, and I got enough for health, and I definitely want to use that. Alright, poison's polluting the water has been cleared. Good to go straight down the waterfall, or maybe Ume would like to do that. Yeah, we are looking for him. So let's go find him, but also hit that, because there is a scroll in there. Yeah, oh, the map for it. Sorry, we did get a map. Check the map screen. You can also pull it up by hitting L2. Yeah, that being said, I think we need to put this down so I come out of the water. Or, yeah, now I can do that. I mean, I can go down this way. Let's do that. Yeah, that flower, pay attention to that, because we're gonna have to do something with that soon. Also, I'm gonna have to paint my way out. Needs to go right in the center. But thankfully, it's a case where I don't have to use the lily pad too much. I just need you. Well, actually, wait. Wait, we can't do anything with this yet. Go full bloom. Actually, wait a second. Can I use bloom on this? Yeah, I can. Gee, I've ignored those things, but I probably should have grabbed each one of them with the bloom. Got a traveler's charm. Okay. Oh, there's a dead tree, or a dying tree, or a attacking tree. Let's put it that way. And then we'll go into the center. Because I think that's the last case as far as what we need to do here. There we go. Whoa. I do want the bloom here. Missed. Okay. Alright, so over there. Alright, so go right in the light. Yeah, it's safe for us, don't worry. Alright, so we'll go behind here. Oh, right, yeah, that we are gonna need the, we're gonna need that power up here, no question. But first, let's boom this place back to life. Yeah, look at that, the nice springs. That, and I gotta get health. I'm gonna take the health, unless there's something better to take next. No, there isn't. Let's go. Yeah, because that flower that's in the sky, we need to do something with that. It's not obviously apparent what that's going to be, but we're going to have to get that in order to get through this. Yeah, with all three of those sets... Yeah, we released, that. Perfect. Alright, so that opened, but, there's a little bit of secret. Yeah, we got another constellation. This is gonna be the last of the, upgrades we get tonight. Alright, you have to hit a lot on this. Hit that, and that. And if you do it wrong, they'll tell you, like, wait, you have to do it again. Just do it on that line, and then on that line, and you're set. Okay, so for this one, yeah, we're getting yeah. That all right. It's the next one of the musical creatures. So yeah, where's my other symbol? I lost it. You got it right. Yeah, we did. This is Tsutagami. All right, here we go. I'm the last of the Hanagami floor gods. Okay. Fantastic. So at least we saved all of them tonight. In fresh spring growth bloom your snow white form. All right. We'll take that next upgrade, please, because yeah, this is gonna be something very nice. Alright, you can make vines do his bidding. Basically what happens is that you're seeing the flowers up there. Basically you have to draw a line from that flower to yourself and pulls you up there. That's a Konohana Blossom, by the way. And that's how you have to do that. So hit the Celestial Brush, and then get it going from there. And also, as we're pointing out, it'll lock on when you have something green like that. So if you basically hover it over, it'll basically put right to it, and you can drag right to yourself. And you have to open it up. You just pay attention to where they are, and then just drag them across. It's pretty forgiving as far as what you have to do as far as getting the hit set. Alright, we're good. And also, we have a shortcut now in order to get back up here. But we are going to go all the way to the top. Uh-oh. Saw something rumbling. But we do need to connect ourselves over here. Also, if you're out of view, just pull the camera backwards so you can see where we are. Alright, now where's the next place to go? I guess just follow the path. That's basically all you gotta do. Basically aim the camera around, see where the next one you want is. That or I think I have to go up on. No, I guess not. Whoa. Also, you can save yourself if you're in the air. Of saying, hey, you know, I'm there. Stick it to me and pull me back. There we go. Actually, no, I think I might want to use the first person to see where am I putting this. Oh, there it is. Okay, I missed where it was. And it goes pretty far, so you don't have to worry about being out of distance. As long as you can see it and draw to it, you're good. I made it to the top, it's a dead end, but there's a hook. Okay, so in this case, we have to hook up, take each of these hooks and put them right over there. So not only is it about tying to yourself, you also have to tie it over there. So grab it there, hook on. Get that set over there. That's two. Let's see, where's the third one? Or there's the third one just to connect. And then lastly, this one. I gotta get right on, perfect. Okay, well, that's not quite what I meant to do. Fantastic. Basically, you gotta hook all four of those and then pull the turtle cover off. I think this is where the boss is. Or, if nothing else, it might be where Ume is. Yeah, no, it is where the boss is. There's a save point. We'll fight the boss, and then I think we go back to Kamiki Village as far as that, and then we're done. I mean, so let's fill that astral pouch up before we go in. Alright, that being said, I do have my astral pouch filled. Also, if you go into the light there, you go back up to the top. But in that case, you just jump back down. In this case, I'm not going to bust anything else. I'm just going to go save, and then we'll go fight the boss. Okay, and approaching 5 hours for in-game play. Nothing else. Alright, so let's go. Wait a sec. Alright, looks like there's candles here. They're going out as I walk. I don't know about this. You got Godhood tips. And Holy Bone, thank God. So at least I'll have some backup in the battle. I'm full on health and everything. I also don't have anything else to use my praise on. Yeah, I don't have enough for anything. So let's go. We're going in there. I'm getting bad vibes. We're good. We got this. Alright, we got it. Let's go. Golden Gate. Door memories of all you've done if you pass through it. Oh, so it's like a checkpoint. Right, I forgot about that. Free pass to continue with your game even after you mess up. So yeah, there you go. There's the fourth wall break. But it has its limits. Oh, so it's a quick save. If you quit the game, but yeah, we're not going to do it. Use an orange mirror to save. Your memories are transferred over there. Passing this or saving with the orange mirror, continue. Alright, we gotta go. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, actually, this is probably a really good place to end as far as how this is going to be anyway. Uh-oh. Alright, so... Nice going. Tell you not to space out like that. Well, yeah, if we didn't look down, we would have been fine. What was that? Oh yeah, I remember this boss now. Yeah, I might have stumbled on something big. Usually packed with treasure. Oh, there he is. There's Ume. Okay, so he was captured by this thing. Oh yeah, we're not leaving without Isun. Yeah, there you go. Nice flip as far as Amaterasu there, but uh-oh. Yeah, see, let me go. No, we need to save you. Yeah, the fact that we caught him in our mouth. Yeah, I'm all covered with your slobber. Sorry, we need to do this. Okay. Oh no. It's Orochi. By fitting, we're gonna end this with a rodeo with him. Alright, so he knows that we're around. Uh-oh. I'm not allowed to ruin my master's triumph return. Master? Okay. He's the Spider Queen, by the way, as far as the boss. Do you knows what doesn't belong get killed? Think your last words, fool. They're not my last words, you're going down. Also, yeah, remember, we're a dog as far as this, so we don't speak. But I guess you can speak dog as well. Dog's not usually on my menu. What are you talking about? I saw a dog you gobbled up. Oh, he's alive, I think. But yeah, we're God, not a dog. Oh, the beast speaks. Well, yeah, well, right, he doesn't realize that we're not the one talking. Okay. Yeah, I wonder what Crusader 64 thinks about this spider. I'm trying to remember if he's gotten this far. I know he's played this. But how much you played it, I'm not sure. Now, you do need to use your, power as far that is in order to hook her on. The way to do that is get the hooker. But, alright, yeah, you hook her onto the hooks, but I also got to make sure that... I'm trying to remember if I had to cut her before I do the hooks on. But I know with the hooks, you need to make sure you set that on. Okay, no, I just have to get it set anywhere. You have to tie her down is the idea of what you gotta do. And as it opens, then just start cutting. Uh-oh. Gonna close on me. Whoa. Ouch. Uh-oh. There's a cocoon. Can I do something about that? Yeah, I can. Slice it down. Okay, perfect. There we go. Fantastic. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Right to knock each of the eyes out. That's right. I'll give you that. Let me get his ass out of there. There we go. Yeah, we almost have her. She's not too bad. Just have to keep moving. She looks worse than she is, I think, to a certain extent. Jump. Oh, she won't stay hooked down forever, so I do need to get that set. Yeah, there. That being said, I don't know, right, because I gotta get her, I gotta hook her twice quickly before she does that, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, can I turn that? Yes, I can. That's one of them. There we go. Got her. So in that case, I had to be a bit clever about how I handled the camera setup. Basically, just make sure I'm aiming at the right place in order to get her. I'm gonna get my ass out of here. Whoa. Yeah, I just had to destroy all the eyes, and then we'll have her. There you go. There you go. There you go. Basically, just look for one that's not set as far as both the hook and the hook and the flower. Right, there you go. I think we'll get her this time. Got her. Fantastic. It's a bit tense, but as long as you keep your wits about you, you'll be fine. Fantastic. Alright, Ume, yeah, we're taking you home. Thus, Amaterasu was able to traverse the vine-covered ruins and defeat the devious Spider Queen lurking within. Yeah, and when you beat a boss, you do get this case of, like, the narration going on. I do love that. The ugly arachnid's body had been turned into a beautiful blossom. Though even the details of when we were fighting her, even seeing, like the pus coming out of her eyes when you bashed it. It's grotesque in just the right way. Not a case where it's like, it's disgusting, but it feels really kind of weirdly beautiful in a strange way of saying they got this attention to detail of how ugly that creature looked. But also the satisfaction of taking it down. You get a feeling of tranquility that reigned throughout the area now. And inside the hardy blossom was discovered the tiny and defenseless little doggy, that being Ume, consumed by the queen. And just when everything had begun to settle down, a snarling beast, a weapon long sealed away by the Spider Queen's magic, appeared before Matarasu's eyes. So yeah, we do get a new weapon for this as well. Yeah, I love this. It's like the sun shield, but you can also use that for different things, and as we saw earlier, you can play around with it. So that's our new divine instrument. It's reflector, in particular, but you can also do other stuff with it. And you get ink bullet power. Alright, so she's hiding a secret weapon, huh? Tricky old bitch. Alright, maybe we'll get more weapons if we find more, monsters. Yeah, damn right we will. Can't wait to see what this one does. That might have to be a next time thing, though. This is Ume, alright? Let's get it back. But first, let's have a nice victory hell, that's true. I do love that, oh my god. Yeah, that being said, time was not so hot on that, but still, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Also, after you beat a boss, you do get a free save. It's actually, this is probably a perfect place to end. But that being said, I will, I do want to get back to the fields and get the music going on. Alright, yeah, just keep doing this, because it is after a story sequence. Chances are this will be long enough they can get one more of these demon fangs. Basically cover the whole area, basically to cover the whole screen. Alright, here you go. Here's your doggy back. Bad doggy. Not bad doggy. He was caught by the Spider Queen. Give me that. Oh, you're talking about me. You have to go save Ume. We already got him. You okay? You're not hurt. No, he's fine. He'll be alright. He was scary all alone, but he'll be alright. Don't worry. What's wrong? He seems angry. What's going on? Yeah, about him. We're pointing out he was in the ruins and he didn't seem to want to leave. But why? Are you mad because I ran away? Yeah. Oh, no, actually, no. Never mind. You only think you left him behind. That's true, he didn't. You didn't leave him behind. The Spider Queen got him. Oh, but he decided to stay here himself. Really? Why? Do you not want to be with me? I think he was trying to set an example by showing you how anyone, even a dog, can have an adventure. No, it feels even worse. Look at it this way. There's not much separating a boy from a man, is that right? You grow up before you know it, and they accomplish great things. So yeah, that's the other thing about Isun, is the idea that he may seem like the comic relief in the way he is, but also, when it comes to certain things about life, he does know what he's talking about. And I know I'm going to get a lot of disagreements on this one, but to me, I think he's way more interesting of a character than Midna from Twilight Princess is. Then again, I think there's a better game than Twilight Princess basically across the board, so that's where it goes. Yeah, my dad told me to go fix the bridge destroyed by the storm, and I tried to get out of it because I was scared of failing. Okay. But the fearless adventure changed me. Alright, give me the courage to stop shirking my responsibility. Yeah, you do get a sense of growth of everybody in this game, even if it's a case where it's a small character like this. And here's the fishing pole. Maybe you sniffed it out in the ruins and brought it back. Alright. I'll fix that bridge all by myself. We're gonna go down that bridge next time we come back. But we're gonna leave them to that for now. I'm gonna get my way back to the fields and go save again. And that's gonna be the end of the show as far as our scoping session for Okami. I had such a great time playing this, so much so that I said I want to keep going for almost another hour. And it will basically end up being 6 hours total. Let's just get our way out. I also will make sure I use Bloom to get rid of these things or open these things up because I didn't actually remember he would get that set. As I got glass beads. Okay. Then he said, let's also talk to you because you're here. This is Kurude. I was supposed to see my son. He's over there. He's out fishing the deep abyss. He's nowhere to be seen. He hasn't started building a bridge to the rapids. Yeah, leave him be. He'll be fine. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Definitely do that. Alright, one thing I do on the way out, I'm also going to, oh, Narai River. The bridge is destroyed. Okay, we'll get that set, but in the meantime, at least we can do trading. I'm gonna sell my treasures, then I'm gonna go back to the field. And then we'll set. Oh, you can also, sell the fish you catch here, by the way, as well. Alright, now in this case, gold dust. I do want to get some gold dust. Which lets you upgrade your weapons. That being said, actually, I don't want to do that. And he also got new stuff, including the Infinity Stone. So I did not pick up on this. Kazan22 did, saying, not as a Marvel reference, but I said, wait a second, Capcom made a lot of those Marvel versus Capcom games, and also other cases like X-Men versus Street Fighter and things like that. So actually, that's the case. You have that infinite ink for a period when you use that. So let's go back. Actually, I'm going to go back to Kamiki Village because I do want to see Saki, and I think that's going to be the end of the show. Alright. But yeah, that is Okami for PlayStation 2 to start. That's also something we can go down, or thing we can go down in here soon enough. Actually, let's clear this off for good measure. Also, can I get that out? Just tilt that up. I guess maybe I don't want to stop playing this game, but like, yeah, we gotta stop playing soon enough. But as I said, we'll come back to this. We've got an instance burner. And yeah, that's it. It's in here. Alright, so let's get going back as far as how it is, and then that's going to be the end of the show for tonight. Yeah, but I had such a great time playing Okami, and I'm so glad I was able to share this game with you to start. Trust me, though, this is not the end of our adventures with Okami and Matarasu. We will come back to this game for sure. We will continue with another PlayStation 2. I was tempted saying, do we run the Switch version? But I think, given how this is, given me running this, and also with my experience being with this version, I think this is the version we're going to use for the purpose of running for the show. Yeah, I got 46 of those things, damn. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go back and see, what's her name, Sakuya, because, yeah, that kind of going, and then I think that'll be a great place to stop, but I do want to end on this music. So I should probably end here, but I'm not going to do that. We're just going to quickly go back there, see what's going on, see if she has anything going, and if not, I'll make a big U-turn and get that set. But yeah, there you go. That's going to be the end of the show, or coming up to the end of the show as far as it for this week, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for Okami, and as I said, we'll come back to this, and when we do come back to this, we'll play it to completion, and as I said, I'm pretty much going to just say my final thoughts now. I love this game. If you've not played this game, I would recommend you do, highly. It might be the game we're going to be doing for scoping sessions this year that, above any of them, I'd probably recommend you play the most. And I've loved all the stuff we've looked at so far. So, in that case, that'll be it. And just to go into this, our next scoping session, you won't have to wait as long as this one. This, I think, might end up being the longest gap between them, honestly. And it's only because we went across 2 weeks between the last one and the one before that. So in that case, I said for end of April, this is going to be the way we close it out with Okami. Yeah, but our next one's going to be on May 23rd. Yeah, May 23rd for Tetris Effect Connected. Gemini96 in chat tonight's going to be with me. But yeah, that's going to be the idea of what that is. Yeah, let's go back up to that case of itself, and then if Saku's not there, we'll turn around and we'll come back and go to the field, because I want to end on that great music. But yeah, that's going to be what our next one is, and to mention we're doing each of these a month as the case. And then we'll get into schedule as well. And since I am on camera, I'm also going to have aspects going on. In fact, here she is. Perfect. So we'll do this, we'll go back to the field, and then that's the end of the show for the night. Well, Mother, do us all, I'm flattered you judge my prayers worthy. Exercise great caution to go along and rejuvenate each guardian sapling will sprout new fruit, okay? They're the guardian fruits with new treasures. You return here for more, so here's the offering this time. Yeah, don't be shy. Nothing like a present from a hot babe. Yeah, let's grab it then. Got a crystal. So in that case, you get a treasure. And then here's one we didn't get set, so let's cut that down. Bullhorn. I think that's all of them that are up there. I just want to see. So wait, let me hit, this. Hang on. Yeah, it's all of them. Okay, so that also the other thing to do is... Oh wait, no, it's still the same case, like, yeah. I was just seeing about the people here. I guess I can't see the people as far as that, well, unless she's the only one there. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be the end for real. Let's go back to the field, and then we'll go into schedule. Because since I am on camera, and we're not going to necessarily go on camera for all of these, as I said, when we come back to this game, I'll be on camera for it. I'll also take a look. I hope the hell that the video doesn't have, like, pops in the video. It seemed like I was seeing on OBS's end, I was seeing the video going in and out very briefly. I'm sorry if that happened, but if it did, I'll also look going on as far as coming back to this game later. Or anything else we do on screen, which honestly, most of that's going to be when we come back to the Dark Pictures Anthology. I don't know which one we're going to do. Actually, that being said, also because the way the sun is, or the fact that it's almost the end of the day, we're setting back to the morning. Now, let's go over by the Guardian Sapling. That's going to be a great place to end. Well, that, I'll save and then we'll do that. That'll be the end. Yeah, clearly I don't want to end this game, but I just do want to have this set for it. So next time we come back, this is where we're going to be beginning from. So yeah, like all these scoping sessions, this is going to be part 1 of the game, as is, and but we just aren't going to come back to this right away, but we will eventually. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Perfect. That's going to be the end of the shot, or the end shot as far as it. And that is a great dog indeed. My God. Alright, have a bit of a rest, Okami and Matarasu. Yeah, you did good work. You did God's work indeed tonight. And we'll see you again soon. I cannot wait to the point we come back to this game. And I had such a wonderful time playing this game and sharing with you tonight as far as our first look. So thank you so much for watching the show. With that, let's talk schedule as far as it, because I've got some stuff figured out as far as how it is. Yeah, tonight we've been playing Okami, which is posted by Capcom. And actually, in that case, the Capcom goodness is going to continue next week. Because next week, that's going to be on May 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing Mega Man X for Super Nintendo. We are playing it off the Super Nintendo specifically. I've been looking to get to this one. It's also going to be our viewer quest for next month, because I know Electverse mentioned that he loves this game. He mentioned that we played Mega Man 7, but also we played Mega Man X 4 years ago. And I'm going to want to get to this game in particular. Been some questions to that. I'll have to go into that a little more next week. I'll have a little bit of an element going on to that specifically, because it's a case where usually I don't come back to this on my own. There's reason for that. I've mentioned it before, but I'll go into that in particular next week. But we are going to play through the whole game. As far as it's not going to be maybe as long, because I do know that game pretty well. But we'll go the whole way. We'll show everything off. We'll get all the unlockables as far as extra stuff. We'll get the Hadoken, of course. And we'll show the way the path system works as far as, you know, the changes of the stage and things like that. For the first indication of Mega Man of any kind on Super Nintendo. Seems one of the best games on the system. You're not getting an argument from me. It's fantastic. And it's going to start our look at the Mega Man X franchise. It's been a long time coming. And in that case, we're going to take a look at that, starting with Mega Man X. And I know we've done X2 and X4 before. We'll probably second chance those. In fact, we will second chance those, just to go on that eventually. But starting back at the beginning as far as with this one, because actually I have done this game years ago, but I don't have a recording of it. So I guess in that way it's technically a second chance, but it's also something I barely remember when I did that 6 years ago. And since I don't have the footage of it, that's the idea, but this will be our official record of the game. Okay, so that's going to be next week, and then the next 2 weeks after that, we're going to be on Fridays. So on May 8th, we're going to be playing Sonic the Fighters. This is a second chance in particular, because we've actually played this game before on the show. When we played it, though, it was the first time I used the microphone, or the more advanced microphones that run with the show. And when I did, it was a case I didn't have it set up correctly, so the way the audio was going, the game's audio is oftentimes drowning my voice out and vice versa. And when we did another case of that, looking at it as an extra, or looking at a preview again of it at when we played Daytona USA, I had mic problems. So I said, I think we can do this as another case. And since it's 30 years of that game this year, I figured let's take a look at it. It is the arcade fighting game from AM2, who developed the same people who made Virtua Fighter. But I'm also going to show off a little more than just that. We're going to be using the Xbox 360 version of the game, the downloadable version. It does run on Xbox Series X, so we're going to run it that way. But I said, let's also turn this into an AM2 night. And the way I'm going to do that is we're going to take a look at Fighting Vipers, which have also shown previously on the show, and Virtua Fighter 2, also shown previously on the show. And then I'm going to boot up Like a Dragon Gaiden, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. In that case, I went up to that game enough in order to unlock all the arcade games, or get to the point where the arcade is. So to show off the AM2 games in there, which they all are, those being The Ocean Hunter, Virtua Fighter 3, Virtua Fighter 3 TB, Fighting Vipers 2, Daytona USA Battle on the Edge, or Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge, and Daytona USA 2 Power Edition. Though those last two, they're not called Daytona USA, but they are, as far as it. But that's going to be our case, so we're going to have a little bit of a mini showcase, kind of, as far as that. And I just figured, yeah, that might be a way to go. And also just to kind of celebrate the idea of AM2 in gaming, because we've had and I also kind of want a second chance in case we did Daytona USA 1, because they had audio problems. And at some point, we'll come back to that game to fix those audio problems, to have a full show and a better record. That's going to be Friday on May 8th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then also on Friday for the next week, that's May 15th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing a very underrated and not very well-known game from PlayStation 1. If you're a driving fan, you might be curious about this one. It's called Felony 1179. This is a weird one as far as how it is. It was published by ASCII and was developed by Climax Entertainment. Despite the name, it's the first game in the Runabout franchise. It's basically this crazy open-world driving game where you are just driving around, kind of dealing with stuff going on in a story. And it's not very long. It's basically kind of just exploring an area, driving around, causing damage, and trying to get to the end in time. It's very strange and very crazy, almost like a Presser's like Crazy Taxi a little bit, but without the delivering people part. It's a fascinating one, and it's one of only 3 games in this franchise that have come out in this country. And we have shown one of them before, that being Super Runabout San Francisco Edition, which was on the Dreamcast. I've shown that years ago, but I was always curious about showing this one. It's a game I don't know if people know of. It's not a game I'd necessarily come to the bat for the way Okami I would for that one anyway, saying, oh, you gotta play this. This is a fascinating one, though, still, and one that, as I mentioned, I'm fascinated sometimes by the 32-bit era of racing games, what they did, or driving games. I mean, it is a racing game in a way, but it's also more a driving game, really. It's fascinating, and it's one I definitely want to show off. I'm going to show that off on May 15th. And the week after that, we're going to be back on Saturday. Gemini96 in chat tonight. He's going to be in for Tetris Effect Connected. That's our next scoping session program. As Nice Night is going, I'm going to let it go. But also, yeah, Amaterasu wakes up again when the night goes. But yeah, the day cycle will go as far as this will let it go. We're in a scoping session, Tetris Effect Connected. We have shown it on the show before, but I also said we got to figure how we're controlling this. What are we covering? And I think he'll help me have the answer. I think all of you also give me good perspectives, or give us all good ideas on that one. And I'm looking forward to doing that one. And it is also his case, because when we did the puzzle showcase, he's the one who said, I always ask everybody as far as I'm a circle and guests on show, what do you want to see as far as a showcase when we get to it? And he pointed that out. It was the hit of the show in particular. And we said, we're going to come back to this game for a full show. But what it's going to look like, that's going to be a question. As far as how we're going to look at the start, we're going to run the Switch version. We're running it on Switch 2, so it'll look even better than it already did. I mean, sort of. I mean, it looks the same, but it also loads better on the Switch 2. By a little bit. Not bad as far as between Switch 1 and 2. But still a case of we're going to have that case and also have our first guest for scoping session. Yeah, so that's going to be pretty exciting. And then week after that, we have our May compilation show. We're doing it at the end of the month as far as it. And it's going to be for Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for the GameCube. We were running the GameCube version of it this time because before we ran the other systems versions. So for Midway Arcade Treasures 1, we played it on PlayStation 2. Midway Arcade Treasures 2, we played it on Xbox, and now GameCube. Though, I do have the Xbox version of the game as well, so you think, like, well, we could show both of them off, but I'm going to decide against that, because the thing about this collection you're seeing within this, there are 8 games in this, technically. There's San Francisco Rush, The Rock, Alcatraz Edition, Hydro Thunder, Super Off-Road, Badlands, Race Drive, and Stun Runner, Off-Road Thunder, and San Francisco Rush 2049. And there's also like an extra track pack for Super Off-Road, so that technically takes up to 9. But there's not a whole lot of stuff there. There's not a lot of behind-the-scenes material. There's no video footage of the developers going on. The only extra on this disc is a look at the Ed, Ed, and Eddie game that came out of Midway. So I said, I don't think that's enough. And to be fair, this is not that great a collection because there's problems with emulation, which is shocking given the fact that it's by Digital Eclipse. Although, to be fair, back then there were a lot of cases where some of these games had not been emulated before. Although even then, some of these games were emulating from Dreamcast. There's actually 2 games that were emulating from Dreamcast, and they did have some issues on both the systems in particular, and also on the PlayStation 2. So that was kind of a question to it, but my point also is saying, I want to give you a little more. So we're going to have another bit of a showcase going on as far as that, which is going to be for a bunch of Nintendo 64 ports and Midways that I guess maybe could have been put into that collection. They weren't, but some of them you're going to understand why. But I said, let's just take a look at some arcade ports and Midways on top of that. To finish our look at the Midway Arcade Treasures trilogy, and eventually I think we'll get to Midway Arcade Origins. That would be probably the next one we do as far as our look at Midway collections as is. But I'm definitely looking forward to doing that, so we're going to have a lot of classic Midway goodness coming up, and maybe some not-so-goodness, but it's definitely going to be interesting, a lot of the stuff we got. I'm looking forward to showing that off. And then we get into June. I'm still trying to decide what the scoping session is going to be for that month. Don't know, and some of that's going to be based on guest input. I'll talk with them as far as that to get an idea. I might have an answer within the next couple weeks, or maybe next week. I'll figure it. But the other week we're going to do that as far as it. I'm tempted. You know, it's one of those things. We are going to do this at some point. I was going to do this in June. Wave Race Blue Storm for the GameCube, because it is 30 years since Wave Race 64. We have played that before, and we even looked at the Shindo Pack version before. We haven't looked at the GameCube sequel, in particular to that. Not as great as Wave Race 64, admittingly, but it is still pretty interesting. I said I wanted to do that in June. I'm thinking of pushing maybe that one to July, and the reason I'm saying that is because I do want to get back to Zelda. I mentioned as far as tonight's show comparing Okami here to Twilight Princess, and saying how I prefer this game in the Pepsi Challenge any day of the week against Twilight Princess. But having said that, it's been a while since we've come back to Zelda, and also a while since, even a longer while since we've done a full game. So I made the decision. I think we're ready. I was figuring this when I was doing the edit on Kirby's Dream Course last week, because it was actually not as involved with an edit as I thought it was going to be. We're coming to our next Zelda game. Playing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. We're going to be playing the Switch remake. We're on the Switch 2, so the frame rate problems that it had on the original Switch, admittedly minor, but they'll be a thing of the past. And as part of this play, as we're pointing out, I also be showing off parts of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX for Game Boy Color, because it has some unique stuff, particularly the photo perspective. I want to get all the photos and show those off, and they are not in the Switch version. They replaced that with the Dompe grave digging castle build thingy. We'll just show that off as well. It is the Zelda game I have the most memorized. It's the second game in the franchise I played after Ocarina of Time. I got it with my Game Boy Color in 1998. And we've talked about Zelda and saying what are we going to come back to next as far as a full case. And I said, this is the one I think we're going to come back to. And I think I'm tempted to start that one in June, honestly, as far as that. So I think that's how we're going to go. I'll figure what the details of that are. I think I'm honestly more ready to do that than Blue Storm, because honestly with Blue Storm, not that there's a whole lot to this, but there are definitely some unlockables and also some hidden cheats and things I want to look into, including the sarcastic announcer as far as Wave Race Blue Storm, which is hilarious. So I think I might do Wave Race Blue Storm in July then in that case. Dates of that one to be determined, but I'm thinking this either the first or the second week, and I still have to decide this on which one I'm going to do. Maybe I'll do the first weekend, as far as it's alright. That would put it to, just to give a sense, because I'm just trying to think this through. That'll put to, June 4th, and I think I'll be ready to do Link's Awakening. So I think, Link's Awakening for Switch, we started our play of that, because also I realized, aside from the scoping sessions, we've not done any game this year that's been multi-part, or that would be multi-part. Except for Yoshi's Island, finishing that off. So I said, alright, we got to figure this, and that's what we're going to do. As far as the other thing with scoping session, I got to figure that. I got to talk around. I mentioned Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is one of those. I don't know if we're doing it then. There's also Mass Effect. I don't know if I'm doing it then. I did say Age of Empires 2 as well as one of my choices. I mean, it's funny. I'm also thinking maybe I need to do one for Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. I guess we probably should point that thing out as far as 20 years of that, maybe. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't know. I'm debating if I'm going to actually do that instead. Or maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I'm thinking that through, but that's just more going in my mind. But also on schedule on June 20th, I do know this. We're playing Cool Spot for Sega Genesis. This is one of the best games for summer ever, and it's the day before summer, so we're kicking off summer right. As far as playing this classic platforming game starring, Spot, the 7-Up mascot. Yeah, you'd think, is this going to be a great game? The answer is yes, it is. It was one of the first games by the company that would become Shiny Entertainment, who made Earthworm Jim and Wild 9 and Aladdin for Sega Genesis, amongst many others. And it's a case where you think, how's this going to be? But it's got a really nice style. It's a lot of fun. It's not easy, but it's one actually I think AG42 was kind of curious in seeing, saying, does this game actually exist? Yes, it does. And believe it or not, it's really, really good. In fact, I actually think it might be better on the Game Gear than the Genesis, if only because of control methods of itself. But it's also Super Nintendo and Game Boy, and I think it was on the Amiga as well. We're playing Genesis as far as running this one. And then we're not going to be live on June 27th. We recorded footage for Final Fantasy XIV, basically the start of our scoping session. We're going to have a live show of that later in the year, and especially with the announcement that came out this week, as far as how they are. We have a better idea, I think. I'll figure that out with our group as far as what that's going to look like, who's going to be involved with this play, who's going to be live on show, who's going to be online on their places as far as how that's looking. We'll figure what that's going to look like as far as it, but on that weekend we are going to show you the setup of my account running as far as it, and also a little bit of a taste of me going on the first quests, and also doing the tutorial stuff and getting the character set up, and seeing Crusader 64's character as well. Definitely got some interesting stuff going on there. And he and Kazim22 and AG42 and I, we had such a great time recording that last week. And we know you're going to have a great time watching it in our absence. But then the weekend after that, we will be back as far as July... Oh, that is July 4th. I don't know if we're going to be on July 4th itself. Usually we're not. Usually we have cases where we have things going on as far as celebrating the holiday together, as far as how it is. And I haven't completely figured stuff out, but I think maybe what I'll do is I might put Wave Race Blue Storm in. That might be a Friday show, potentially, on July 4th, or July 3rd, I should say, on Friday. That's what I'm thinking as far as that, and we'll have Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. That'll continue. Crusader 64 said he might be starting Kodelka for the PlayStation then. We'll figure that. And then the scoping session, I'll figure that as well. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit up in the air as far as how it is. But that being said, Matarasu is in a case of saying, yeah, it's kind of a night case. Kind of wanted to be sleeping. That's true, but you know what? Sorry, Matarasu, we got to wake up because I want to have that music playing. There we go. Okay. That's what the schedule's looking like, and then the only other stuff I know coming up is we'll have the showcase for the Thanksgiving weekend in November, going far out. We have the Tetris show, the annual Tetris show in December. That's Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo. Dolly Finn's going to be involved in that as far as a second chance on that. Our last show of the year is going to either be that, or it will be our last scoping session that's going to be for the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I know Monte Ukiyo-e is going to be involved in that one because he hasn't been on the show for a while, because he's had a lot of things going on, but I know for that game he said he wanted to be involved. And that'll be the ideas for what we're looking at for that. And other stuff coming up, and as I mentioned, the other scoping sessions, they'll be on the way. Other collaborations of guests, they'll also be on the way, generally speaking, of the ones that I'm able to get set and the ones that they're able to commit to or wanting to, as is the case. And then, as I mentioned, also the other second chances. The other second chances we're going to have going along. Some of the view requests, some of the other requests I got are having that happen. And actually, also one other thing about July. I'm trying to figure this if we can do this for July, not for scoping session. Actually, I think because July is how many weekends have got in July? So we get a sense of that. Actually, no, maybe in August. You know, fine. In that case, I'm going to probably push this to August. So I'll be set for this. I do have, as I mentioned, I showed it earlier on the show, having it on my person on the ball for the Super Nintendo. I know Like Versus wanted to see this. He mentioned that. God, he mentioned that almost 4 years ago. And I want to get to this one. I do need to do some practice on this to be set for it, because he said, hey, this game gets really hard. And has extra levels over its arcade equivalent, that being Camel Tree. I think August is when we're going to do that, because I'm also kicking, Radiant Silvergun off the schedule briefly, only because I know I promised to pull 420 Blaze at that game. I'm not going to be ready to do it. And I'd rather delay a show or delay a game for later when I know I'll be ready, instead of pulling it out and saying I'm not going to be ready. That game is so hard, I cannot do that without hours and hours of practice, and I haven't had a whole lot of time to do it. So we'll do that eventually, though. That's not going off the table. I'm not going to say no, we don't play it. I just need to be ready, and I'll say this. If you have to wait for a show as far as viewer requests, because we only do a viewer request a month, but if I have to make you wait for one of them, I promise it'll be worth your while when we get there. And I'm going to enjoy it just as much as I hope you all will. I hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. For our look at Okami, our first look, but don't worry, we will be back with Okami and Amaterasu at some point, and I cannot wait till that day comes. So with that, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. I will see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Mega Man X for the Super Nintendo. Until then, keep being awesome, have a wonderful night, and take care, everybody.